Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. A giant lightning bolt struck the ground, and screams were heard calling for someone to kill. Sitting on the ground, the wounded boy wondered how it all came to this. Raising his sword, the orc shouted that divine punishment would befall the insignificant human who invaded their sacred land, and stated that for thousands of years, the lands of the beast men had been isolated from the outside world. The youth's eyes widened in fear. The locals wished death on the man who broke the treaty. The boy narrowed his eyes and wondered if he would really die in this strange world. 5 hours ago, someone approached the van and asked his friend to eat faster. Entering the tent, the man asked him not to go anywhere alone, and explained that if they slacked off, they would not get anything because there were 2 other teams here besides them. Eating noodles, the protagonist asked why so many people were going down to an ordinary C-rank cave. The explorer sat down on the sofa and replied that there were many such people now and that they were not the only heroes. He looked away when someone said that heroes were coming here. The man headed towards the exit and asked his comrade to hurry. The hunter took a step forward and said that the closer he got to this cave, the less comfortable he felt. The old man smiled nervously and said that he was afraid to even imagine what an A or S rank cave looked like. Standing in front of the portal, the explorer noticed something strange, because there were several minions of darkness here. A man in armor came out of the portal. The hero adjusted his gloves and suggested that they could easily get a reward. The girl agreed with him. Looking at them, the man also wished to become a hero to earn a lot of money. His comrade asked him to stop chatting and reminded him that they were cleaning the caves because they failed the awakening test. The woman closed her eyes when the squad member thanked her for her hard work. Tsuyoshi glanced at the heroes passing by and thought about their task to collect everything that was left after defeating the minions of darkness. The heroes entered the portal. Holding a shovel in his hands, the guy realized that he failed the awakening test due to his weakness, although he also always dreamed of becoming a hero. The squad found themselves in a dead forest. The commander shouted that they had little time, because the cave would close in 4 hours. The cleaners began to explore the ruins. There was a piece of a shield on the ground. The man looked at his colleague and hoped that they would find at least something worthwhile. The young man smiled and shouted that he was going to go deeper. The researcher reminded that they should gather here in 3.5 hours. The cleaner climbed under the rubble and thought that usually something worthwhile lies at the bottom. 3.5 hours passed. The protagonist stuck a shovel into the ground and was surprised that there was nothing there, but he did not want to return with only a piece of a shield. The commander shouted that it was time for them to go. Tsuyoshi looked back and declared that he was almost done. Squatting, the boy decided that this would not cover even a day of Karen's stay in the hospital, so he needed to find something. The young man saw a well ahead and smelled treasure. As he got closer, the cleaner wondered where the well in the cave came from and decided that there might be something valuable there. He looked into the well and realized that he could cover all of Karen's hospital bills if he found a surviving item. At the bottom of the well lay a bony hand with a ring on the middle finger. The protagonist carefully climbed down and assumed that the heroes simply did not notice these remains. A gold ring appeared in his hand. With his mouth wide open, Tsuyoshi was happy that he was able to find such a rare thing and realized that such equipment helps improve status, so it is very expensive. Looking at the ring, the boy decided to put it on and later asked Nakazato to find out his level. The ring began to shine on his finger. The metal seeped through the skin and rushed to the blood vessels. The boy grabbed his hand and asked what it was. The system reported that the infinity ring recognized him as its owner, and that from now on the user will not be able to remove it. Cleaner looked up and wondered whose voice it was. Light energy appeared in his hand. It turned into a huge vortex. A glow appeared above the well. The protagonist called for help. Looking back, the man asked if it was his comrade's voice, and said that he saw it not long ago. Standing at the entrance to the building, the researcher assumed that their colleague went to inspect another place. Another garbage man was upset because he was trying so hard, but still could never become a hero. A bright light pulled Tsuyoshi into itself. There was a giant hammer on the altar, and when he woke up, the boy realized that he was a prisoner of the beast men as one of the criminals who were awaiting divine punishment. Lightning struck right at the altar. Sitting on the throne, the beast king announced the beginning of the ritual. The orc spread his arms and declared that today they would hold a trial of 3 criminals, among whom was their kinsman, who had sold secret information about their territory to the elves and humans. The monsters brought their fellow tribesmen forward and began to ridicule him. The prisoner fell to his knees before the altar. The other monsters wished for divine punishment to fall upon him. The guard kicked the traitor with his foot. He fell to the ground. Lightning fell upon him from the sky. The orc shouted that the hammer of the divine king would erase all his sins, and declared that no one had ever managed to escape from this altar. Lightning pierced the body of the criminal. In the desert, next to the altar, there were bones and the sounds of a cheering crowd. The orc raised his sword and said that the next one to be punished by the gods was the first human in history who had invaded their sacred land, thus declaring war on them. The monster grabbed the boy who was trying to explain that he was there by accident, and that his sister was waiting for him. The monster hit him in the stomach. The boy closed his eyes and thought that he couldn't die because Karina needed him. Cleaner fell to the ground and wondered how things had turned out this way. The monsters surrounding him asked how a mere human could defeat a great beast man and wished for him to receive a fitting punishment. The guard kicked the criminal forward. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and thought that he couldn't die in such a place. Tsuyoshi rose to his feet and jumped off the ground. Lightning struck the altar right next to him. The orcs with glowing eyes could not believe that he managed to dodge the divine punishment. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. The leader said that this was simply unforgivable. The Beast King frowned in displeasure. The boy turned around and said that he refused to die here. Suddenly, lightning pierced his back. The monster opened its mouth wide and asked if anyone had told him that the lightning of divine punishment only struck once. The monsters raised their fists and demanded punishment for the villain. The woman said that it was a useless fight. When the young man fell to the ground, the ring lit up and activated the divine selection system. The cleaner's body glowed. The man looked at him suspiciously. The system began to work on creating an ideal physical form. Lightning struck the prisoner again. The orc's eyes widened in surprise and asked if the criminal was still alive. The protagonist's body rose above the ground. The creation of the ideal physical form was 15% complete. The monsters opened their mouths in surprise, not understanding what was happening. Another lightning bolt destroyed the layer of soot on Tsuyoshi's back. The system used the divine eye skill. The boy took a step forward. He followed the call, while lightning struck the altar around him. The youth rose straight to the giant hammer. Lightning continued to pierce his body. The system used the divine consciousness and absolute clone skills. The monsters watched in confusion. Chunks of black soot fell off the cleaner's body. The guard trembled in horror and said that no one except the divine king himself had come so close to the hammer. The Beast King smiled and realized that the criminal was trying to lift the hammer. The protagonist put his hands on the hammer and asked if he was calling him. The hammer lifted off the ground. Tsuyoshi's eyes widened and he asked why he needed it. The system applied the special status of the Chosen One. A huge amount of lightning burst out from the altar. The boy raised the hammer above his head and screamed. The orcs stared at him in confusion. Lightning enveloped the sacred weapon. They hit the boy in the palm of his hand. A handle appeared in his hand. Cleaner lowered the sparkling weapon, which decreased in size. The stranger opened her mouth in surprise and was surprised that a man picked up the divine hammer. Gritting his teeth, the monster wondered how a mere man could do this, and decided that they could not allow him to touch their sacred hammer. Narrowing his eyes, the monster thought about how even the great Beast King could not lift it, and remembered that anyone who lifted the divine hammer would become their leader. The protagonist looked at the status window and felt that he had become much stronger. Tsuyoshi raised his eyebrows when he saw that he had reached level 3. At that moment, the orc pounced on him from behind. The monster landed behind him. The monster spread its arms and called on the human not to even dare touch their divine hammer with his filthy hands. His tribesmen frowned furiously and said that their great general would not allow this criminal to behave like this and would return the pride of the beastmen. Ryota raised his hand and said that he did not know how he managed to avoid divine punishment and pick up the hammer. The orc grinned viciously and called on the scoundrel to return it immediately. The monster narrowed his eyes and said that he would have to accept his punishment. A system window with a description of the divine eye skill opened in front of the boy. The young man widened his eyes and learned that he could reveal detailed information about any object. Cleaner looked at the enemy, and a status window appeared above him. Frowning, the protagonist realized that he could see all the information about him, and wondered if this was a feature of the system. The monster pulled out a sword from behind his back and asked how a worthless human dared to oppose him. The general held the blade in front of the prisoner, and decided to let him die without suffering. Tsuyoshi raised his hand and explained that there was some misunderstanding between them. The boy's eyes widened in fear and he thought that he would never be able to defeat him because he was level 84. The warrior swung his sword and asked him to shut up. The girl shuddered and thought that Ryota would cut him into pieces with one swing of the blade because he was one of the 5 great generals of the Beastmen. A powerful explosion was heard from the altar. The young man managed to stop the enemy's sword. Cleaner tensely closed his eyes. He raised the divine hammer in front of him and realized that his hands did not obey him. The orc stared at him in amazement and was surprised that he managed to block such an attack. The monster clenched its fist and declared that next time it would not be so lucky. The Chosen One frowned in displeasure and explained that there had been a mistake and that he actually came from another world. The monster swung its hand and declared that it was not going to listen to him. The general grabbed the prisoner and clenched his fist. The warrior lifted him into the air and decided to throw him into the sky and finish him off with an earthquake. Right in the air in front of the protagonist, a system window appeared with a description of the absolute clone skill. Tsuyoshi frowned and was surprised that he now had the ability to copy any skill of the enemy. Ryota threw him into the air. The guy gritted his teeth and realized that he had to feel the enemy's heart with his hand. The young man reached out to touch the enemy's chest. Cleaner poked the orc's finger right in the nipple. The monster put his hand to his chest and blushed. The chosen one began to fall down. A variety of skills appeared in front of him. The protagonist did not understand how he had to choose only one. The monster angrily asked what was going on. The general swung his sword. Tsuyoshi reached for the Sky Shaker skill and decided that it would go well with the divine hammer. The boy swung his leg and declared that he could not die here. The warrior's eyes widened in fear and asked where he got his skill from. A powerful wave of energy fell on the ground. The tribesmen and even the captive opened their mouths in shock. A cloud of dust enveloped Red. The orc closed his eyes in fear and raised his hands. He looked at them and realized that it did not hurt at all, but even pleased. The young man wiped his chin and looked at the notification, which said that he was unable to deal damage due to the difference in level. The opponents froze in confusion. The monster picked up his sword from the ground. The beast charged and shouted that a mere human would not dare attack it. Suddenly, someone jumped into the air and ordered them to stop. The tribe members gaped in rage as they saw that even the beast king himself had charged. A huge explosion was heard from the altar. Kleiner clenched his teeth in tension. A cloud of dust rose from the ground. A man appeared behind him. The beast king fell to his knees. His tribe members grabbed their heads in shock. The monster rose to his feet and realized that the divine hammer itself had chosen the human. The beast placed his hands on the shoulders of the chosen one and said that the gods had sent them a sign. The tribe leader smiled and explained that in the last hundreds of thousands of years, he was the first one to be chosen by the hammer. The orc spread his arms and told his subjects that no one could lift the divine hammer except him. The tribe members stared at him in displeasure. The beast king pointed at the prisoner and said that they should let him grow, as he was their future ruler. The monsters looked at each other, unsure of what this meant. Red raised his hand and said that a human could not become the leader of the beast men. The man turned around and asked if that mattered. The monster scratched his head and explained that the prophecy did not say that their leader had to be a beast man, and asked if they should ignore the future hope of their people. The general lowered his head and agreed. The orc looked back and asked the name of the prisoner. The protagonist introduced himself, and the tribe leader approached him and said that he was still too weak, but he was destined to lead their tribe. The beast king summoned fire in his hand and explained that he needed to become stronger and return in a year so that they could test his readiness to become their leader. The man touched his forehead and added that he would use this mark to find and kill him if he did not return here in a year. Tsuyoshi put his hand to his forehead. The monster asked what his answer would be. The guy looked at the tribe and shouted that he agreed to their conditions. The stranger opened her mouth wide and urged him to become stronger and gain freedom. Frowning, the young man realized that she was supposed to be punished right after him, and decided to use the divine eye. A status window appeared above her head. The girl asked the chosen one not to miss the opportunity that the gods gave him and stay alive. Seeing that she was level 72, the cleaner opened his mouth in surprise and wondered why they wanted to punish her. A smile appeared on his face. The protagonist raised his hand and thought about how he had to survive to return back to his world. Tsuyoshi closed his eyes and said that he would accept their offer only on one condition. The Beast King smiled and asked what they were talking about. The boy pointed at the captive and said that he wanted her to come with him. The woman's mouth dropped open in surprise. The boy grinned and decided that they were now even. The moonlight illuminated the gate in front of the orc village. Cleaner looked at his hand and realized that, judging by that voice, it was the infinity ring that had started it all. The ring was shining on his finger. The chosen one thought that he couldn't take it off, but he had strange abilities thanks to it, and wondered how he could return to his world. The protagonist looked around when someone announced that all the preparations were complete. The stranger put her hand to her chest and said that she wanted to serve her master. Tsuyoshi smiled madly and decided that hearing a cute beauty with ears call him master was very nice. The boy scratched his nose and suggested that they support each other, starting from now on. The girl looked away and explained that he would not understand how much this second chance meant to her. Taking his hand, the woman told him that no one had ever thanked or protected her before, and asked if she could call him her master. The beastman blushed and said that she wanted to dedicate her entire life to him. The young man turned away in embarrassment, and gave her his permission. The warrior turned away and said that it was time for them to go, because it was already quite late. She put her hand to her chest and asked her comrade to watch his step. Cleaner looked up and sighed in relief. The heroes set off. The chosen one called this world amazing. The protagonist looked down and decided that he should not think about it, because Karina was waiting for him. The system reported that the recovery time of the Endless Passage was 24 hours. Tsuyoshi looked at the ring and remembered that he got to this world with the help of the Endless Passage, which meant that he could return back with it. The ring began to glow, and the boy wondered if he would be able to return. Suddenly, a bright flash engulfed him. The stranger looked back and saw only a bright fire in the place of her master. The young man fell into the abyss and was outraged by how unpleasant it was. Cleaner opened his eyes in surprise. He found himself at the bottom of the well. The chosen one frowned and looked at the ring. The protagonist saw a status window in front of him and was glad that these abilities from another world were preserved here. Looking at the window, Tsuyoshi noticed that his level had not changed and wondered why the divine hammer was still here. Scratching his chin, the boy realized that leveling up could also be available in both worlds, and decided that he had managed to bring the divine hammer to this world because it was in the divine inventory of consciousness. The researcher looked into the well and asked his colleague to get out before the cave closed. Sitting at the bottom of the well, the young man asked why they were still waiting for him. Surprised, his eyes widened, the cleaner thought about how he had spent at least 5 hours in the other world, and realized that something was wrong here. Sitting by the well, the man explained that his friend had been sitting here all this time, and asked him to get out so that they would not fall into a trap. The chosen one grabbed the rope. Climbing up, he realized that time had stopped. The protagonist frowned and decided that this was more like a plot of some manga. There was a bony hand at the bottom of the well, so Yoshi wondered if time had stopped in the other world too, and wondered who this ring belonged to before. The boy climbed out. The young man smiled widely and remembered that the test for awakening would be tomorrow. The bloody boy was walking in the rain. His sister was sitting on his back. There was chaos all around. A huge monster was destroying the city. The girl lowered her head and said that she could not feel her legs. With tears in her eyes, the girl asked if everything was okay with their parents. The building collapsed and raised a cloud of dust from the ground. The protagonist stopped. His whole body shook. Tsuyoshi clenched his teeth tensely. Looking at the huge monster, the boy called out to his parents. His lower lip trembled. The boy opened his mouth wide and screamed. Someone extended a hand to him and called his name. Nakazato approached the children and asked them not to stop because they could die. The man frowned and explained that they couldn't go to their parents because the darkness would kill them. The protagonist began to cry and said that his mother and father were still there. His uncle said that he couldn't defeat the darkness. Flames appeared under the monster's feet. Tsuyoshi shouted that they had to get Karen to the hospital as soon as possible. The girl raised her eyebrows and asked if her brother was really going to take the test to awaken. Standing by the hospital bed, the nurse called her very caring and said that she should rest more too. The boy scratched the back of his head and asked how his sister was feeling. The hospital employee gave her an injection and explained that the pain in the nerve occurred regularly, so she needed to take medicine. The girl replied that she had already gotten used to this pain. The boy looked down and realized that she was suffering. The cleaner saw the structure of her legs. The system reported that the probability of resuming walking without assistance was 1%. Karina drove up to the window. The chosen one decided that she must be in a very difficult situation, and thought about how his sister should live a normal life, go to school, have fun with friends and travel. The protagonist imagined her sitting on the grass and realized that she should spend every day with a smile on her face. Walking down the street, Tsuyoshi wanted to get her back on her feet at all costs, because she was his only family. The guy pursed his lips and realized that there must be a way to help her. The young man frowned and thought about becoming a hero to get as much information as possible and find a solution. The cleaner stopped and concluded that this was not only about Karina's illness, because he also wanted to live his life with dignity. The chosen one raised his fist and decided that he must become the strongest. The moon was shining above the BTG building. People were lining up to take the awakening test. The center employee handed the new hero a badge that was created based on his test results. The boy smiled widely and called himself a real hero. His mother wished him to reach rank C and suggested throwing a big party. Standing at the door of the office, the man noticed that the next candidate decided to retake the test because he failed the previous one. Adjusting his glasses, the examiner asked him to go inside and put his hands on the measuring device, and doubted that his results had changed at all. The protagonist entered the office and said that they would find out soon. The center employee looked back and explained that the result would remain the same because the device measures a person's experience with high accuracy. Standing outside the door, the man said that he had seen a lot of such stubborn people, and the last one was assigned a third level with a combat power of 3. Tsuyoshi headed towards the measuring device. After putting his hand on it, the boy concluded that he could become a hero because he was also a level 3 candidate, and wondered how great his combat power was. The young man frowned and decided to take it very seriously. His muscles grew as the system activated the ideal physical form. The floor beneath his feet caught fire. The examiner trembled and assumed it was an earthquake. The screen showed level 3. The combat power value of 5,400 units appeared next to it, and a voice announced that the 30-year record of the strength of a level 3 hero had been broken. The cleaner, with his mouth open in surprise, realized that his strength was 10 times greater than that of the previous candidate, and was amazed at how much his strength had grown. The chosen one looked at his hand happily. The protagonist clenched his fists, and thought that everything was going according to plan, and that he would be able to become the strongest. Tsuyoshi raised his eyebrows and asked what the power of the divine hammer was. The boy summoned a sheaf of sparks in his hand. The system reported that the weapon's potential could not be fully revealed in this world. Squeezing the hammer in his hand, the young man realized that he could only use it for 1 second, and decided to check how much his combat power would increase with it. Cleaner put his hand to the measuring device again. His eyes lit up. The hammer was covered in bright lightning. The chosen one noticed how all his energy evaporated in the blink of an eye. He opened his mouth wide and called on the device to quickly measure his combat power. The protagonist clenched his teeth in fury. Bright energy swirled in front of him. It burst out of the building and rushed into the sky. The inhabitants of the city did not understand what was happening. The screen of the measuring device sparked due to an overload. The lights went out in the entire building. The entire area was without power. Bursting into the office, a BTG employee shouted that the power was cut off due to an overload, and asked everyone to evacuate immediately. An exhausted Tsuyoshi looked at him. The man asked who he was. The door to the office was closed. As he walked down the hallway, the boy thought that he shouldn't have underestimated the hammer, because all of its power had been exhausted in just 1 second, and decided that he shouldn't use this weapon anymore. A satisfied grin appeared on his face. The young man walked forward cheerfully and was happy that he was officially recognized as a hero. The guys gathered at the training ground. Frowning sternly, Gaia introduced himself and explained that their training would be difficult, so they would have to give it their all. The newcomers smiled happily. Looking at him from under his brows, the chosen one noticed that he only had 1,200 combat power, and asked what his strength would be at level 9. The man narrowed his eyes in displeasure and thought that he would gladly explore D-rank dungeons instead of training these kids. The heroes shuddered when the instructor announced that they would be entering a D-level dungeon tomorrow to see what kind of job would suit them best, and suggested that they might even be able to obtain a low-level item. The boy raised his index finger and asked if they shouldn't train a bit first, and his companion stated that they should learn their job before entering the dungeon. The instructor's eyes flashed, and he explained that they didn't have time for that because they had to practice their skills in real combat. An ominous energy enveloped him, and Guy reminded them that he had warned them that training would be difficult, and stated that they could always leave if they didn't like it. Looking at him, the protagonist assumed that he was simply taking out his anger on them. Smiling happily, Tsuyoshi remembered that there was a level 72 beastman waiting for him in the other world, and decided to go to her as soon as the endless passage was opened. The light was on in the apartment of the multi-story building. There was a TV on the wall, and the news anchor reported that the power was out in some areas due to an earthquake that happened around 7 in the evening. Looking at his ring, the boy thought that it was time to go to another world to become stronger, choose a profession and find the necessary equipment, and opened an endless passage. His ring sparkled. A glimmer of light appeared in the darkness. The young man opened his eyes and saw the night sky. The full moon was shining on it. The hero squinted and realized that he was in another world again. Sitting on the ground, the chosen one noticed that his appearance, and even his clothes, remained the same. The protagonist looked at his suit, and assumed that in this world, time and equipment remained the same. The stranger leaned over to him, and asked what had happened. Scratching the back of his head, Tsuyoshi replied that everything was fine and asked his companion to show him the way. The girl raised her hand and was glad that he was so inspired. With wide eyes, the woman said that there were third-level goblins nearby on which they could practice, and explained that one must be extremely careful with them, because they were depraved and cunning. The beastman stared at the master in surprise. The guy decided that it was she who needed to be careful, since these monsters were depraved. Grinning, the young man said that this would be their first target, and thought that he would wait impatiently for the divine selection system to show its effects. The guys hid in the bushes. The warrior asked her friend to be careful not to wake the monsters. The hero looked at her, and assumed that she would easily be able to defeat them because she was level 72. The stranger put her hand to her chest and asked how he knew about it. Scratching his nose, the chosen one reminded her that she called him master for a reason and asked her to show him how people with a high rank fought. Sitting on the ground, the girl explained that she could not help him all the time because then his level would not grow. The protagonist replied that he just wanted to see her in action. Sitting on her knees, the woman said that she did not know how useful it would be and asked her comrade to watch carefully. The beastman took out a dagger and rushed forward. The warrior struck instantly and destroyed 2 goblins. Tsuyoshi clapped his hands and said that she had excellent movements. The stranger looked back and called him very kind. The girl returned to the master and explained that she always gives it her all even when fighting low-level opponents. The guy asked her to teach him the technique she had just used. Raising her eyebrows, the woman said that an instant strike was a skill for people with a high level, and remembered that her friend had not even chosen a profession. Crossing his arms over his chest, the young man said that he would definitely reach a high level, and thought about how he could simply copy her skills and not even think about his own profession. An image of the hero appeared on the system window. A notification said that the user had chosen the warrior profession. The beast man blushed and promised to be useful to him. The warrior took his hand and offered to pick out equipment for him first. The chosen one looked away in embarrassment. The guys looked around when they heard someone's voice. Goblins ran out of the cave and noticed the invaders. The protagonist concluded that he would have to deal with them alone. Tsuyoshi took the dagger from his friend and said that he wanted to try something. The stranger raised her hand and explained that it was a little wrong to attract an enemy in this way. The guy swung the knife and thought that he had not yet fully tested the power of the Sky Shaker, so his enemies would become his guinea pigs. The young man frowned and sighed heavily. He jumped into the air and raised the dagger above his head. The hero dealt a crushing blow and destroyed the monsters. The girl's eyes widened in surprise and realized that even a team of 6 people would have difficulty defeating monsters of the same level so quickly. Smiling, the Chosen One said that it was easier than he thought, and thought that he was starting to like the divine selection system. The protagonist crouched in front of the monster's corpse. The woman apologized for the inconvenience and offered him to use another weapon. Tsuyoshi extended his hand to the monsters. The boy picked up a wooden club and said that this would work for him too. The beastman explained that they should get basic equipment as soon as possible. The boy looked around. He looked at his clothes and realized that he would be too susceptible to attacks without proper equipment, so he needed not only a weapon but also armor. The hero took a step forward and thought about how he had finally figured out something about the divine inventory of consciousness. Looking at the status window, the Chosen One decided that the items in the inventory could be used in both worlds. Currently, his inventory only had 2 slots, one of which was occupied by a hammer. Scratching his chin, the protagonist realized that the inventory would improve along with his skills and level, and wondered how he could increase the number of slots. Tsuyoshi looked around and remembered that in both worlds, equipment was divided into 5 types. The warrior spread her arms and asked why he was staring at her like that. The guy blushed and thought that it was simply impossible to resist such beauties with ears. The young man smiled and replied that everything was fine. Suddenly the stranger frowned. The girl grabbed the knife and warned about the attack. Goblins ran out from the depths of the cave and pounced on the guys. The woman sternly knitted her eyebrows and asked her friend to be more careful, because the strength of the enemies would constantly increase. The hero decided that the amount of experience gained would also increase along with it. The Chosen One dashed forward and asked his companion not to interfere with him, so that all the experience would go to him alone. The main character swung his club. He dealt a powerful blow to the enemy. His eyes lit up, the monster fell on his back. Tsuyoshi pressed the enemy to the ground. The guy won and rose to his feet. The young man waved his hand and realized that this weapon was too fragile. The beastman pressed her hand to her chest and thought that her master had incredible strength, as he managed to defeat 3 enemies despite the difference in level. The hero continued to fight the monsters. The deeper they went into the cave, the more levels and number of goblins became, but his abilities made their advantages insignificant. Having hit the enemy in the lower jaw, the Chosen One was surprised that there were such large bonus points in this world, and realized that he was becoming much stronger. Swinging his club, the protagonist remembered that heroes often complained about not getting enough experience from low-level monsters, and realized that in their world, the Alliance of Heroes requires gathering teams to descend into the dungeon, so the experience is always divided among their members. In the memory, while the cleaner was doing his job, people complained that all the dungeons were already cleared and that they could not raise their level. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and realized that he would be able to earn experience, which is given for killing monsters in this world. The boys hid behind a rock in front of a dark cave. Tsuyoshi decided that there would soon be a boss battle. The boy looked out from behind the rock and wondered if this was the boss. His face was covered in cold sweat. A terrible chthonic creature stood in front of him. The stranger put her hand to her chest and explained that it was possessed by darkness. The boy's eyes widened in surprise, amazed that there was darkness in this world too, and asked if it was the same here as in reality. The hero lowered his head and remembered that this goblin looked exactly like the one that killed his parents. The girl told him that because of the darkness, the power of such monsters grows exponentially. Frowning menacingly, the woman said that the very existence of darkness was shrouded in mystery, and declared that she would deal with the boss herself. Turning away, the Chosen One explained that he wanted to deal with him with his own hands, and decided that he would kill all the dark monsters that killed his father and mother. The protagonist jumped out from behind a rock. The beastman tried to stop him. Tsuyoshi jumped up and swung his club. He opened his mouth wide and wished death on the one who ruined Karen's life. The guy hit the enemy with all his might, and his club turned into splinters. The goblin threw him far back. The young man fell to the ground. Blood flowed from his mouth. The monster opened its huge mouth. The monster stuck out its long tongue and rushed forward. The warrior immediately swung her sword to save her master. Rising to his feet, the hero wondered if the enemy was trying to kill him, and decided that he would not allow the creature that took the lives of his parents to kill him. His eyes sparkled. The system activated the absolute physical form. The Chosen One clenched his fist. His muscles greatly increased in size. The protagonist swung his fist and concentrated all his strength into it. Tsuyoshi opened his mouth wide and shouted that even if he had no weapon, his body would become one. The guy directed his fist forward. The goblin's tongue was covered in bright energy. At that moment, it was torn to pieces. The young man delivered a powerful blow and destroyed the boss. The stranger covered her face with her hand. A flash of energy appeared in front of the guys. The monster's body fell to the ground. The hero straightened his shoulders. The exhausted chosen one grinned and promised to exterminate all the darkness. The system reported an increase in level. The girl shuddered and noticed that something was wrong with his hand. It was all covered in abrasions. The system warned about the threat of necrosis. The protagonist closed his eyes and realized that he had used too much force. The notification explained that his hand could not withstand the energy load. Tsuyoshi's eyes rolled up. He immediately lost consciousness. The woman put her chest under his head in time. The beast man sat down on the ground and asked her friend not to worry, because she had a first aid kit with her. An hour later, the bats were playing with each other. The guy got up from the ground and said that he felt much better. Looking at his hands, the young man noticed that in this world, recovery was much slower, but more effective, and suggested that the history of pharmacology here is very ancient. The hero got into a model pose and said that he felt just fine. The warrior was glad that her medicine helped. The stranger raised her index finger and offered to go for a reward. The guys walked away from the boss's body into the depths of the cave. A notification appeared in front of the chosen one that he managed to beat the record of this cave and that the user will receive a full reward instead of a partial one. The boys saw a shining chest with dark treasures ahead. The protagonist thought that this was a rather rare type of reward, which was difficult to find even at the auction. Stroking the chest, Tsuyoshi was glad that his efforts finally paid off, and called this world simply beautiful. The boy opened the chest, and the system reported receiving a dark goblin set. The girl said that they were very lucky. Suddenly, the young man closed the chest and remembered that he only had one space left in his inventory. The hero scratched his chin when the system asked if the user wanted to put the set in the inventory. In the end, he pressed the confirm button and wondered if the set counted as one item. An equipment icon appeared in the inventory. The system reported that the user can use it at any time. The woman noticed that her master was grinning maliciously and asked what was wrong with him. Scratching his head, the chosen one replied that he was simply admiring the award and asked if his companion could sew. The beast man confirmed this and added that she even had a sewing kit. The boys were sitting in a field, the full moon shining above them. The warrior sewed a black t-shirt and asked her friend if she liked it. The protagonist put it on and said that it was just wonderful. The stranger was glad that he liked everything. Tsuyoshi frowned and decided that it was time to go back. The guy took a step forward and explained that they should stop here for the night to rest. At this time, the moon was shining above the apartment building. A bright portal opened in the room. The young man fell to the ground and thought about how hard it was for them to find a place to spend the night. Then the girl lay down on the bed, and the hero began to wait for her to fall asleep so he could return home. The chosen one laid his head on the pillow and realized that he had received a lot of useful things this time. He rolled over onto his back and realized that he needed to sleep because he had no way to stop time in this world. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and remembered that he would be going to the cave for the first time tomorrow. The next day, white clouds floated above the city. A system window appeared in front of Tsuyoshi, asking if the user wanted to put on the dark goblin set. The guy, without thinking, pressed the confirmation button. Dark armor enveloped the flesh. The system reported that this equipment gives a special skill, roaring tentacles, which turns the owner's hand into a giant tentacle. Covered in dark energy, the young man was surprised that there was such a skill here. His body was enveloped in demonic armor. The hero realized that he could not show this suit to anyone. The chosen one looked at his hand and remembered that people often kill each other to steal equipment. The protagonist ran his finger across the system window and decided that the hunters might be suspicious if they saw a newbie in such a suit. A suggestion to disguise the equipment as regular clothes appeared under his hand. At that moment, the armor on his body dissipated and turned into a regular t-shirt. Tsuyoshi put on his pants and decided to have a snack before the meeting. The phone in his pocket vibrated. The guy widened his eyes when he heard that someone had broken into the hospital and wanted to take Karina away because she owed them money. The young man opened his mouth in fear and remembered that he had to take out a loan to pay his sister's hospital bills. A hospital employee asked him to come quickly and explained that the villains had taken away the landline phone. The hero clenched his fist and his phone broke into pieces. His eyes lit up with a furious fire. The chosen one immediately left the apartment. Dust was flying under the ceiling. Karina asked the strangers to wait for her brother. The men in black suits surrounded her, and the girl asked what they wanted from her. Handing her the documents, the man said that there were reasons for this, and explained that her brother owed them money and had not paid it back on time, so they would have to take her. Looking at the girl's photo, the bandit thought that she would be worth a lot on the black market because of her disability, which the rich really like, and decided that the debtor had not even noticed this clause in the terms of the contract. Frowning, Karina said that her brother would never sign such a contract, and realized that they had deceived him. Frowning, the criminal explained that they were not interested in his payments, and asked when he was going to repay the main debt. The scoundrel grabbed the girl by the face and said that they would spare her if she agreed to their terms in a good way. Her face broke out in a cold sweat. The stranger smirked and added that he would not mind if she refused. There was a closed door behind him. The protagonist immediately broke it down. Tsuyoshi's eyes flashed and called for the criminals to get ready. The gang members turned around and looked at him. The girl's eyes widened in surprise and called out to her brother. The man looked back and greeted the debtor. Turning to him, he reminded him that it was written in the contract and asked why he needed such a pathetic sister at all. The guy immediately hit him and knocked out his tooth. The bandit's body flew into the air and spun around itself. The young man frowned angrily. The system reported that his speed of movement had increased. The criminal fell on his back. The bodyguard immediately rushed into battle, while his comrade helped the boss. The brute swung his fist. The hero's eyes emitted a red haze. The chosen one struck back, causing the enemy's arm to be broken. The guard fell to the floor and screamed. The villain angrily clenched his teeth and said that no one had ever defeated him before. The man pulled out a gun and asked if the debtor really wanted to destroy the Blue Snake gang. The bandit immediately fired a shot. Karina opened her mouth in fear. The protagonist raised his hand sharply when the bullet approached him. Smoke was coming out of his fist. The girl's eyes widened in amazement. The bodyguard opened his mouth in shock and asked if he really managed to catch the bullet with his bare hands. Shrouded in a blue aura, Tsuyoshi called himself a hero. The system reported that his hands were now immune to conventional weapons. The criminals trembled in horror. The nurse brought a policeman with her and told them that someone had burst into the ward and started threatening their patient. Suddenly, the hospital employee's eyes widened in surprise. The beaten villains left the room and asked the debtor to return the money as soon as possible, because otherwise their boss would not stand aside. They bowed to the nurse and explained that they were leaving. The man frowned angrily, realizing that he had to report everything to the boss, and decided that with his help they could easily destroy the debtor. The guy picked up the blanket and apologized for visiting his sister so rarely. Sitting down next to her, the young man explained that he had been dealing with the debts all this time, and stated that now they had nothing to worry about, because he had become a hero. The girl looked at his badge in surprise and asked if this was true. The chosen one confirmed it, and said that he would officially be recognized as a hero after today's trip to the cave. The protagonist frowned and realized that he would have to sell his heroic equipment to pay off his debt to the Blue Snake gang. People gathered at the portal. Tsuyoshi decided that today the hard times would end. Gaia frowned sternly and asked if everyone was ready. Standing in front of the portal, the man announced that today the newcomers would see if they were ready to become heroes, and said that they would need to hand over all the equipment they found to him. Standing in the crowd, the boy remembered that the Hero Union was simply turning a blind eye to this, and decided that there would be nothing valuable in the low-level cave anyway. Clenching his fist, the mentor said that he would go with them and asked the guys not to worry and just follow his instructions, and then everything would be fine. The coach raised his index finger, and added that as thanks for his work, the newcomers would have to pay him 20,000 yen each. Gaia folded his hands behind his back and asked if everything was clear, and a unanimous affirmative answer was heard. Raising his hand, the boy asked why they had to pay and give him all the equipment from the cave, saying that then they would have no money left. The boy approached him and asked him to keep quiet because he was a member of the Crazy Wolves Guild. The hero realized that this man was so brazenly asking for money because the guild was covering for him. The man explained that these were his rules. The chosen one clenched his fist and decided that he would not pay him. The mentor smirked and suggested that he take the test alone if he did not have money. The protagonist thought that he did not care at all about his provocations. The newcomers looked at each other and realized that even the strongest heroes would never go into the cave alone, and that he should not argue with the examiner over 20,000. Tsuyoshi spread his arms and declared that he would take the test alone. The sun's rays illuminated the forest. The boy stretched his arms. The trainer assumed that he had mixed something up. Holding a tablet, the employee explained that no one had ever taken the test alone and that this cave was very dangerous for beginners. The young man thanked him for his concern and said that he had already made a decision. After that, the hero entered the portal. The man called him crazy. The chosen one found himself in a spacious forest. He frowned and was surprised that the caves looked exactly like this. Suddenly, someone appeared behind him. The goblin hit him with a club, but it immediately turned into splinters. The protagonist looked back and said that such attacks would not work on him. Tsuyoshi snatched the club from the monster's hands. The guy struck and noticed that this dark monster was quite strong. The young man's eyes sparkled and decided that compared to his power, this was nothing at all. Shaking off his hands, the hero thought about the experience gained in this world differing from the experience in another world, and realized that it was not surprising that people took so long to raise their level. He smiled and called for the enemies to attack. The crowd of goblins immediately pounced on him. His body was covered in black armor. The chosen one spread his arms and used the roaring tentacles skill. Many tentacles immediately pierced the monsters' bodies. They soared into the air high above the trees. Adjusting his glasses, the examiner realized that an hour had already passed and concluded that if the newbie had lasted that long, then everything was going well. Standing in the middle of the forest, the man decided that he would soon be written about in the newspapers, because no one in their right mind took the test alone. The BTG employee looked up when a voice announced that the results of the solo test had been updated. The protagonist scratched the back of his head and asked where he could take a shower. In the middle of the forest, there was a giant portal. The newbies came out of it, led by Gaia, who was indignant at the fact that they became heroes despite not having even basic skills. The boy lowered his head and said that the trainer himself asked them not to interfere and did not give them any instructions. His comrade asked if it was important at all and said that they should be glad that they passed this test at all. Looking around, the man reminded that at this level, newbies should have paid 40,000 and said that he lowered the price so as not to listen to their whining. The mentor put his finger to his ear and contacted his colleague. The trainer, with shocked eyes, asked if he had managed to pass the test and shouted that it was impossible. The protagonist washed his hands under cold water. He rinsed his face. Gaia asked how he managed to pass the test if he was only level 4. Crossing his arms over his chest, the man assumed that the newbie used high-level equipment and said that no one had ever passed this test themselves. Tsuyoshi fixed his hair and decided that it didn't mean it was impossible, and explained that it might be because he would have to pay 20,000 yen otherwise. The instructor grabbed him by the shirt and asked if he was making fun of him, reminding him that he was a member of the Crazy Wolves Guild. The boy raised his eyebrows and said that he was only level 9 and his combat power was 1,200 units, and concluded that their guild wasn't that strong. The instructor raised his fist and called out to him not to insult him. The boy grabbed his burning fist. The hero frowned and asked if the examiner really wanted to beat him to death with his level 9 fists. Gaia's eyes widened in surprise and he thought that a level 4 couldn't have that much speed and power. The man backed away. He had a knife in his hand behind his back. The chosen one raised his hands and asked him to stop. The mentor swung his dagger and asked what he was hiding. The blade of the knife broke on the newbie's hand, which was enhanced by the Dark Goblin set. The trainer looked at the broken dagger in fear and wondered how that was possible. He smirked and guessed that the student was hiding some kind of high-level equipment or armor. The protagonist's brows furrowed in tension, realizing that he had accidentally revealed his abilities and decided that he couldn't reveal his secret to the people of this world. Grinning madly, Gaia asked if the former cleaner had found it in the cave or stolen it, and guessed that it was probably something good. Tsuyoshi pouted and said that he was too scared. The boy closed his eyes and said that he would never have survived without that dagger. The boy looked away as someone approached them. The BTG employee smiled and handed the newbie a certificate that confirmed his status. The hero narrowed his eyes and hoped that the trainer would not make a scene in front of the staff. The man grinned maliciously. The examiner turned away and left. The chosen one looked back and thought that thanks to the system, his combat power had become much higher than the average level 4 person, but fighting high-level enemies was still difficult for him. A full moon shone above the building. Lying on the bed, the protagonist realized that he had attracted unnecessary attention from the mentor, and realized that he needed to be more careful while his level was low. People were walking along the corridor of a multi-story building. They stopped in front of a door and decided that this was what they needed. A member of the Crazy Wolves Guild raised his staff and offered to break down the door and then immobilize the newbie with magic. Gaia licked his lips slyly and declared that they would soon receive the treasure he was hiding. The mage raised his hand and asked him to be quiet so that the target would not hear. The mage smiled and said that they first needed to destroy the chain with magic. The fiery sparks heated the door handle. At that moment, Tsuyoshi forcefully opened the door and stepped outside. The boy frowned menacingly and called the examiner too fast. The youth used Sky Shaker and dealt a powerful blow to the mage. The hero gritted his teeth and realized that their level difference was too great. The man helped his comrade to stand up. The chosen one realized that he could have won if the difference was not so great, because his opponents could compensate for their low combat power with their high level. The warrior imagined a man fighting a goblin and decided that this situation was very similar to a swordsman fighting a high-level boss. Frowning, the protagonist wondered if he should rush into battle and rely on his skills and equipment alone, and realized that he would die if he made a mistake. Leaping forward, the Crazy Wolves member asked if the newcomer was trying to fool him, and stated that he had strengthened his cloak's defense. The mage raised his staff and cast a fire spell. Tsuyoshi looked at the burn on his hand and realized that his suit was immune to physical attacks, but not magic, and decided that fighting a goblin would be much easier. The boy began to run, and realized that there was no point in fighting him. The young man jumped off the common balcony. The hero gritted his teeth and wanted to focus on improving his legs so that he could land softly. Suddenly, someone jumped towards him. The system warned that the rest of his body was now unprotected. The stranger kneed the chosen one in the stomach. The Crazy Wolves Guild member swung his arms. With one blow, the villain sent the warrior to the ground. The protagonist trembled and was glad that he had managed to increase the physical strength of his entire body, and reduce damage with the Dark Goblin set. Someone landed in front of him, and asked if he was still alive. The mage ran up to his comrade and asked how a newbie could do something like that. Tsuyoshi's eyes flashed, and he thought that he was ready to kill them right now. His body was enveloped in the dark goblin armor. Roaring tentacles rushed forward. The wizard used the skill Restrict and destroyed them. The trembling boy looked up and realized that he had just been stopped. The Crazy Wolves members rushed forward, wanting to kill him and share the spoils, because even with such skills, he must have weak points. The youth looked at the Infinity Ring and realized that this was his chance to save himself, because the infinite passage was open. At the same moment when the villain swung his fists, the hero disappeared. He was sucked into another world. The Chosen One shouted that he would become stronger and would definitely return to defeat them. The warrior jumped out of bed and realized that he had managed to escape. The protagonist looked at his hand and decided that he should learn new skills and not rely on equipment. Tsuyoshi looked back and called out to his companion. Suddenly, blood began to flow from his nose. The stranger was lying on the bed and sleeping soundly. The girl rolled over on her side. The guy felt that she smelled of blooming Sakura. A huge mushroom grew. The young man threw up his hands and thought that he could not be called a man if he did nothing. The system reported that adrenaline strengthened his muscles and increased the work of his entire body. Suddenly, the hero's eyes widened and he remembered how Gaia and his minions pounced on him. The mushroom immediately lowered its cap. The Chosen One lowered his head, realizing he didn't have time for this, and decided he needed to deal with the problems in his world first. The full moon was shining over the village, and the protagonist realized he had to come up with a plan to level up and raise his skills. Morning came, and the sun rose brightly in the sky. The woman stretched and said she had gotten her first good night's sleep in a long time. Sitting on a chair, Tsuyoshi lied, saying he had also slept well, and asked if his friend could make him another suit. A bird was flying over the clouds, and the Beastman explained that in order to learn new skills, they needed to get a skill scroll, and to do this, they needed to enroll in a martial arts academy. The boys came to the Beastman tribe, where the academy was located. Waving his hand, the orc realized that he was the same person who had attracted the Beast King's attention, and told him that in order to enroll in the academy, they needed to reach level 6 and then pass a test. The boy opened his mouth in surprise and asked what that meant. Looking at him, the warrior apologized and said that she did not know about such rules because she trained in the caves for too long. The boy replied that it was okay, since he needed to level up anyway. The hero frowned when the girl explained that her master could level up in that cave. Raising his club, the monster said that if it were not for the Beast King, his kin would have torn him to pieces, and called them a pathetic couple. Lowering her head, the woman realized that it was her fault, and decided that she was causing her friend more trouble with her presence. The Beastman narrowed her eyes and thought about how she needed to explain everything to him and say goodbye. Suddenly, the Chosen One turned around. The protagonist clenched his fists and walked back. Tsuyoshi grabbed the monster by the shirt and asked if he should rip out his tongue. The boy flashed his fiery eyes and ordered the villain to apologize to his companion right now. The orc closed his eyes and said that she was a disgrace to their race because she was the child of a human and a beast. The system explained that beastmen despised half-beasts regardless of their level and status, and did not allow them to have names. The young man frowned and realized why there was no name in her status window. Archers appeared on the nearby cliff. The monster asked the human not to be arrogant just because the Beast King recognized him, and said that he would destroy him if he behaved disrespectfully towards them. Sternly knitting his eyebrows, the monster promised to apologize if he managed to pass the exam, and expressed confidence that he would fail. The hero froze in place, not loosening his grip. The girl blushed and said that her master should not do this just because of her. The Chosen One let go of the shirt. The protagonist frowned menacingly and said that her name was Sakura. The woman's eyes widened in surprise and she wondered if the master had really given her such a name. Tsuyoshi turned away and said that he remembered the orc's words. The boy put his hand on his companion's shoulder and said that it was time for them to go. A fog descended on the rocks. Holding a dagger in his hands, the young man offered to deal with these foxes. The half-beast blushed and asked why her comrade had given her such a name. The hero looked back and asked if she didn't like it. The warrior threw up her hands and quickly denied it. She looked down and explained that she was simply curious as to why he had been chosen. Scratching his cheek, the Chosen One replied that it was a little awkward to tell and added that his friend always smelled like cherry blossoms. Suddenly, the girl hugged him from behind and thanked him. With tears in her eyes, the woman said that she really liked the name. The protagonist smiled awkwardly and said that it was nothing. The boys approached the ominous cave. It was dark inside. The half-beast asked if her dagger was suitable for the master. The blade of the knife sparkled. The warrior explained that this weapon was not of such high quality, but it was much stronger than the goblin's club. Tsuyoshi raised it in front of him and said that any weapon seemed very light compared to the divine hammer. The monster's eyes lit up. A group of fox beast men emerged from the depths of the cave. The boy looked back and asked his companion not to interfere, because he needed to gain experience. Sakura was happy every time he called her by name. The young man rushed forward to try out his new dagger. The girl raised her hands and said that this type of beast man is very cunning, so he should not make sudden movements. The hero swung the knife and noticed that the enemies were actually very fast. The monster stuck out his tongue and swung the club. The chosen one destroyed her with his fist. The monster's eyes widened in shock. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and said that with such a level of combat power, they would not be able to touch him. Smiling, the woman concluded that this was to be expected from someone who could lift a divine hammer, and decided that low-level enemies were no match for him. Tsuyoshi dealt a powerful blow and said that he realized that against such opponents, speed was more important than strength. The boy lowered his dagger and explained that in this world, levels were raised quickly, so he did not need to fight for resources to gain experience points. The young man narrowed his eyes and thought about how the members of the Crazy Wolves had the maximum combat power for their level, and that with such a difference in level, he would not succeed. The hero imagined the faces of the villains and realized that he had to reduce the difference with 4 skills to avoid losing. The chosen one frowned menacingly, and said that they needed to level him up to level 6 in one go, and decided to bring this arrogant beastman to his knees. The boys went deeper into the cave. The dark fox beastman turned around. The monster was slowly pacing back and forth. There was a sword attached to his back. The protagonist wanted to get it. Tsuyoshi peeked out from behind a rock and whispered that its length and strength suited him perfectly. The warrior asked if he really wanted to take it. The guy scratched the back of his head and said that he was just wondering if this weapon could drop for him. Sakura replied that most items could drop. Presenting the burning armor, the girl told him that the rarity of the drop depends on the quality of the items, so it is better to keep fighting to get what you want, and depending on the cave, this process can be accelerated. Frowning, the boy realized that it worked pretty much the same way as in the game, and concluded that it made the system more understandable. A notification appeared above the monster's head. It said that the sword had a 6% drop rate, and the hero realized that it wouldn't be that easy to get, and even felt upset about it. Suddenly, a golden message appeared in front of him, which said that the user could exchange items by fulfilling certain conditions. Crossing his arms over his chest, the chosen one thought about how much he still had to learn about this system, and noticed that the only thing he could exchange right now was a scroll that increased the drop rate of all items. Scratching his chin, the protagonist read that the scroll increased the chance by 30%, and assumed that the number of enemies defeated to fulfill the condition counted in both worlds. Tsuyoshi's eyes widened, and he realized that he could increase the drop rate to 96% if he exchanged 3 at once. The boy looked at the notification with a smile, and decided that the sword would definitely drop for him. 3 scrolls appeared in his hands. The system reported that he now had no items that could be exchanged. The young man wiped his chin and declared that he would become even stronger with this sword. The hero raised the dagger in front of him and asked what he should do next. The monster's red eyes lit up. The monster opened its mouth wide and growled. The beast cut the air with its sword. The chosen one gritted his teeth and realized that this weapon had a cold effect. Smiling, the girl explained that this effect slowed down movements and reduced stamina, and suggested that the master take advantage of his weakness to quickly end the fight. The protagonist poured fire oil on the knife to make it more effective, because this boss is very afraid of fire. The blade of the dagger was covered in flames. Tsuyoshi suggested that they see what was cooler, his fire or the enemy's cold. The guy swung the fiery blade. He approached the enemy and called him to give him his sword. The woman put her hand to her chest and informed him that the fox beastman's weak points were the armpits and neck, so he should aim there. The young man took a running start and prepared to attack. The tip of the knife pierced the enemy's flesh. The monster trembled and let out a loud roar. The monster opened its mouth in fear. The system informed him that now his new status as a coward allows him to deal double damage, but reduces his fighting spirit. The hero grinned and decided that this sounded quite interesting. The chosen one swung his dagger and wanted to take advantage of this. Smiling widely, the half-beast explained that in this state, defeating the enemy would be very easy, and asked him to dodge until there was a chance to counterattack. The protagonist looked back and thanked her. Tsuyoshi jumped into the air as the fox swung his sword. The boy's eyes widened in shock and he thought that he would have died long ago without the help of his companion. The monster ran out of breath and lowered its head. The young man raised the dagger above its head and shouted that this was his chance. The warrior asked him to aim for the neck. The hero squeezed the handle and concentrated 60% of his strength in his hands to provide 200% recoil. A powerful blow to the neck dealt critical damage, but did not kill the enemy. Raising her hand, Sakura declared that this was simply incredible and thought that the master made this battle exciting, despite his low level. The chosen one appeared above the enemy's head and shouted that it would soon be over. The protagonist used Sky Shaker and plunged the knife into the top of the monster's head. The girl happily jumped up and praised him. Tsuyoshi grinned and realized that he really liked this fight. The scroll dissolved in his hand. The system reported that the drop rate increased by 90%. The boy looked at the bright flash and was glad that he had managed to use the scrolls. A black sword of cold light appeared above the fox's corpse. The woman said that he was very lucky, because it was very rare for a weapon to drop on the first try. Clutching the blade in his hand, The boy thought about how he was still susceptible to attacks even with absolute physical strength, and realized that he had never seen such a strong weapon before. Raising the sword in front of him, the hero thought that he could defeat the members of the Crazy Wolves with it, and realized that he had to reach level 6 with his companion. The Chosen One put the weapon on his shoulder and asked how he could level up even faster. Raising her index finger, the half-beast suggested that he use the nullification scroll, and explained that the Fox Beastman's cave was considered a low-level area, so monsters appeared here faster. Putting her hand in her bag, the warrior said that she had several scrolls that should be enough to reach level 6, and added that they should take a break before that. It was quite dark in the cave. Sakura burned the scroll and declared that it should work. The protagonist stepped forward and said that he could not wait any longer. Tsuyoshi dealt a powerful blow to the monster. The girl told him that some weapons had special effects to increase strength, and decided that her master would be able to find an even more attractive weapon in the future. The guy grinned, remembering that he had a sacred hammer in his divine inventory of consciousness, and realized that he needed to increase its use time to become invincible. The monster trembled in fear when it saw its own sword in the enemy's hands. The young man narrowed his eyes slyly and declared that he had already defeated its relatives and reached the 5th level. The hero swung his sword and said that he really missed the boss when he met him for the 3rd time. The Chosen One dealt with him again, and on the 5th time, the Fox Beastman himself knelt before him. The protagonist smiled confidently and realized that he was almost done. Tsuyoshi cut the air with his sword and leveled up. Standing on a pile of corpses, the boy said that he had restored his stamina several times during the night and assumed that he already had a full set of boss armor. The young man's eyes sparkled and concluded that now he had the opportunity to take revenge on the villain. Clouds floated above the martial arts academy. Sitting by the fire, the orc asked how a person could level up in their land. His comrade said that even if he managed to do so, he would not be able to enter the academy. The monster looked around when he heard someone's voice. The hero approached him and reported that he had managed to reach level 6. The monster opened its mouth in fear and shouted that this could not be, since it was impossible to raise 2 levels in just one day. The Chosen One donned new armor and asked the guard to wake the examiner and prepare his apologies for his companion. The warden squinted in displeasure and said that he was about to go to bed and advised him not to waste his time. Standing in the arena, the protagonist explained that he had fulfilled the condition for passing the exam and said that he wanted to obtain new skills from the storage with scrolls. The orc frowned and reminded him that even level 6 did not guarantee passing the test. The man's eyes widened in shock when he learned that the traveler had earned 2 levels in one day and asked how that was possible. Tsuyoshi reminded him that the guard would have to apologize if he passed the test. The monster closed his eyes and asked where he was so confident. Sternly knitting his eyebrows, the monster decided to test him anyway and said that for beast men, passing the tests as an ordinary person sounded like a joke. Standing in the arena, the orc in the robe explained that for them, strength is one of the important criteria for passing the test and added that the traveler would be able to use the storage of skills if he passed it. There was a stone slab on the monument. The head of the academy said that in order to pass the test, you need to split it with one blow. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked if that was all. Frowning, the guard thought about their leader deciding to test a person with a magic stone, and remembered that even a warrior with a level 10 would have difficulty splitting it. The overseer stepped forward and decided to show how to split stones. Grinning, the monster realized that a person with a level 6 would not be able to leave even a scratch, and decided that he simply had no other option. The monster hit the slab with his fist and realized that even at level 20, he had to give it his all. A small crack appeared on the magic stone. The overseer wiped the sweat from his forehead and decided to see if the traveler could handle it. The young man approached the stone. Sakura wished him luck. The hero frowned sternly, remembering that he could slightly exceed the power thanks to his absolute physical form, and wanted to increase the force of his blow just in case. His glove was covered in lightning. The Chosen One lowered the corners of his lips. The system reported that 50% of his power was concentrated in his right hand. The orc closed his eyes and repeated that for beastmen this was a very simple task, but for weak people it was impossible. The protagonist swung his fist. The man looked back. At that moment, Tsuyoshi shattered the slab into pieces. The monsters widened their eyes in shock. A strong gust of wind fell on them from the blow. Scratching the back of his head, the guy realized that he had slightly overdone it and said that he thought it would be harder. The girl smiled and said that now they could enter the skill storage. The monster narrowed his eyes and asked if the head of the academy saw this. The overseer could not believe that a man had split the magic stone with one blow. The young man dusted off his hands and asked if he had passed the test. The orc, shaking, replied that he had turned away and had not seen the traveler do it, and said that it did not count because the scratch could have affected the result. The hero spread his arms and asked what he should do now. The man opened his mouth wide and suggested moving on to the test with an iron rod. Frowning, the monster explained that the candidate had to bend an extremely dense iron rod, and thought that even a beastman would have to use explosive force to do so. The chosen one twisted the rod into a spiral and asked if he had passed the test. The monster shouted that it did not count. Introducing the bodybuilder, the warden suggested settling the matter with arm wrestling, and decided that this time the human would definitely lose. The protagonist threw the tribe's strongest fighter over himself. The orc could not believe that his kinsman did not hold out for even a second. Tsuyoshi narrowed his eyes and reminded her that he had already passed 3 trials and suggested that this would be more than enough. The monsters closed their eyes and confirmed this. The boy took his companion's hand and asked the guard to fulfill his promise. The man looked at him with displeasure and said that a beastman warrior always keeps his word. The orc bowed and asked for forgiveness. Sakura looked down and explained that such an attitude towards her was something abnormal. The young man waved his hand and said that everything was fine and asked his friend to accept his apology. The girl blushed and agreed. She looked up and said that she accepted the monster's apology. The boys approached the skill storage. The monster said that a newcomer can only take 1 scroll at a time. The hero asked what kind of nonsense this was. The warden asked if he really thought he could do whatever he wanted and said that their academy had strict rules. Frowning sternly, the orc explained that he would only have 3 minutes to find the skill scroll and warned that if he failed to do so, he would be expelled from the academy and would not have a second chance. The chosen one asked what kind of rules these were. Introducing the shaman with the scroll in his hand, the monster said that the martial arts academy was the face of this land and added that the strongest magicians had installed barriers in this place to protect the storage. The protagonist scratched his head and stated that it was harder than he thought. The woman explained to him that similar conditions were set in all honorable academies. The doors of the storage opened. The monster urged the traveler not to even think about stealing anything, because the barrier would immediately expel him. Tsuyoshi entered inside. The overseer reminded him that he only had 3 minutes. Seeing many shelves in front of him, the guy understood why they protected this place with magic, and said that with such a choice, the temptation to steal something is extremely high. Taking the scroll in her hands, the half-beast said that it was the first time she entered the skill storage, and noticed that the seals on them were quite easy to break. The young man looked at the scroll and thought that he wanted to use absolute copying, but finding a really worthwhile skill here is not that easy. The hero smiled widely and decided that his companion would understand him correctly if he decided to use absolute copying on her. The chosen one clutched the scroll in his hands and realized that he should just use his power and remembered that he needed to choose a skill to deal with the members of the Crazy Wolves Guild. Lightning flashed around his hands. A system window with a description of the shield strike skill burst out of the scroll. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and said that it was a useless skill because he didn't even have a shield. Sakura wanted to show him something. The scroll glowed and a description of the assault step skill appeared, which was only suitable for archers. The girl narrowed her eyes slyly and said that there was a battle cry that was very popular among warriors. Tsuyoshi replied that he was not interested in that. The guy picked up another scroll and realized that he would not need it either. The woman suggested that he take the counterattack skill. Scratching his chin, the young man decided that it might be useful and promised to think about it. The half-beast looked at the many different scrolls and concluded that none of them were suitable for her master. Frowning, the hero realized that he only had a minute left and assumed that he would have to use brute force, because the skill could only be viewed if the seal was broken. Grinning, the chosen one asked if his friend had any energy potions left and asked her to hide behind something strong. The warrior immediately went behind the closet. The protagonist tensed his hand, and lightning flashed around it. The overseer's eyes widened in surprise. Multiple lightning bolts struck the skill storage. The orc asked what was going on. Tsuyoshi swung his hand and decided to destroy all the seals at once. Sakura's mouth opened in amazement, and was amazed at the power of her master. The guy raised the divine hammer above his head and said that 1 second of his power would be enough for him. Energy dragons appeared in the sky. The monster opened his mouth in shock and wondered if a human was capable of something like that. A vortex of magical energy swirled around the young man. The girl peeked out from behind the corner and realized that she would never have believed it if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes. The hero struck the ground with all his might. A bright flash appeared at the top of the vault. The floor beneath the chosen one's feet split. Lightning fell on all the cabinets standing nearby. The scrolls lying on the shelves trembled. They began to shimmer with different colors. The woman looked up in surprise and noticed that the seals on all the scrolls instantly collapsed. The protagonist grabbed his hand and realized that he had succeeded. The system reported that he had 50 seconds left. His eyes lit up when information about all the scrolls appeared in front of him. The half-beast widened her eyes in surprise and realized that the master's brain could not handle such a large amount of information at once. Powerful streams of energy rushed towards Tsuyoshi from all sides. The boy grabbed his head and asked the system to give him the strongest skill that suited him best. The young man's eyes flashed and decided that there was nothing interesting here at all. Lightning appeared among the many streams of energy. One of the scrolls sparkled. The warrior frowned and shouted that they had little time. The hero sternly knitted his eyebrows and asked his companion to bring him the third scroll from the top shelf. Sakura jumped up. She approached the right shelf when they had only 20 seconds left. Taking the scroll, the girl noticed that it was split and decided that there was some kind of mistake. There was a corresponding tag on it. The system reported that the split scroll did not have full power, and in order to get the skill, it was necessary to collect the remaining fragments. The woman landed next to her comrade and asked if he was sure that he needed this scroll. The half-beast put it behind her chest and said that they needed to leave here, because there were only 10 seconds left. The chosen one picked her up and said he would get out himself. Standing outside, the warden noticed that everything had gone quiet and concluded that the newcomer had failed to find the scroll. His face broke out in cold sweat. The vault doors slammed shut. At the last moment, a huge stream of energy burst out of it. The protagonist stepped outside and declared that he was done with everything. The warrior stood up. The orc noticed the broken scroll in the traveler's hand. Lightning struck the dummies in front of the shaman. The thunder chain skill caused a strong electrical discharge and was considered the most powerful attack by the force of nature. Sitting on the ground, the monster said that no one had tried to take the broken scroll in the last 1,000 years because the skill could be divided into 6 pieces, which were almost impossible to assemble without prompting. The monster looked down and said that the beastmen who tried to master the skill in the past died from a lightning strike because they could not control this power. Tsuyoshi narrowed his eyes and wondered why they had spent so much effort to collect all the pieces for such an end, and asked if no one had ever mastered this skill. The head of the academy raised his hand and stated that there was one beastman who had managed to do so. Lightning engulfed the warrior's body. The old man explained that 1,000 years ago, the strongest king of the beastmen, known as the Divine King, managed to lift the sacred hammer and left behind this skill. The boy scratched his nose and asked what the divine skill was doing among all the other trash. The orc asked if he was making fun of them. Looking up, the monster explained that a skill that no one could master was useless, adding that the Divine King, like the former glory of the beastmen, would never return. The boy raised the scroll above his head and stated that this would be fine for him. The boys left. The monster looked after them and said that whether he could find the remaining fragments and master this skill would depend only on him. The hood hid his eyes. Sakura looked back when the head of the academy remembered that she was supposed to be punished. Squinting angrily, the old man asked how one could do this to his people and suggested that this man did not yet know who she really was. The girl narrowed her eyes contemptuously and said that it was none of his business. The woman turned away and left. The half-beast took her master by the hand. The orc decided to see how far they would go. The hero removed the bandages from his hand and said that his friend's healing potions were very effective, but simply disgusting to taste. Sitting on the bed, the chosen one asked what they were made of. Looking around, the protagonist noticed that his companion was acting strangely and asked what happened. The warrior smiled and replied that she was just a little tired. Tsuyoshi raised his eyebrows and asked why they wanted to punish her at the altar. Sakura looked down in fear. The boy scratched his chin and remembered that she was supposed to be executed next. Throwing up her hands, the girl suggested not to talk about the bad and asked if her comrade had studied the remaining scrolls. Remembering how he had practiced the skill on dummies, the young man thought that, according to the head of the academy, this was impossible, and realized that the thunder chain required a strong body, and this was more than suitable for him. The woman slung the bag over her shoulder and suggested that they set off. The half-beast raised her hands above her head and said that such a beautiful day was perfect for leveling up. The hero looked at the ring and said that he needed to do something before that. The system reported that the recovery time of the endless passage had expired. The chosen one grinned and remembered that he needed to deal with those 3. The protagonist swung his fist and shouted that he promised to kill them all. Bright lightning appeared in the air. Tsuyoshi gritted his teeth and realized that he had returned back. The guy dashed forward and decided to knock the enemy down first before attacking him. The young man got close to the guy and was glad that he had a divine inventory of consciousness. A weapon appeared in his hand. The hero swung his black sword and hoped for his new skill. The mage asked where he got such a weapon. The man licked his lips slyly and decided that the newbie was definitely hiding something, and declared that he would take his valuable blade for himself. The chosen one raised his sword to strike and reminded them that they themselves started this. The blade of the blade lit up with a blue aura. The wizard's eyes widened in surprise and asked if it was really a warrior in front of him. The protagonist pointed the weapon forward. A giant bolt of lightning fell from the sky. The members of the Crazy Wolves Guild looked at it in horror. A thunder chain pierced their bodies. The villains bowed their heads and were paralyzed. They did not understand how a newbie could wield such magic. Tsuyoshi wiped his mouth with his hand and approached the enemies. Gritting his teeth, the wizard wondered how this was possible and realized that they would have to retreat. The warrior raised his hand and surrendered. The guy immediately cut his body with a sword. He narrowed his eyes angrily and asked if they really thought they deserved his forgiveness. The mentor opened his mouth in fear and shouted that they were members of the Crazy Wolves. The young man asked him to die silently and cut off his head. The magician put his hand in his bosom and thought that his opponent would not let him go so easily. The hero approached him and called him next. The man opened his mouth wide and asked if he really thought he would let him kill him. The magician threw an explosive fruit forward. Several projectiles hit the sword of the chosen one. The villain clenched his hand into a fist and cast a spell. The fruits immediately swelled. A powerful explosion was heard on the battlefield. Rising to his feet, the magician said that he bought these grenades for a lot of money and explained that even a person of the 12th level can receive great damage from them. The sword flew out of the explosion and pierced the ground. The man called his opponent too inexperienced. A black silhouette appeared in a cloud of smoke and dust. The wizard's eyes widened in shock and he shouted that it couldn't be. He asked where his enemy got such strength from. The protagonist emerged from the smoke and replied that he would have died immediately if he hadn't been in better shape. His body was enveloped in the armor of a dark goblin. The ground beneath his feet collapsed. Tsuyoshi lunged forward, wanting to kill his offender. The villain jumped back. The guy dealt a crushing blow and pressed him into the ground. The young man rose to his feet and asked if they really thought they would let them go so easily. The hero raised his sword and concluded that the reason for their fight was his low level. The chosen one looked at the corpses of the villains and said that in this world, the weak are eaten alive. Under the clothes of one of the villains lay a bag. The protagonist sat down next to it and asked what it was. A ring of dimensions fell into his palm. The system reported that it assigned storage space to the user. Tsuyoshi put on the ring and was delighted with such an incredible catch. The guy clenched his fists and thought that a commoner would never be able to find a dimension ring because it was very rare and expensive. His hands were enveloped in a blue aura. The young man realized that the artifact was activated only now, which meant it was completely new. The hero grinned maliciously and thanked the Crazy Wolves Guild for the item. The hero's security service arrived at the scene of the murder of Guy and his henchmen. A crowd gathered around. The chosen one remembered that he removed all traces and took everything valuable, so that they would not be able to prove his guilt. The protagonist walked away and thought about how he linked his information code to Guy's phone, so now it belonged to him. Tsuyoshi almost dropped it from his hands when the phone vibrated. The guy put his finger to his ear and asked who it was. Sitting on the bench, the boy heard his class teacher's voice and asked what had happened. Sitting at the table, Lily explained that she understood that her student had stopped attending classes to improve his financial situation for his sister, and added that she did not want him to quit. The hero, hanging his head, thanked her for her concern and said that it was not only about money. In the memory, the bully pinned his head to the ground. The teacher looked down and hoped that her ward would be able to find a way out and return to school. Imagining her student working as a cleaner, the girl promised to come up with something about paying for the tuition and asked him to come to class the next day. Raising his eyebrows, the chosen one realized that she did not know that he was no longer working as a cleaner, and thought about how this person was the only one who truly cared about him. With tears in her eyes, the woman asked him not to quit his studies and promised to do everything in her power for him and his sister. Scratching his head, the protagonist realized that he had no pleasant memories associated with school and realized something thanks to his homeroom teacher. Clenching his fist, Tsuyoshi decided that he was no longer a weakling who was bullied by everyone and declared that he would come to school tomorrow. Sitting in a computer chair, the stranger reported that someone had killed 3 people. The stranger tapped his fingers on the table and was outraged that the killer had stolen his dimension ring. The man gritted his teeth and said that this villain did not know that the ring had strong tracking magic. In front of him was a device with a map. The head of the Crazy Wolves Guild slammed his hand on the table and declared that the criminal would pay for robbing him. There were people in black suits in the office. The villain ordered them to bring this thief to him. The next morning, the boy walked to school with his sister. The boy looked back and asked if everything was okay. Karina asked him not to worry because she could walk on crutches. Smiling, the hero suggested walking a little slower and remembered how his sister herself wanted to go to school with him so as not to be a burden. In the memory, the chosen one gave her crutches because they were much better than a wheelchair, and the girl cried and said that her brother spent too much money on her. The protagonist remembered how he stole the dimension ring from the villain and decided that he would not sell it because it was very useful. The girl looked down. Tsuyoshi was glad to see her so happy. Putting his hand on her back, the guy asked her to slow down and promised to meet her after class. The student crossed her arms over her chest and asked what was wrong with her. Her friend answered that due to the attack of the darkness, she lost her parents and the ability to walk. The girl smirked and called her feeble. The schoolgirl said that she had even been on the news. Licking a lollipop, the bully said that such poor people were destined to die in the slums, so the news channels had just wasted their time on her, and was outraged that Karina was trying to seem innocent. Frowning, the blonde asked if her classmate really wanted to start bullying her, and warned that the school administration might find out about it. Squinting slyly, Mina reminded that last time no one even dared to say anything to her, and decided that she had a new toy. The student went ahead and said that she needed to meet her boyfriend. There was a nameplate on the table. The vice principal explained that he should thank his teacher, because he would not have allowed him to come back. Sitting at the table, the man asked the student to take his studies more seriously and asked if he knew how important it was. Lily explained that there were reasons for his absence and promised to make sure that all the student loans were paid. The protagonist scratched his head and thanked the school's staff. The homeroom teacher led him out of the office and decided to discuss the schedule with him. The short skirt hugged her slender legs. Smirking, the vice principal thought that he did not care about this student at all and decided that he would be perfect for the role of the teacher's lover. Holding books in her hands, the girl said that she had already paid for Karen's tuition and asked her friend not to worry about anything. Tsuyoshi apologized for bothering her and promised to return her money. Waving her hand, the woman suggested discussing it later and asked the student to start studying for the exams. The guy looked at her in surprise when Lily noticed that he began to look much more cheerful. Smiling, the young man explained that he had been working very hard lately and promised not to disappoint her. Frowning, the hero realized that no one should know that he had quit his job as a cleaner because the problem with the crazy wolves had not yet been resolved, and decided to show everyone that he had become completely different. A butterfly was sitting under the ceiling. The class teacher asked the student to go to class. The butterfly flew up to class number 3. The children were sitting at their desks. The boy put his feet up on the table and was surprised that his classmate had not yet been expelled. His friend suggested beating him up in the toilet after school. Raleigh threw up a wad of paper and said that his wallet had noticeably emptied during his absence. The bully swung his hand and was indignant that he had not been able to have fun at karaoke. The wad of paper flew straight at the chosen one. The projectile crashed into something. It turned out that the protagonist caught it in midair. The bully's eyes widened in surprise. Without turning around, Tsuyoshi lowered his hand. The boy narrowed his eyes and suggested that his classmate talk in the toilet after school. The scoundrel smirked and asked if he had misheard and asked him not to get cocky just because they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The bell hanging on the wall rang. A student stood by the toilet door, guarding it from other students. Raleigh approached the boy and remembered that he had dropped out of school to work as a cleaner. The boy put his hands in his pockets and asked him to pay the bills. His friend demanded money from his classmate. The hero's eyes flashed, and he asked what they would do to him. The students looked at him in confusion. The bully clenched his fist and threatened to beat him up. 2 of his comrades said that they were waiting for the signal. The chosen one grabbed the bully's hand. The bullies frowned tensely. The protagonist noticed that he was no longer afraid, and wondered if his strength had increased so quickly. Tsuyoshi frowned sternly and concluded that he had become completely different because he had not had the courage to defend himself before. Looking at his opponents, the boy saw their status windows and realized that they posed absolutely no threat. The young man swung his leg. He aimed his knee forward. The hero jumped up and kicked both villains. Raleigh's eyes widened in shock. His friends fell to the floor. The boy wondered what was going on. The bully broke out in a cold sweat and wondered why this weakling had become such a different person. The chosen one gave him a menacing look. The bully entered the toilet and shouted that they had to go because the boss had arrived. The student helped his comrades get up and headed for the exit. He gritted his teeth in displeasure. Looking after him, the protagonist realized that this was not enough. Tsuyoshi frowned and thought that he could have killed them if he had used his ultimate physical form. Sitting at her desk, Karina said that she was causing her friend too much trouble. Haru replied that everything was fine and explained that she could help her at any time. The girl handed her classmate a notebook. Someone hit her on the head and asked her to leave. The student grabbed her head and said that her friend could not walk. Mina ordered her to shut up. The schoolgirl carefully stepped aside. Sitting on her desk, the girl said that during her absence from school, she had one less slave and asked how she was going to answer for it. Karina trembled and explained that she had no money. The student leaned on her hands and asked if her crutches were not expensive. Karina, her mouth slightly open in alarm, replied that the crutches were very important to her, since her brother worked hard to buy them for her. The classmates looked at the schoolgirl with disdain. Mina put her fingers to her chin and asked if they were important, then noted that the girl would not be able to walk without them. Sitting at her desk, the protagonist's sister hesitantly muttered that they were indeed very important to her. Suddenly, the girl hit her on the head with her hand. There were other students sitting behind them in the classroom. Adjusting her glasses, the teacher exclaimed that the lesson had begun and asked everyone to take their seats. Looking back, Mina told the girl to shut up, because the teacher had arrived and it was the last lesson, and then declared that she should not dare to go home after school, because their conversation was not over yet. Holding a pointer in her hand, the woman asked the students to open their notebooks. Lowering her head, Karina thought about how she needed to run as soon as the lesson was over, and realized that she would not be able to wait for her brother, so she needed to make sure that he did not meet her classmates in the backyard. The door to Tsuyoshi's classroom appeared. The teacher ran her fingers over the book and announced that was all for today, then asked everyone to be careful on the way home. The boy stood up from the table and shouted for everyone to repeat after him, and then the students thanked the homeroom teacher at the same time. With her hands behind her back, Lily asked the protagonist to stay for a minute. The protagonist asked what was wrong, to which she closed her eyes and asked if the boy had gotten used to school after being absent. Raising her eyebrows, the woman clarified if there was anything she could do to help him today. Closing her eyes, the boy replied that everything was fine and thanked the teacher. Running her hand over his shirt, Lily admitted that she was glad to hear it, and then said that in order to prevent the situation from happening again, he should definitely tell her when someone starts making fun of him. Lowering his head, the protagonist repeated that he was fine and thanked the teacher again. The homeroom teacher waved her hand, suggesting that it was a mistake to disturb the student, then added that she was glad he had settled in, and asked him to be sure to let her know if anything happened, and now suggested that he go home. Spreading his fingers, the protagonist said goodbye to Lily. Suddenly, someone called out to the boy, to which he looked back. The student opened his mouth in alarm and said that he wanted to apologize for what happened in the toilet, and then suggested that they go somewhere to talk. Tsuyoshi clarified where they were going, to which he folded his arms and pointed where they should go. Taking a step forward, the student exclaimed that he wanted to apologize somewhere else. Clenching his fists, the boy said that he wanted to do it there. A moment later, someone attacked the protagonist from around the corner. Suddenly, the bully disappeared from the corridor. Turning his head, the schoolgirl exclaimed that Raleigh should not overdo it. The protagonist broke the bat with his elbow, when suddenly the system reported that absolute physical strength was activated, and 30% was concentrated in the hands. The student's eyes bulged, not understanding whether his classmate had stopped them. The boy lowered the corners of his mouth, admitting that he knew they were up to something, but did not think that they were so slow, and the artificial intelligence showed his characteristics. Tsuyoshi kicked the bully. The student opened his mouth wide and began to scream loudly. The protagonist leaned back, when suddenly his opponent exclaimed that he was going to hit him. The protagonist swung his leg. One of the bullies began to foam at the mouth. The boy lowered the corners of his lips, saying that the losers did not learn their lesson. The young man held the bat above his head and sent the protagonist. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist explained that if they were not at school, he would have killed them. Gritting his teeth, the bully couldn't understand why he couldn't move. The schoolboy's body was shaking with fear, and he thought about how he was afraid of the guy, and how the guy told him to go to sleep. Dropping his hands, Tsuyoshi said that it was time for him to go get his sister, and the hero's laws saved him. Frowning, the protagonist explained that a hero should not kill civilians. Karina sighed heavily and carefully moved her legs in the corridor leading to the backyard. Holding onto her crutches, the schoolgirl thought about how she needed to escape from Mina through the back gate, and how she needed to get to the main entrance through the back door unnoticed. The girl approached the stairs. Closing her eyes, the student thought about how she was still afraid to go down the stairs, so she needed to calm down and walk slowly. At that very second, someone pushed her in the back. Notebooks began to fly out of Karina's backpack. The schoolgirl fell to the ground, breaking her nose. The classmate put her hands in her pockets and started laughing and saying that the girl had fallen, and then asked if she thought she could escape from her through the back door, even though they knew she would. The girl grinned evilly and told the schoolgirl to take off her crutches. Gritting her teeth, the student muttered for them to stop and begged them not to take them. Taking a step forward, Mina asked if the girl understood that she couldn't escape from them without them. Looking around, Tsuyoshi thought about the fact that Karina wasn't there yet, and that the class had also told him that she had already left. At that very second, someone called out to the protagonist, to which he closed his lips. The schoolgirl asked if the protagonist was her classmate's brother, to which he turned his head and answered affirmatively, and then asked if Haru knew her whereabouts, after which he added that they had agreed to go home together. The schoolgirl, widening her eyes, assumed that the girl had left through the back door, and suggested looking for her there. Walking along the corridor, the protagonist did not understand whether his sister had gone through the back door. The protagonist lowered the corners of his lips, wondering why she had to do that, and assumed that something must have happened. Remembering how Haru had turned away from him, the boy thought about how the girl had behaved strangely, as if she was afraid of something. Taking a step forward, the young man decided that he had to find Karen anyway. A passage to the corridor appeared. Steps were visible, and the student thought about how to get to the backyard. He had to go up these stairs. Frowning, the protagonist wondered if his sister would be able to go up them on her own. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes lit up brightly. The boy saw his wounded sister on the ground. The young man lowered the corners of his lips in bewilderment. The schoolgirl was adjusting her hair with her hand. Raising her head up, the girl asked what her brother was doing there, when suddenly the system reported that the divine eye had been activated and that Karen's injuries were being analyzed. Closing her eyes, the student said that it was her own fault for what happened, because she accidentally fell down the stairs, and the artificial intelligence indicated that there were injuries from fists on her forehead, injuries from slaps on her cheeks, injuries from pinching on her arms, and injuries from kicks. The system reported that many injuries were found on the target's body, and Tsuyoshi clenched his fists and asked if his sister had fallen, and that she must have been in pain. The protagonist saw the schoolgirl's memories of being bullied. Closing her eyes, the student said that she was so stupid that she couldn't even go down the stairs on her own, and then admitted that she had broken her crutch and apologized for it. The protagonist bit his lips from what he saw in his head. Holding her head, Karina explained that she did not want to cause trouble for her brother, and then added that she would not be able to stand up without a crutch. Smiling, the guy noted that they were a family, and this could not be trouble, and the girl was probably in pain, to which she exclaimed that she was fine, and he did not need to worry. The schoolgirl's legs were lying on the ground, and she asked what would happen to the crutches. Raising his eyebrows, the young man said that everything was fine. Closing her eyes, Karina replied that she was glad about it, to which her brother suggested going home. Tsuyoshi carried his sister on his back. The setting sun illuminated the heroes. Raising his head up, the protagonist asked if the schoolgirl remembered. Grinning, the protagonist said that he carried her the same way that day, and now the girl had grown a lot. Lowering his eyebrows, the guy noted that in the end it was a long time ago. Looking away, the schoolgirl said that it seemed like it was yesterday, and then added that since that day they were always together. Opening his mouth, the young man said that Karina was his only family, and since that day he decided that he had to become stronger to protect her, after which he added that he was weak back then, but now he has become a hero, and will not allow such a thing to happen again. Closing his eyes, the student paused and explained that her brother always tried his best, so she did not want to be a burden to him. The protagonist asked if it had started again, and then exclaimed that they were a family, when he suddenly put his sister on the ground and asked her to wait there for a while, and he himself would be back soon, to which the schoolgirl clarified where he was going. Holding onto his backpack, the protagonist said that he forgot something, and the student asked him again. The indignant guy straightened his tie with his hand. The door to the classroom appeared, with someone saying that everything had gone well, and the girl desperately trying to close her crutches, leaving them completely exposed. Mina lowered her chin and said that she was sorry they couldn't get them back, because they could have sold them for a lot more, so they should finish what they started. Billy raised his eyebrows and asked if his girlfriend thought they were worth that much, then told her not to worry, because he could have them by tomorrow. The girl held a lollipop in her hand and remembered that her older brother had just returned to school, then said that she had heard that the boy had dropped out of school to work as a garbage man. The girl closed her eyes and noted that the beggar and the garbage man were related, then exclaimed that she hated going to the same school with them and wanted them expelled as soon as possible. The girl said that Karina was quite popular before her leg injury and that many guys in her class liked her, and then she brought a lollipop to her mouth and said that she was smart, cute, and stylish. Putting his head on his fist, Billy asked his classmate again and said that he would like to look at her. Frowning, Mina indignantly asked the guy again. Grabbing the desk with his hand, the young man asked the girl not to be angry, because it was just a joke. Leaning back, the schoolgirl told him to take the crutches from her tomorrow in that case, and they could only talk after the crutches were sold. Tsuyoshi leaned his back against the wall, and heard Billy say that it would be easy to do this with a cripple. Suddenly, the main character entered the classroom. The student's eyes widened in alarm. The guy frowned and asked who dared to enter here. The protagonist, with his mouth slightly open, claimed that they were the ones who beat up Karen, and then added that his sister said that she fell down the stairs herself. The girl, with the corners of her mouth turned down, exclaimed that it was their classmate's brother, and the other asked if the young man wanted to take revenge on them, but had come at the wrong time. Squeezing his hand with his fingers, Billy asked if it was true that the garbage man was in front of him. Squeezing his palms, the guy asked if the third-year student hadn't heard of the great Billy, and then said that Mina had had some fun with his sister. With his eyes wide open, the protagonist asked if it was true that they had decided to push the sick girl down the stairs. Turning his head, the guy asked if the garbage man had any problems and if he wanted to apologize. Leaning her hands on the table, the girl told her boyfriend to explain everything to him properly. Gritting his teeth, Billy muttered that some garbage man dared to steal their time, when he suddenly became very surprised. Tsuyoshi grabbed the student's hand. Billy opened his mouth wide and began to scream loudly because of the pain in his finger. The girls opened their mouths in confusion and did not understand what was happening. Closing the door, the protagonist began to speak. Frowning, the protagonist declared that he would not let them escape, when suddenly the system showed his characteristics. Screens with their indicators appeared above the students' heads. Mina lowered her eyebrows, not understanding what the stranger was doing. Putting his backpack on the table, the guy admitted that he thought that he was a hero, since he was so confident, but it turned out that the bully was just picking on people for no reason. Gritting his teeth, Billy exclaimed that his finger hurt, and his girlfriend asked if the boy was okay, to which he asked if the stranger knew who his father was. Holding a lollipop in her hand, the blonde asked if it was Karen's older brother in front of them, then added that he was a good boy for having the courage to come alone. Raising an eyebrow, the girl noted that they might not be heroes, but they were definitely not the ones to joke around with. Suddenly, the student flew back. The schoolgirl fell to the floor, and the protagonist asked if she thought that she wouldn't dare hit the girl. Turning her head, her friend was worried about Vivian. Gritting his teeth, Billy thought that the stranger was very fast, and even the athletes of their school were not that fast, and at the same time he did not understand what was happening. Mina turned around and loudly called her friend, and her boyfriend called out to the protagonist. Closing his lips, Tsuyoshi declared that he did not see them as girls. The schoolboy screamed that the guy didn't know who his father was, when suddenly the guy knocked out his tooth with his fist and said that he should shut up and that he would deal with him later. The student started calling Billy loudly, her eyes wide. Suddenly, the girl looked down. The protagonist pushed the bully away from him, to which she screamed loudly. The protagonist pressed the student against the wall. The guy squeezed her throat, and the schoolgirl begged him to wait and let her go. Putting his finger to his mouth, the young man asked if it was true that she was the one who started all the bullying of Karen. Frowning, the protagonist told her to listen carefully, and then said that as her brother, he would never forgive them for this. Beads of sweat appeared on the girl's face. Veins appeared on his hand, and the protagonist said that they made him very angry. The boy ordered them to stay away from his sister from now on, and noted that he was not expecting an apology, but simply asking them not to approach her, while Mina raised her eyebrows and sighed heavily. Closing her eyes, the boy explained that otherwise he would twist her head off, after which he clarified whether the schoolgirl understood everything. The student closed her lips, choking. Saliva flowed from her mouth, and the young man uttered an approving word. The girl closed her eyes and began to cough loudly, while Tsuyoshi asked if the other bully was her boyfriend. The protagonist wrapped his fingers around a ruler and asked if the student still wanted to bully Karen. The protagonist's eye lit up, and he declared that just one ruler would be enough for such a scumbag, to which he begged her to wait. Raising his hand, the boy explained that these words made him sick, and if there was a hero in front of him, he would kill him. Billy opened his mouth wide and asked if the stranger knew who he was, and cried out that he was the son of the leader of the Blue Snake Gang, and his father was a level 10 hero. Holding a ruler above himself, the protagonist asked the bully again. Remembering the wounded men, the protagonist did not understand if they were the loan sharks who lent him money for Karen's treatment, because they told him the same thing when they came to the hospital. Gritting his teeth, the boy noticed that he began to often encounter people he hated. Suddenly, bright lightning appeared, and the young man realized that this was the Blue Snake. Opening his mouth wide, Billy was surprised by the skill and asked if there was a hero in front of him. Tsuyoshi delivered a crushing magical blow. Instead of the enemy's body, his skeleton appeared, and the system reported that without using a suitable weapon, the damage would be reduced by 90%. Throwing the ruler back, Tsuyoshi said that this pain should be enough for him. The protagonist grabbed his school bag with his fingers. Lowering the corners of his lips, the protagonist asked the bullies to remember that he was giving them one last chance. Pieces of dust flew off Billy's body, and the guy apologized and noted that they would have to clean up the classroom. Bruises appeared on the schoolgirl's face, and someone asked if their classmate's brother had left. Squeezing her eyes shut, Mina clarified if everything was okay with her boyfriend, and then exclaimed that they needed to go to the hospital, to which he replied that he just needed to rest a little, because he did not know that he was a hero. Touching her neck, the girl asked if Billy was going to take revenge on him, and then asked him to look at that scar, and told her to make that guy pay for this, and tell their father. With his eyes wide open, the boy shouted at her not to tell him, because that stranger would pay for this. Frowning, the student shouted that he would make him pay for this. Raising her eyebrows, the girl exclaimed that she needed to tell their father everything. Turning away, Billy shouted that he would tell his father about this, and then he and his sister would be wiped off the face of the earth. Birds flew across the sky at sunset. Raising her head, Karina hoped that her brother was okay. Placing her palms on her knees, the schoolgirl said that if she could take care of herself, she would not have to bother him, and then added that she did not want to make him worry, because Tsuyoshi had recently acquired the status of a hero. Suddenly, someone called the student's name, to which she opened her mouth in fear. The protagonist smiled and apologized for making him wait, and then suggested that they go home. Clouds were visible above the buildings, and the protagonist said that he could carry his sister on his back, to which she exclaimed that she would take their bags then. Frowning, the boy thought that the leader of the Blue Snake Gang was a level 10 hero and Billy's father, and the young man himself would probably complain to his dad and set him on them, and then he realized that there were too many enemies and Karina was in danger, so he should be extremely careful. Walking down the street, the protagonist thought that it was time for him to return to another world, and mentally said that he would not allow anyone to harm his younger sister. In another world, a huge bird flew in the sky, when suddenly Sakura told the master that they had arrived in the north, and now she would tell him everything. The girl's eyes widened and she informed him that he would be able to take part in an official quest in the city, and then explained that he would need to join the Adventurers Guild to do so, and that there was also a tavern, a forge, and a tools shop in the city. Tsuyoshi folded his arms and exclaimed that this was just what he needed, as he had long wanted to gain experience in combat, and this sounded like a fun game. The protagonist exclaimed that he needed to go, as he couldn't wait, when suddenly a city of beast men appeared in front of them in the north. Putting his hands on his hips, the protagonist muttered that this was incredible, and noted that it turned out that there were several tribes of beast men. Putting her hand to her mouth, Sakura declared that the rarest ones had gathered here, and each had their own specialty. There were two people in the distance, and the boy asked if they were adventurers, and his assistant asked if they looked like the creatures from the master's world, and then said that there were many different tribes living in the big city, and there was a rule that they should avoid fighting outside the arena. The adventurers looked at each other, and the girl said that after all, there were many tribes living in this city of beastmen. Lowering her head, the half-beast noted that proud elves and noble beastmen were quite rare here, to which the boy exclaimed that this was very interesting, and for the first time he saw his comrades here, and he already felt a connection between them. Sakura put her fingers to her cheek. Suddenly, Tsuyoshi ran up to the people and said hello, and his assistant shouted that it was impossible to do so suddenly. The man in the robe closed his eyes and asked who he was, and his partner asked them not to come closer. The protagonist hesitated, holding his hand out in front of him, and asked if there was a rule regarding greetings. The half-beast frowned and said that there was a misunderstanding. The adventurer's eyes widened in alarm. The humans turned away, not understanding what was going on. The half-human put her hand behind her back and explained that the master should not talk to adventurers in the city, since most of them, especially here, were wary of others, to which he noted that there were a lot of rules in this world. The protagonist turned his head, wondering why everyone was whispering about them. Sakura turned down the corners of her lips and remained silent. The assistant apologized and said that it was all because she was half beast and half human, and beastmen hated hybrids, after which she suggested that they quickly join the Adventurers Guild, to which the interlocutor scratched the back of his head and said that he wanted them to leave them alone. Closing his eyes, the guy noted that discrimination was everywhere, so she should not worry, after which he suggested that they go. The girl touched the master's palm with her fingers and remained silent. The half-beast gave an affirmative answer, when suddenly a beast man flew over the city on a huge bird. A store sign appeared. Lowering his hands, Tsuyoshi said that it was just like in games or anime, and Sakura said that without registration they would not be able to complete any quest. Smiling, the assistant said that they came to join the Adventurers Guild. The receptionist held a smoking pipe in her hands and remarked that a team of a human and a half-beast was very interesting. The cat grinned and asked which of them would be registering. Putting his hand to his head, the protagonist replied that he would do it himself, and then said that the mistress treated them differently from the others, which he found strange. The receptionist said that she had seen many adventurers, and for her there was nothing special about it, after which she put a paper on the table and asked to write down the name and class on it, and then this form would be given to all the adventurer guilds, and next time they would be able to complete the quest even if they were in other branches. Opening his mouth, the protagonist said that they were signing an official document, and his assistant explained that it was not the document that was important, but the registration, otherwise it would be impossible to get an adventurer badge. A box with a stone appeared, and Sakura explained that this item serves as their identification badge, and for the lowest rank, an iron one is given, and the higher the rank, the higher the rewards received, so you need to do everything to earn more experience. The cat closed her eyes and explained that the badge rank in ascending order starts from iron, then comes bronze, silver and gold, but among all the guilds, there are only a few adventurers with gold badges, and they usually only take missions from rich people. Holding the box in his hands, Tsuyoshi noted that the low-ranked badge is not so attractive, and the half-beast said that when you receive a badge, your level will automatically increase, and you can also use it to hide it. Looking up, the guy exclaimed that this is incredible, and then asked how it works. Folding her hands behind her back, the half-human explained that they are connected to your badge, and the level can be hidden with the power of thought, but it is worth remembering. The boy closed his eyes, not understanding if this was how it worked, and then thought that thanks to the divine selection system, it was easy to do. The cat's eyes widened, surprised that usually beginners couldn't do it on the first try, because it was beyond their capabilities. The troll pushed Tsuyoshi away with his hand and shouted for the scum to get out of the way. The ogres placed a bag of items on the reception desk and exclaimed that they had come to report the completion of the task. Leaning his hand on the table, the goblin asked if there was another task and stated that they would agree to any conditions. The troll noted that if there were no tasks, he could have a drink with the receptionist, and he would treat her, to which she lowered her smoking pipe and replied that, unfortunately, she was busy. Raising the scroll, the cat informed that there was one urgent task, the reward for which was high, but the task itself was not easy. In it the customer was looking for a seeker with a level of 15 and above, after which she clarified whether they could handle it. Closing their eyes, the monsters asked if there was anything for the 10th level, and the other clarified what kind of task it was. Closing her eyes, the administrator said that predatory minions of darkness were causing trouble for farmers, and then added that a team of 3 seekers took on this task, but all of them were seriously wounded, and one went missing. The receptionist noted that their levels were even higher than the trolls, to which one of them asked if there were so many level 10 predatory minions of darkness, and the other put his hand on the table and said that they would not take on this, because it required at least a level 20. Tsuyoshi wrapped his fingers around the scroll and said that they would take on this task. Lowering his hands, the protagonist told the scum to move out of the way, to which he asked what they had just said. Grabbing his partner by the shoulder, The troll shouted for the protagonist to stand still and asked if he at least knew what the penalty was for attacking inside the guild. The monster exclaimed that a human should not underestimate them, and if he valued his life, he should not take on this task, and the other asked if he had just registered and if he was afraid of monsters, to which he lowered the corners of his mouth and replied that they were not capable of this, so it was better to remain silent. The system reported that the absolute physical form was activated, when suddenly muscles appeared on the protagonist's arm, and the guy asked if the ogres wanted to see his abilities inside the arena, and he himself thought that with the help of the divine selection system, he could win against a level 9 beastman alone. Folding his arms, the monster told the protagonist to know his place, because even with iron badges they have more experience, and the young man had received a badge a couple of minutes ago, so he had better refuse the task himself, before the customer refused him, making him a laughingstock. The cat closed her eyes and noted that she admired the master's courage, but added that there was some truth in their words, and at that level the customer could refuse him. The troll closed one eye and asked if the idiot had heard that, and then cried out that the task of catching a runaway dog would suit him much more. Sakura turned her head and declared that they would do it. The receptionist watched the newcomers of the Adventurers Guild leave. With her jaw dropped, the monster noted that Tsuyoshi's friend was a half-breed, and then asked how they could prove such a loud statement. Raising the badge, the assistant clarified whether a gold badge would be enough. The monster's eyes widened in bewilderment, and was surprised by what he saw. With his mouth wide open, the protagonist did not understand where the girl with ears got a gold badge from. Standing behind the counter, the receptionist noted that she should have said this earlier. The cat grinned and exclaimed that she was entrusting them with this task, and she was sure that the customer would be happy too. Turning his head, the protagonist noticed that the monsters immediately ran. The assistant said that this task would help the master level up, to which he scratched the back of his head and replied that they would do it. The corners of her mouth turned down, not understanding why the seeker with the gold badge was calling this young man a master, and who he was anyway. The visitors left the room, and the receptionist thought that this was a very interesting team. Holding the paper in her hands, Sakura said that the farm where the predatory minions of darkness operate is somewhere around here. Tsuyoshi admitted that he did not know that she had a gold seeker badge, to which she shyly closed her eyes and told him that she joined the guild at a young age and completed many quests and tasks with other teams. The girl said that later, realizing that she had reached the level of the gold badge, she exchanged the old one, and asked if it seemed strange to the master, to which he closed his eyes and thought about the fact that the interlocutor had worked in the guild since a young age and that it must be hard, and then praised her. Lowering her head, the assistant paused and thanked the guy. The adventurers stopped on the ground, and one of them assumed that they were in place. Standing in front of the entrance to the farm, the heroes noticed that their opponents were very strong. Bright lightning was visible in the sky. Sakura, looking through the fence, reported that there was a flock of 10-level predatory minions of darkness there, and asked how many people they imprisoned in that building, and Tsuyoshi called them very vile. The girl, her eyes wide, said that they serve the darkness and deal with all living beings, driving them crazy, thereby gaining strength, and they can generally deprive low-level creatures of reason, and they are also similar to dark goblins that turn slugs into darkness. There were many monsters behind the fence, and the protagonist clarified whether they were slugs before, and said that it was now clear to him why they were so vile, and therefore the predatory minions of darkness are just slugs, and only the thunder skill will work on them, and therefore they are dangerous. The protagonist, turning his head, exclaimed that his thunder chain would be perfect. Raising his hands, the guy told Sakura that she could not interfere, and thought that he had a chance to increase the skill level, and the system wrote down his characteristics. Suddenly, the girl pulled the young man by the jacket. The half-human, clenching her fist, explained to the master that it was not a good idea to do such a task alone, and he asked why, to which he received the answer that this fight could cost him his life, and the place was different from those he had fought before, and in a one-on-one fight he could win, but against several, so going alone was dangerous. Frightened goblins were visible, and Sakura asked if Tsuyoshi had seen the team's reaction to the conditions of this task, and said that they understood that it was dangerous, although danger was part of the adventurer's work, but she did not want him to risk his life for the sake of raising his level, so he should let her help him. The protagonist scratched the back of his head and said that he understood her, but he also had 2 questions for her. Turning his gaze to the side, the protagonist muttered that the first was about his level, because he wanted to raise it to be ready for any turn of events in his world. The girl, her eyes wide, asked what was the matter, adding that if she knew the answer, she would help, and also wondered if he remembered her promise to the Beast King, because in a year she would face a test. The guy, lowering his head, said that he did not know how strong the Beast King was, so let him tell him how strong he had to become to prove his abilities to him. The half-human bit her lips in bewilderment. A moment later, Sakura opened her mouth and said that she would be honest with him. Narrowing her eyes, the girl explained that given his current level, it was impossible to pass the test in a year. The young man, through sweat on his face, clarified why. Crossing his elbows, the half-beast replied that firstly, he would have to try hard to simply survive until next year, and at least tried to avoid the divine punishment of the beast men, and asked if he had heard of the rules of the level system. The master, holding his chin, asked if she could tell him about them, and thought that he knew that the level system was the same in both worlds. Introducing the level 20 warriors, Tsuyoshi thought that his level remained the same in both worlds, both as a hero and as an adventurer, and that he knew nothing beyond that. Raising her eyebrows, Sakura explained that the maximum level of an adventurer was 100, and the current level of a beast king was 92, and he was able to obtain his status due to his high level and ability. Images of the beast king, human king, and elf king were shown, symbolizing the strength of their race. The protagonist, with his jaw hanging open, said that he did not look like the embodiment of the beastman's strength. The girl, lowering her head, explained that he would not be able to pass the beast king's test because the level limit cannot be bypassed, and none of the adventurers can exceed it, and the higher the level, the harder it is to move on to the next one, and she is an example of this, because in 20 years of working as an adventurer, she only reached 72. The half-human, crossing her palms, added that she knew that her level was far from low, although she tried to increase it many times, but this was her limit, and everyone has their own, so in order to pass the Beast King's test, he needs to reach at least level 50. The protagonist's partner, blushing, exclaimed that she thought that he simply would not be able to increase his level so much in just a year, because a simple adventurer would give his whole life to reach level 50. The guy looked at her thoughtfully. Smiling slightly, the young man said that he understood her concerns. Sakura raised her eyebrows and asked if he was okay, and said that she would accompany him for a year even if she couldn't keep her promise to the Beast King. The master raised the corners of his lips and replied that she knew he was no ordinary adventurer. Squeezing his wrist, Tsuyoshi said that he had escaped divine punishment and had lifted the divine hammer, so he was far from ordinary, and added that he needed to reach level 50 in a year, and for some it might be impossible, but definitely not for him. The protagonist looked up and thought that it was strange for him to admit, but he had ended up in this world thanks to the ring, and he had been freed from divine punishment, and in return he had received the divine selection system, so he was the chosen one, and he would not have a normal life, but with the divine selection system everything became possible. Suddenly the girl, pressing her palms together, called the master. Her face turned red and she exclaimed that he would definitely become a legend and believed in him. The half-human wished him luck, after which the protagonist, taking the sword, said that then they should move forward. Lowering his eyebrows, the guy said that he forgot about the second question. Sakura, looking at her partner, replied that she had talked a little. Clenching his jaw, the young man asked if he could fight a level 10 warrior and dozens of others at the same time, how much he could increase his level. Putting a finger to his mouth, the girl said that she did not know why he would do this, but considering the number of enemies, he should at least be at level 2. His stats appeared above Tsuyoshi, and he exclaimed that then it was decided, and he would reach level 12 in a week. Suddenly, the monster opened its mouth wide. Holding the sword in his hand, the protagonist asked to rely on him. His pupils lit up brightly, and he thought that he would take advantage of all the advantages of the system, after which the divine eye was activated. The monster's body was visible, and the artificial intelligence wrote that it was level 10, and its main weakness was in the heart, and when the body was damaged, the heart began to glow, healing the wounds received, so the glow could help in finding it. The protagonist, tightly squeezing the handle of the weapon, muttered that in addition to being vulnerable to skills using the element of lightning, his heart was vulnerable, and given his level, he could win by directing a thunder chain at his torso. The guy jumped sharply and realized that he first needed to find the heart, and his partner shouted that his touch could destroy the body, so he should be careful. A moment later, the young man swung his sword furiously. Lowering his eyebrows, the master exclaimed that he had found it, and muttered that with the absolute form he could withstand his attacks. The system reported that the absolute physical force was activated, after which Tsuyoshi's body was enveloped in an unusual aura, and he said that he would get closer. Turning his head, the protagonist wondered if it was located in his chest. Landing on the ground, the protagonist said that the enemy had recovered incredibly quickly. Suddenly, the monster rushed upward. A second later, the monster approached the guy. It was visible how the evil spirits broke through the ground. The young man, finding himself inside the enemy, asked if he wanted to eat him, and explained that he had attacked the wrong person. The artificial intelligence wrote that the absolute physical form was activated, and he increased the strength of his arms, after which his veins swelled. Raising his shoulders, the master said that he was like a moth blindly flying to a flame. Suddenly, Tsuyoshi harshly tore his mouth apart. Sakura, wide-eyed, thought that his strength was enormous, and perhaps he was right that he was able to make the impossible possible. The monster's body shook sharply from pain. Taking hold of the sword, the protagonist exclaimed that he had finally found it, which meant that it was under his tongue. Quickly swinging his weapon, the protagonist added that he should taste thunder. A moment later, the guy powerfully thrust his weapon, using the thunder chain skill. A second later, the young man sighed heavily. Lowering his head, the master said that the task was very simple, and the system wrote down his characteristics. 30 minutes later, yellow fragments appeared. Tsuyoshi, looking at the remains of the monsters, said that almost all of the predatory minions of darkness were destroyed. The system showed experience points, and the protagonist, looking at his palm, thought that his partner was right, because the higher his level, the more experience points he needs to earn, and therefore the points received from defeating weak enemies become less significant, and the reward received is lower than that received from ordinary monsters. Clenching his fist, the protagonist thought that he couldn't level up with just this quest, and he needed to find another way to level up, and he needed to reach level 12 in less than a week, and level 20 in less than a year, and he should give it his all for that. Through the sweat on his face, the boy asked Sakura if she had any ointment for burns, to which she replied that he had worked hard, and the AI gave a description of the thunder oil. The girl, with her eyes closed, explained that she only had 4 left, and had bought it for both of them, so she could use it as much as she wanted. Wiping his head, the young man asked in surprise if she had bought the thunder oil in advance, and how expensive it was, and also suggested that she stock up on oils next time, because he liked the last one. The half-human waved her hand and asked if it was true that the master had no money at all, and exclaimed that she should let him clarify his financial situation, because such an item was expensive, and that was why she spent all her money on it, and also apologized. Tsuyoshi scratched his head and said that there was no need to apologize, and asked how much each one cost, and what was the reward for completing the task, after which he said that he would think of something, and asked her to explain everything in simple terms, because he had not thought about their finances. The protagonist remembered how he examined the artifacts, and thought that he was fixated on leveling up and completely forgot that money also plays a role in this world, and even if he spent all her savings, she probably would not have said anything. Sakura, taking the pointer, explained that the price depends on the item, and since thunder oil is rare, it costs about 30 silver coins, and the reward also depends on the value of the item or thing, and for completing a low-level task it is 1 gold coin, so people usually call adventurers if they have lost something valuable, and continued talking about low-level monsters and their tasks. Looking at the piece of paper, the girl explained that they are currently broke, and as soon as they complete this task, the Adventurers Guild will give them a reward. The protagonist, with his eyes bulging, said that she looks like a reliable wife. Putting his sword on his shoulder, the guy exclaimed that the boss should be inside the house, and only he was left, so they need to finish quickly, and his partner wished him luck. The young man turned his gaze to the side, hearing the question of who allowed them to enter his farm without permission. The goblin, opening his mouth, said that he was the boss here, and asked if they were adventurers, and also what a man and a half-beast had forgotten on his property. Gazelle said that she felt thunder magic, and asked if they had destroyed the predatory minions of darkness, to which the cheetah, crossing his elbows, replied that it was impossible, and the man and half-beast were too weak, so it was very difficult to deal with the predatory minions with one team, after which he asked if they were also looking for this. The orc, looking down, asked if they were also Cardiolis, and added that they had already taken on this task, so he would be theirs, and his partner said that rumors about Cardiolis spread quickly. Standing in front of the rivals, Tsuyoshi asked what Cardiolis was and whether they were the customers, after which he said that there was some misunderstanding, because they took this quest from the guild. Sakura, through sweat on her face, clarified whether the artifact dropped from defeating the boss. Scratching his head, the goblin answered positively and added that he sent a request to the guild, but did not think that they would arrive so quickly, and also asked if they had heard of Cardiolis. The archer, lowering his eyebrows, exclaimed that if they had not heard, then let them leave it to them, because they would not allow them to take it. Taking the sword, the protagonist asked the girl what kind of Cardiolis it was, to which he received the answer that they must complete this quest, because the item is very valuable. A magical artifact appeared, and the system gave its description, after which the half-human said that the chance of falling and leveling up in the dark zones is 10 times greater than in normal ones, and an adventurer will not miss such a chance, and an unprocessed one would cost 100 gold at the auction, and after processing, at least 150. The protagonist, lowering his gaze, asked if it was so expensive, and said that they must get it at any cost, and also thought that he must achieve the goal. The goblin, spreading his arms in different directions, asked to stop and not fight so that they could resolve this misunderstanding. The troll, holding out his finger, explained that one team came from the guild, and the other from him, so let them show their abilities, because only the boss remained, and whoever defeated him would receive a reward. Sakura, frowning, asked to let them go first, and muttered that she must get it at any cost for the sake of the master. The warrior, looking away, asked why all of a sudden, exclaiming that each team only has one chance, so they will go first, because they came here at the request of the customer himself, and his farm owner added that he was right, because he himself called them here, and let them go first. The goblin, hitting his fists, said that they will show their strength to a man and a half-beast, and the cheetah said that although the boss is strong, the reward is great, so they have one chance, and they need to give it their all. Holding the bag, the girl said that their team was well chosen, namely a mage, a shooter, a warrior and a tank. Working together, they would definitely defeat the boss, and they must have lost. Suddenly, Tsuyoshi, lowering his sword, exclaimed that he had a suggestion and asked if they would let him enter first. Opening his mouth, the protagonist explained that he was a level 6 seeker, so if he lost, their team would not interfere with them, and if he won, the reward would be theirs. Suddenly, it was visible how the pupils of the opposing team members narrowed in bewilderment. A moment later, the opponents opened their jaws and, laughing loudly, shouted that he should not be arrogant, because in order to defeat the boss, you need to be at least level 18, and therefore they have no objections. It seemed like the guy put his sword on his shoulder. The half-human, with his eyes wide open, asked if he was sure, since he was a level 12 boss, and he was also possessed by darkness, and even with thunder oil it would be difficult to defeat him. The young man, winking, said that she should trust him. Sakura, smiling, replied that she believed in him. Cheetah, lowering his head, said that he could believe in anyone, and let him go already, and the goblin said that he could not wait for his merciless death at the hands of the boss. Scratching the back of his head, Tsuyoshi asked again about the merciless death, after which he grinned. The system reported that he had hidden his level, and the protagonist, moving his legs, said that he would see who would mercilessly kill whom. Gazelle, looking ahead, clarified whether it seemed to him, or the atmosphere had suddenly changed. Suddenly, the protagonist entered a dark room. The boy raised the corners of his lips and asked if they were the strong opponent Sakura had spoken of, and explained that he was only interested in the item called Cardiolise. Suddenly, a huge boss appeared in front of the boy. The opposing team, with their eyes wide open, asked if they thought a level 14 boss was too much, and added that he was keeping Cardiolise, and judging by his appearance, the boy had to be at least level 23. The girl looked ahead in fear and called the master. The archer crossed his elbows and said that she should prepare to carry out his corpse, because he wouldn't last a second, and he had completely lost his mind because of Cardiolise. Suddenly, the half-human's pupils lit up brightly, and she ordered them to shut up. The opponents turned their eyes to her in fear. Putting his hand on his side, Tsuyoshi said that he should have the same weakness as the simple minions of darkness, but he knows that he is several times stronger than them, so this method will not work. It was visible how the monster opened its mouth. The protagonist, squinting, exclaimed that he would not like to use this if possible, and the longer the fight lasts, the more advantageous it is for him, and now he understood what they meant, and the system reported that the black sword of cold light was put away. Raising his palm, the protagonist said that 1 second would be enough for him to kill him, after which the artificial intelligence notified that he took out the divine hammer of the king from the divine inventory of consciousness, and also due to the low level, the hammer's potential cannot be fully revealed. A weapon began to appear in the guy's hand, and he thought that the predatory minions of darkness were weak against lightning, but first he would increase the strength of his hands with the help of the absolute physical form, and also enhance the effect of the Thunder Chain skill and the Sky Shaker, activating them at the last moment, and so he would be able to win. Lowering his eyebrows, the young man added that if he could not win with one blow, he would be in danger, because after using it, he becomes very weak. Tsuyoshi tightly gripped the handle of the weapon, muttered that if he did not do this, he would get the item at all costs, and the artificial intelligence showed its characteristics. A moment later, the protagonist abruptly rushed from the spot. The protagonist was quickly approaching the monster. The hammer began to release lightning. A second later, the guy, cutting through the air, used the Thunder Chain skill. Suddenly, a powerful beam appeared. Gazelle, noticing the bright flashes, asked what was happening. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard. Sakura's eyes widened and she wondered if he had used that power again, since he would be too weak after that. The girl quickly ran towards the ruins, and the archer did not understand what had happened, and whether it was a bomb, after which the goblin asked what he should do with the farm now. Running through the rubble, the half-human asked where the master was, and thought that there had been a powerful explosion, so the boss must have been defeated. Suddenly, the hand of the guy who called Sakura appeared. The young man, crawling on the ground, asked if they were talking about this artifact. Suddenly, an unprocessed Cardiolise appeared. After some time, the Seekers Guild was visible, and the cat was surprised that they had completed the quest so quickly, and said that this was their reward. Holding out a bag, the quest giver exclaimed that this was expected from the gold badge, and also heard that the team that the customer called failed. Sakura, smiling widely, thanked her, and said that it was not she who defeated them, but her master, because she would never have defeated the final boss. Closing her eyes, the cat said that he should stop joking like that, because he would never have been able to, because this boss was a 14th level huge predatory minion of darkness, and a beginner on the 6th level would not have been able to cope with him. Tsuyoshi sighed heavily, and a question was heard as to why he looked so exhausted. The girl, turning around, said that her master did it alone, and spent all his moral and physical strength, which led to the depletion of his characteristics, to which she was told that this could not be, and it was simply impossible. Suddenly the system wrote that the period of weakness was over, after which the main character suddenly rose. Scratching his head, the protagonist did not think that using the divine hammer for a second would take a long time to recover, and without a partner it was dangerous, and also asked if she had learned anything about Cardiolise. The administrator, with bulging eyes, asked if they had found Cardiolise, and explained that if they put it up for auction, they could make a lot of money, so they were lucky, and if they wanted to sell it, they could do it in the square in the center of the city. Sakura, raising her eyebrows in satisfaction, said that they were not going to sell it, and asked if the guild shaman was in the city now, because she would like to ask him for processing. The quest giver, narrowing her eyes, asked if they wanted to keep it for personal use, and said that they should ask the shaman about it, because in order to start using Cardiolise, it definitely needs to be processed with magic by the shaman. The registrar, turning away, added that their guild was in the southern part, and would send their request, and in a few days there would be a shaman exam, so he could refuse, but would give them a letter of recommendation, and let them just wait, to which the girl thanked her. The guy, turning his gaze to the side, asked again about the shaman exam, and clarified whether they were divided into ranks. The half-human raised her fingers and said that the title of shamans was revered, like the title of healers and awakened elves, and the title, divided into 6 ranks, was awarded based on the results of the exam, and as awakened, shamans can make certain medicines and items, and they, made by a high-ranking shaman, are more effective and expensive. The boy asked with his mouth slightly open if it meant that shamans were different from simple adventurers, to which he received the answer that shamans, healers, and awakened ones usually did not participate in battles, and they were considered noble representatives of adventurers, and could also make useful medicines, and even affect the level of an adventurer. Tsuyoshi raised his eyebrows and asked if they could affect the level. Sakura, introducing the various warriors, explained that medicines and items made by a skilled shaman could even affect the course of a battle, and some medicines could help with leveling up, and healers and awakened ones were also in high demand. The girl added that there was a legend about how an 80-level warrior angered a silver-ranked shaman, and he summoned 10 adventurers above level 80, who chased him, after which everything ended in war, and since then the world understood how influential shamans are, and the protagonist, holding his chin, said that this was interesting. The cat held out an envelope and said that this was their letter of recommendation, and with it they would be able to get into the shaman guild and process Cardiolise. The half-human took the letter, and the guys thanked the registrar. After some time, an unusual sign appeared. The shaman guild was visible. The protagonist, through sweat on his face, said that a lot of shamans had gathered for the exam, to which his partner said that on exam days, representatives of prestigious families, schools and organizations gather here, and she had also heard that it was difficult to get into their ranks. A moment later, Sakura took the master's hand and exclaimed that with a letter of recommendation from the guild, they would be able to enter. Looking at the goblin, the girl asked if he could tell her where they could process Cardiolise. The white shaman, spreading his arms out to the sides, was surprised by the man and half-beast, and replied that today would not work, because only shamans could enter the building on the day of the exam. The half-man, holding out an envelope, said that they had a letter of recommendation from the Seekers Guild. The troll, throwing her hand away, rudely shouted that he had already said that there was an exam here today and they would not be able to enter, and the exam was more important than some letter, and that they should leave. Tsuyoshi, frowning angrily, objected that they would not leave, because they had a letter of recommendation, and therefore they should let them in. The goblin opened his jaw and asked where he got his courage from, and said that the shaman guild held power, so no matter how many days passed, they wouldn't be able to enter until the exams were over. Sakura, sweating, told the master that it was better not to anger him. Suddenly, the president of the Northern Shaman Association, holding a staff, asked what was wrong. Doug stood by the stairs, and the orc apologized for disturbing him. The white shaman, pointing at the guys, exclaimed that they showed up on the day of the exam to process Cardiolise, and they had already tried to drive them away 1,000 times. The troll added that he would deal with them, after which the protagonist, clenching his fists, clarified whether he was the boss here, and said that he had a letter of recommendation, and also asked why they couldn't let him in. The goblin frowned menacingly and asked how he dared to address the president like that, and the latter said that a shaman shouldn't make such a fuss, and explained to the warrior that he was ready to help him with the processing, but not today, so let him come later. The protagonist, raising the corners of his lips, thought that he had little time, and that leveling up was most important now, and apologetically replied that he was in a hurry, and also asked if there was another way out. The president, standing in front of the guy, exclaimed that he could take part in the shaman exam and get the maximum score, and as a bonus, everything would be fine, but as a warrior, he would a priori not be able to fulfill the requirements for passing the exam. Scratching the back of his head, the young man asked what requirements he needed to fulfill in order to pass. The people, with their mouths open, grinning, asked if he even knew this, and added that it was a shame. Doug scratched his beard and said that to become a shaman, he must at least have the abilities of a mage, because a mage is the true essence of shamans, and the test includes creating a potion and an item, and after passing it, he can become a white shaman. Holding out his palm, Tsuyoshi asked if he would be suitable if he were a mage, and also if he could borrow his staff. The president, his eyes bulging, asked again about the staff. Crossing his arms, The goblin asked how he dared to so unceremoniously ask the president for his staff, and shouted that even if he took it, he would not be able to become a mage, and at this rate he would have to call the guards. Looking ahead, the protagonist said that he should lend it to him and prove that he met all the requirements. Doug narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. A moment later, the goat held out a magic weapon and said that he wanted to see how this warrior would prove his case, so let him take it, and added that he had no restrictions. Sakura, wide-eyed, asked what he was going to do. The guy, smiling slightly, replied that he should trust him. Joyfully raising her eyebrows, the girl muttered that when a master asks for trust, he always achieves his goal. The white shaman, clenching his fist, exclaimed that the president lent him his staff, so he must prove his abilities. Suddenly, Tsuyoshi spread his fingers. The goblin turned his gaze to the side in surprise. A second later, the protagonist touched the orc with 2 fingers. The white shaman blushed contentedly from the touch. The protagonist, lowering his eyebrows, thought that if his guesses were correct, then by copying the magician's skill, he would be able to use magic and this weapon, and the system notified that the absolute copy skill was activated. Holding the staff, the boy realized that his choice was not limited by class, and in theory he could choose anyone, but that time he based it on personal preferences, after which the artificial intelligence gave a description of the skill. A sign with the ability Radiance appeared, and the boy decided to choose it, and it was also said that magicians have more magical energy compared to other classes, and they can increase their magical energy through meditation, study, and other practices. The Radiance skill was copied, and the white shaman, turning around, asked what he was doing, and called him a pervert. Tsuyoshi, pulling out the staff, said that a magician can use magic with the staff, and clarified that if he can use magic, then does it mean that he is suitable for passing the shaman exam? Suddenly, an unusual aura enveloped the main character's body, and Doug wondered if these were magical waves, and did it mean that he was not a warrior after all, after which the system told about magical waves. The protagonist raised the corners of his lips and asked Sakura to close his eyes. A moment later, the boy raised the magic weapon. The president held out his palm in front of him, and the artificial intelligence wrote about the magic shield. Squinting, the goat muttered that the basic magical radiance for a simple seeker was pretty good, but his magic shield could not be destroyed by magic of this level. The young man, noticing the notification whether he wanted to strengthen his magical energy using absolute physical strength, wondered if it was possible and decided to try. The system reported that the magical energy was strengthened using the absolute physical form, and the strength of the radiance was increased, and the current magical energy was 3,500 units, after which a bright flash was heard. It was possible to see how unusual rays illuminated Doug's body, and he did not understand why the intensity of the radiance suddenly increased. The president abruptly covered his face with his hands, and the artificial intelligence wrote that the magic shield could not withstand the intense light. A second later, a powerful surge of energy appeared. Tsuyoshi, with his mouth slightly open, addressed the blue shaman. Squinting, the protagonist asked what he would say now and whether he could take part in the exam. The goat, holding his elbow above himself, replied that he acknowledged him. Many human silhouettes were visible, and it was heard whether it meant that people could also take the shaman exam, and it must be a joke, because a person could pass the exam to become a healer, but not to become a shaman. The goblin, crossing his elbows, said that this was the first time this had happened. The protagonist, scratching his head, said that it seemed to him that everyone was looking at him as an enemy, and Sakura exclaimed that the master had become the first person to take the shaman exam, and they were sure that he was plotting something. The guy, with his mouth wide open, asked if he was serious about being the first, to which he received a positive answer. The girl, raising the corners of her lips, said that humans are considered a class of healers, similar to the class of shamans of beastmen and the class of awakened elves, and the participation of humans is not prohibited, but all this time the tradition was observed, and each of the 3 classes has its own factions, and an attempt to join them will be regarded as a provocation. The young man, putting his palm to his face, said that this cannot be, and added that he wanted to process Cardiolese, and not provoke them, to which his partner said that she understood, but there is no ban on participation, so he can do as he pleases. Suddenly the shaman, holding a staff, said that he is not against the president's decision. Ilspig closed his eyes and asked if such a precedent would not reflect on the honor of the Beastman shaman faction, adding that as the vice president he doubted that this man would be able to make a potion, since he did not even have the basic attributes. Dag narrowed his eyes and replied that he had lent him the staff, and today's test would show whether he could or not. The goat exclaimed that he was curious to see what he could do, and the half-human bent down, thinking that perhaps no one had noticed, but for a moment she felt the magical waves coming from the master, after which the system gave a description of the magical waves. The president, introducing the shaman Kevin, said that he had only seen such potential in him. Ilspig, turning his head, said that he was joking, because this guy would never compare to him, and he would not even be fit to be a servant who wears the sandals of Kevin's new apprentice. Doug asked if his apprentice was here too, to which the vice president, opening his mouth, replied that she was going to take first place. Fuling held the textbook, and the board continued that Kevin himself said that she was a genius greater than he himself was in his youth. The goblin, sweat on his face, asked if this was the new student Kevin, adding that she was very young and probably just as brilliant, to which the fox explained that she knew how to make potions on her own a year ago, but due to her age and lack of experience she could not pass the test, and now she would definitely take first place. It seemed like the cat was moving her ears. The magician, closing her eyes, said that these losers were very noisy. The vice president, walking forward, said that the shaman exam would begin soon, so he asked the visitors to leave the site, and everyone needed to take positions based on the numbers that were assigned to them earlier. Tsuyoshi said that it was time for him to go, adding that he was number 15, and Sakura, clenching her fingers, wished him luck and said that she would wait for him outside. Taking the ticket, the protagonist realized that the numbers were written on the floor. A moment later, the protagonist stood next to the number. Feline, turning her gaze to the side, was surprised by the man. Smiling, the boy said his name, and thought that she was a cute beast girl, and also the complete opposite. The night cat, holding her hands behind her back, asked if the man had decided to participate in the shaman exam, and it seemed to her that someone wanted to attract attention. Lowering her eyebrows, the young man muttered that her sharp tongue was her weakness. The president appeared, and he clarified if everyone had taken positions, after which he said that at the shaman exam, they would test their basic skills, and they must make a potion themselves, and he was sure that by choosing this path, each of them was ready for this. Suddenly, a table rose from the ground, and Tsuyoshi wondered what it was. The mage, taking small branches, asked if he had heard about the shaman's installation, and whether it was time for him to go home. Frowning angrily, the protagonist thought that he should leave him alone. Looking at the unusual device, the protagonist thought that in this world the potion was made the old-fashioned way, and watched the video in his world, in which this process was more automated. Doug, raising his head, exclaimed that the vice president would tell them more about the test. A second later, a blow with a stick was heard. It was visible how a magic seal appeared under Ilspig. The animals looked up sharply. The guy, holding a piece of paper, read about the production of a basic potion, which is given 1 hour, and understood what the test was. Shaking his head, the young man muttered that it was necessary to make 3 basic energy potions in an hour, and he would look at what the other participants were doing. Goat, squinting, said that first it was necessary to select the ingredients, most of which were located on the shaman's installation, and in this matter the level of knowledge is important, because most amateurs do not even know about the existence of 9 types of ingredients for making energy potions. The exam participants began to cry, and the president added that if they made even one mistake, the potion would fail, and for that, the participant would be expelled. Tsuyoshi, looking to the side, wondered if so many participants really did not know what to choose. Through the sweat on his face, the protagonist heard that usually, to make a potion, a mage collects all the ingredients in advance. The beast girl, putting her hand on her side, said that it was a shame not to remember the basic ingredients for such a simple potion. The protagonist, waving his arms, exclaimed that this was incredible and very fast. Suddenly, a magic item began to appear in Feline's hand. A second later, the night cat grabbed the staff tightly and muttered that Master Kevin ordered her to take first place, and she would do so. Ilspig, opening his jaw, said that this was expected of Kevin's student, because she had already started cooking, and Doug added that her accuracy and speed were impeccable, and this test was easy for her. Fuling pulled out the magic artifact and used the grinding skill. It was seen how many ingredients were parried in the air. The guy, with his eyes bulging, thought that despite her sharp tongue, she was incredible. Lowering his eyebrows, the young man decided that he needed to repeat after her, and the system reported that the divine eye was activated and was analyzing the target's actions. The blue shaman, raising his head, said that Kevin was not mistaken, because Fuling uses magic wisely, and the vice president said that this is really so, and in the future, she will definitely become a great magician. The magic staff formed swirls of green liquid. The magic potion began to fill the test tubes. Doug, closing his eyes, said that the next stage was the last and most important. Fuling tightly grabbed the staff with her hands. Using the processing ability, the night cat enveloped the glass flasks in a green aura. The president ran his hand through his beard and explained that processing was the most important step in creating a potion, because mixing the ingredients with magic reflected the participants' magical abilities, and for Fuling it would not be difficult, when he suddenly thought that at this rate the magician would take first place. Tsuyoshi turned his head towards his rival and remained silent. The protagonist stood with his hands down, and the blue shaman did not understand why the participant had not started yet, and what he was waiting for. The test tubes hovered near the staff after using the fusion ability. Spreading her fingers, the night cat said that everything was ready, and then thought that this was easy, and she was the best. The president stood next to the vice president and politely asked her to wait until the end of the test so that her work could be checked. Folding her hands behind her back, Fuling muttered that she would have to wait for everyone. Suddenly, the beast girl's eyes widened. The protagonist analyzed the target's actions with the divine eye system, when suddenly the night cat noticed his bright eyes and asked why the pervert was looking at her. The guy lowered his head and thanked her, to which she replied that he should not waste his time, and then noted that he would not have enough anyway. Fulling looked away. The vice president of the Northern Shaman Association opened his mouth in surprise. The system asked if the hero wanted to use the analyzed actions, when suddenly the young man grabbed the magic staff with his hand and decided to use it. Magic liquids began to fly around the protagonist, and the artificial intelligence reported that the necessary ingredients had been automatically selected and crushed, and the processing of the potion was in progress. With bulging eyes, the night cat thought about her opponent selecting ingredients and mixing them at the same time, and then realized that she was also processing them, and did not know that this guy had such power. The boar closed his eyes and exclaimed that Tsuyoshi had been hiding his potential all this time, because he was simultaneously selecting, mixing and processing the ingredients, and then said that this method of preparation was demonstrated by Kevin in his youth, and called it a simplification of the process, and without outstanding strength it was impossible to do such a thing. The magical aura of the protagonist enveloped the space, and the vice president of the Northern Shaman Association asked if he could really compare with Kevin's genius. Sakura stood at the entrance to the Shaman Association. She was worried about the protagonist. The girl bowed her head, mentally saying that although she trusted the master, she was still worried. She was also interested in whether there would be any flaws in his potion. Meanwhile, the protagonist concentrated the liquid in the vessels with his staff. Tsuyoshi grinned. He looked like he had done this many times. Now the guy knew that there was more to making a potion than just simple processing. The protagonist stared at the flasks. He knew that there was a processing stage left, and he had to turn it into a potion using magic. Fulling was struck by an electric shock. She couldn't believe that someone could do it faster than her. She couldn't let someone defeat her. Imagining her teacher, the girl assumed that the guy used the master's technique, which he impressed everyone with during the shaman exam. Doug frowned and said that Kevin had prepared a C-rank potion with his technique back then. It was similar to the white shaman's potion. He was an examiner at that time, although he himself would have had difficulty making a C-rank potion. The ranks of the potions in the flask significantly increased their value. They were rated from D to S rank. Ilsbig closed his eyes and said that making a C-rank potion for a commoner was like performing a feat. He could do it because of the careful selection of ingredients, and even if he focused all his efforts on processing the ingredients, the final product would be judged. Doug squinted as he looked at the participants. He knew that a C-rank potion could only be made by a blue shaman, which made it very popular on the market, since 80% of total sales were D-rank potions. The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise when the system informed him of the potion rank. The potion rank in his flasks was D-rank. The guy thought that it would be enough for the exam. He glanced to the side and frowned. He was going to defeat Fulling, and if she made a C-rank potion, he would lose first place, so he needed to make a potion of the same level, although Tsuyoshi himself had no idea what a C-rank potion meant. Looking at the flask, Tsuyoshi mentally said that during processing, the rank of the potion would be determined depending on the strength and attributes of the magician. The guy's eyes lit up. He realized that if he could change the strength of his magic and attributes, the rank of the potion would also change. He closed his eyes. First he wanted to increase the power by using skills, but it was impossible to change the attribute. Doug, standing next to Izelpig, said that the guy was trying to preserve his magic, and this was not good, because the shaman's confidence directly affects the result. Without stable magic he would not be able to perform the processing. Izelpig laughed, saying that there are not many geniuses there. Perhaps the guy spent all his energy on selecting the ingredients. Fulling frowned, not understanding what the protagonist was doing. If they finished processing, they could begin the fusion. The participants approached the guy, asking him if he had processed the potion yet. When one of them extended his hand, Fulling screamed, ordering them not to touch the guy. She pushed the rat back, saying that they were distracting the participant. Did they not even know the basic rules? The protagonist frowned. He had magic, but no attribute. Remembering the king's hammer, Tsuyoshi mentally said that if he borrowed its power, he could change the magical attributes. Izelpig smiled widely, saying that he felt that the guy's magical waves were unstable. If he did not hold the magic, the processing would fail. The protagonist's eye glowed brightly from the power of the hammer. Lightning played around the guy's body, giving him strength. The beast men around retreated back in fear. Fully noticed that the boy's magic power had increased. Receiving continuous notifications from the system, Tsuyoshi decided to act. He picked up his staff and began processing. When his body returned to normal, the boy was sweating. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he said that the attribute and use of magic were too exhausting, but was he able to surpass her? Izelpig opened his mouth in shock, saying that despite the instability of magic, the boy was able to process the potion. The protagonist turned his head, trying to understand what was happening. Everyone around him was discussing him. Some time later, the end of time was announced, and many were forced to disperse the mana in the staff. Doug approached the participant and said that now he and the vice president will evaluate their potions. Opening the lid with telekinesis, The old man said that the smell is weak and quickly disappears. The potion barely fits under the D rank, but he passed. The participant bowed after the president. Izzlepig frowned. There were 3 flasks right in front of him. They were smoking and smelled of burning. Thinking Pig said that the participant had overdone the processing. The participant fell to his knees and howled, hearing that he had failed the test. Those who passed the test rejoiced. Those who failed it grabbed their heads and cried. Approaching Fulling, Izzlepig asked her how Kevin was doing. The girl looked at the smiling vice president and said that everything was fine with the master. The lid of the flask flew off to the side. Looking at the flasks with potions, Izzlepig said that they looked promising. The girl bowed her head, waiting for the check. Pig inhaled the aroma of the potion and said that she had made a basic energy potion of rank C. Fulling closed her eyes. She did not let her master down, she did it. The crowd behind her buzzed, discussing her genius. The protagonist rubbed his chin and said that the C rank potion was impressive. Tsuyoshi shifted his gaze when Doug said that it was his turn now. What did he think his result would be? The guy scratched the back of his head saying that he did his best. Izzlepig and Fulling looked at the guy and said that if he was so unsure of himself, then at best he had prepared a D rank potion. Doug closed his eyes and said that since he did his best, then that was good. The lids of the stakes flew off. A moment later, a huge whirlwind of mana appeared above the crowd. Lightning struck from the clouds of mana, shocking the president. Izzlepig opened his eyes in amazement. He knew that the potion that caused such a phenomenon was at least rated B rank. Fulling froze with wide eyes, mentally saying that only someone whose strength was comparable to her master could make a potion of such a rank. The participants trembled. Doug looked closely at the developing mana in the air. Bowing his head, the old man told his partner that they were most likely mistaken, and this guy was actually scarier than Kevin himself. The protagonist looked at his potions and said that processing the potion was actually exhausting. At the same time, Sakura squatted at the entrance to the association. Many turned around and looked at the worried girl. Suddenly, Tsuyoshi raised his hand and called the girl. Ta immediately jumped up, saying that she was very worried. As if he had been gone for an eternity, the guy scratched his head and apologized for bothering him. Sakura raised her eyebrows and asked how it went. Some participants turned around, hearing Sakura's joy at the fact that her master took first place. Doug looked at the cardiolise in the guy's hand and asked if he, possessing such enormous power, really wanted to process the cardiolise. Tsuyoshi scratched his head again, saying that he needed it to level up. The president agreed, saying that since he took first place, he would agree. Izzlepig, an old man standing nearby, asked Tsuyoshi who taught him how to make potions. The protagonist pompously adjusted his hair, saying that no one taught him, and he did it all himself. The 2 judges bowed their heads upon hearing his answer. They felt pathetic. Doug led everyone behind him and said that after processing the cardiolise, he would hand them the shaman's robe. The couple passed by Fulling. The girl was shaking all over, asking the master for forgiveness for losing to a pathetic person. Sakura turned around abruptly upon hearing the name Kevin. She frowned upon realizing that the girl was behind Kevin's student. The protagonist looked at Sakura and asked if something had happened to her. Sakura smiled, saying that she was just thinking. Tsuyoshi also smiled, saying that they should go, because after processing they have one more goal. So the couple left the evil Fulling behind. The events take us to the ritual room. The group led by Dag entered the room. Izzlepig looked at the guy next to him and said that the cardiolise is filled with the power of darkness, and they will need a special ritual. He was lucky, because the president will process it personally. Tsuyoshi opened his mouth in surprise and asked if this spell was used by shamans. Fulling looked at him and answered, saying that shamans are also a kind of magicians. The stronger the spell, the longer it takes to cast, and this ritual belongs to a certain type of magic. Dag hit the stone floor. The cardiolise in front of him flew up to the staff, making the crystal fly up to the protagonist's hands. Dag said that this cardiolise now belongs only to him. Tsuyoshi looked at the crystal in his hands, while Doug said that these crystals are divided into 3 classes, and seekers often die in the dark zones using low-grade cardiolise, while he had a mid-grade one in his hands. The guy looked at the shining crystal again and said that now gaining experience in the dark zones will be easier. The president agreed, saying that he also should not confuse the dark zones with the normal ones. Stroking his beard, he said that they would need at least 2 warriors, 1 tank, 2 mages and 1 healer to hunt in the dark forest. Tsuyoshi pointed to himself and said that they were the only ones on the team. Sakura raised her hand and said that she did not count, since due to her participation, the master's points were divided in half. Doug and Izzlepig were struck by lightning from the realization that the guy was alone. Pointing to the portal, the old man said that this was the entrance to the dark zone. He would be able to enter it now and twice after, each time new dark monsters would appear in the zone. Standing near the portal, the old man said that once he entered, he would not be able to leave. He would have to either defeat all the monsters or wait for the end of the time of stay. Also, the body could be thrown out if he died, and this was another way to get out. Tsuyoshi smiled, saying that he was definitely joking. Taking the bag in his hand, Sakura said that inside were potions earned on their last mission. The protagonist took the bag in his hand, saying that she was carrying as always. Lig, who was standing to the side, cried out saying that he had given him back the staff, and how would he use magic in that case? The boy's pupil sparkled when he said that he would not need the staff. Raising his sword, the boy said that he was indeed a warrior. Sakura bowed, asking the master to be careful. Izelpig exclaimed in shock as if struck by electricity. Doug frowned, saying that since he had such a talent for magic when he was a warrior, they should look forward to what he could achieve. Tsuyoshi stepped into the territory. Dark forest and rocks, which meant that when he left the zone, he would have to wait 12 hours for it to open. Monsters were tearing apart the body of their prey. Dark wolves greedily devoured the meat. Tsuyoshi frowned as he watched them. He knew that they could not be allowed to surround him, nor could they underestimate their attack speed. The boy moved upward at great speed. The veins on his body bulged from the strain. The protagonist landed and used a thunder chain to hit all the enemies. He immediately swung his sword, cutting off the wolf's head. His lips stretched into a grin. Swinging his sword again, he said that he would be able to return soon, having increased his level. The wolf's HP decreased. One of the monsters opened its mouth wide. Tsuyoshi held his sword in front of him, surprised that the paralysis effect ended so quickly. The guy blocked the monster's jaw. He frowned deeply. The monster behind him took advantage of the moment and attacked the guy. The veins on the guy's arm almost exploded from the strain. With a swing of his sword, he tore the enemy's body apart. Grinning, he said that at this rate, he would quickly raise his level and be able to reach the 7th. Doug, who was standing outside, asked Sakura if she was worried. Standing in front of the portal, the old man said that it was the first time he saw a person enter the portal alone. Frowning, Sakura said that she trusted her master. Izelpig turned around and said that he had seen many talented guys who died because of their overconfidence. But this was the first time he had met someone who went to fight the boss in the dark zone alone. Sakura puffed out her cheeks as she watched the pig go. The protagonist was breathing heavily. His body was covered in small wounds. Standing in the middle of the corpses, he said that his stamina was running out. Listening to the potion, the guy said that Sakura's potions were really useful to him. Tsuyoshi picked up the flask and drank the contents. He abruptly spat out some of the potion. He had forgotten how terrible they tasted. The guy wiped his chin. His whole body began to heal. The couple continued to stand in front of the portal for a long time. Sakura glanced at the old man and asked if he was really going to wait. Doug, who closed his eyes, said that he was just worried if the young man would return safe and sound. The old man involuntarily imagined the guy. Frowning, he said that the warrior who passed the shaman's exam to process the cardiolise and prepared a top-quality potion. Doug shuddered when he heard the sounds of battle. Sakura smiled, saying that it was the sound of the master's skill. Looking at the barrier in front of her, she said that as long as they heard these sounds, they could be sure that the master was alive. At this time, Tsuyoshi jumped into the crowd of monsters with a scream. His sword fell on one of the wolves. Soon, only corpses remained at the guy's feet. Now only the boss remained of the enemies. Wiping sweat and blood, the guy said that he finally reached the most difficult part, and after passing it, he would reach the 7th level. Standing in front of the huge gate, Tsuyoshi decided to rest before the fight. The guy sat down near the gate. While his body was healing thanks to the potions, he himself said that these potions tasted too good. The capsules from his world tasted good, but the potions were still much more effective. Tsuyoshi pulled the sword out of the ground. Raising the sword to his shoulder, he said that now he was definitely fully restored. The guy stood in front of a huge gate. A second later, the gate parted. A monster came out to meet Tsuyoshi, who entered. He had a saw sword in his hand, and his body was huge and muscular. The monster's eyes were glowing red. The protagonist smiled, saying that the level of this boss and the level of the dark minion boss he recently defeated were equal. The boss of the dark zone raised his sword. He suddenly disappeared from his place. Tsuyoshi's eye widened in shock. He barely managed to block the attack with his sword. Dark mana spread from the boss's head. Tsuyoshi's body began to shake due to the monster's skill. The slowing tremor made even his hair and mana itself tremble. The monster raised his sword, realizing that the enemy was slowed down. The guy bit his lips until it hurt. He tried to force his body to move. The boss struck the enemy. The protagonist who blocked the attack said that he would not give up so easily. The guy's eye glowed blue. A stream of pure energy burst out from the ring of infinity, so the slowing effect lasted so little. The boss raised one eyebrow, surprised. Tsuyoshi grinned and said that he would not die so easily. The boar returned his sword from the guy and stepped back. Squinting, the boar told the guy that he was quite strong, not as simple as he seemed, since he was able to destroy his slowing tremor. Tsuyoshi lowered his sword and asked if he could really talk. Raising his sword again, the boy said that he used to think of the darkness as a bunch of beasts that couldn't speak. The boss's body began to be enveloped in mana as he said that the darkness was a supreme being. Suddenly, his body dissolved again. The protagonist frowned. It was the same technique as before. Squeezing the sword in his hand with all his strength, the boy mentally said that if he had a dark goblin set, he would be able to use roaring tentacles to attack the monster's weak points. but he left it in his world. The boar that appeared used a bloody attack. The protagonist barely held back the onslaught, gritting his teeth. The guy could no longer see anything in front of him. The enemy's attack weakened his vision. The boar's sword rushed towards the guy's head. Tsuyoshi sharply tilted his head. His body blurred from his speed. The guy began to fall forward. He rolled forward. Then he stopped using his sword. Tsuyoshi grinned. The wound on his neck was bleeding, and although he still had plenty of life, he could die from this enemy attack. Looking at the monster in front of him, the guy said that without the potion he would simply die from blood loss, but he had to defeat it before the bleeding intensified. Gritting his teeth, the guy thought he understood that if he stayed here, he would not be able to stop the bleeding and would die. His hand squeezed the hilt of the sword with all his might. Tsuyoshi jumped at the boss with a scream. He frowned, looking at the guy. A moment later, a strong explosion occurred. The protagonist jumped back, not understanding why the enemy did not reflect the attack. The boss raised his sword. He thrust the sword into the ground, and lightning immediately rushed towards him. The lightning got stuck in the ground and could not cause damage. Squinting, the boar said that it was hilarious. The protagonist opened his mouth in shock. The boss appeared in front of the guy and said that he would crush him, and for this he would not even need a victim. Tsuyoshi frowned, not understanding what kind of victim he was talking about. The boar began to spin his sword in his hand. His attack created an explosion. The chains frolicked in the air, while fragments flew in all directions. The protagonist fell to the ground. The boss, landing on the ground, said that now he had lost his weapon. The boar looked at the enemy and said that it was useless for him to resist. Looking at the rising smoke, the boss said that next time he would kill him. Suddenly, he frowned. The boss felt a terrifying aura in front of him. Someone was laughing right in the smoke. Opening his mouth, the boar asked where he got the rare skill of darkness from. An answer was heard from the red smoke. Someone said that having approached, he was still able to attack. Coming out of the smoke, the protagonist said that he copied the skill of the victim he mentioned. Tsuyoshi in his new attire said that now he can do it. He will tear his flesh into pieces with his bare hands. The monster, shocked, asked the approaching guy why he can use the skills of darkness. The guy rushed and said that for him it was easy. The guy's dash shattered the ground under him. The boss's eyes widened in shock. He saw the outline of the protagonist with his eye. The guy struck the monster in the chest. The boss raised his sword, blocking the enemy's attacks. A wave was formed due to their collision. The boar looked at his broken weapon and said that even if he copied the skill, he would not be able to use it with brute force. Tsuyoshi, stretching his hands, said that in the remaining time he was ready to kill him. The boss threw his sword back and grinned. Dark mana spread from his legs. A whirlwind enveloped his body when he said that the victim could also use it. The monster's body began to increase. The changed boss growled, saying that his victim was just a copy. The monster was surprised to see something. His eye widened. The protagonist raised his hand and began to gather lightning. The guy's eye shone brightly as he said that he remembered that he could block his attacks with his weapon. Boar looked at his weapon and realized that he was forced to throw it away. Tsuyoshi put his hand behind his back. Lightning struck the monster's body. The monster trembled all over, trying to understand how the guy who copied the skill could have such a devastating power. The guy's hand shot forward while telling the boss that he was now disarmed and wanted to see if he could survive the thunder chain. The guy's hand pierced the monster's body. His life bar was completely empty. Touching Tsuyoshi with his hand, he asked why a human. Tsuyoshi tore the monster apart, saying that he just needed to see his stupidity. The sacrifice effect ended and the guy's body returned to normal. Trembling with his whole body, he said that his insides were damaged. This skill in combination with the absolute form greatly overloaded the body. At that moment, a bright sphere appeared in front of Tsuyoshi. It was the reward for the boss. Reaching out for the sphere, the guy said that he could use a weapon. A moment later, a saw of bloody fog formed in the guy's hand. The protagonist, looking at the system windows, ordered to restart everything. At that moment, his body was healed and his level increased. Looking at his hands, the guy said that because of the sacrifice, the damage received now cannot be healed. He thought that his physical strength would improve, but this causes a lot of problems. The protagonist frowned and thought about whether to leave or stay a little longer. Imagining the worried face of the girl, the guy thought about how he needed to reach level 12 in a week, and now he could not miss the bonus experience points. Smiling, he said that this was the price of strength, and he could not continue the test without determination. A portal appeared right in front of the guy. He decided to stay here for a while and the system told him that he would return to the entrance. Sakura turned around. Walking from side to side, she said that the master should have arrived already. Doug, looking at the girl, said that she should not worry, because he probably decided to continue the test, since this will help him earn bonus experience points. The old man himself closed his eyes and thought. He understood that the guy had not lost yet since his body was not here, and without supplies it was almost impossible to pass the test. Worried and looking at the old man, the girl said that she could still hear the thunder. Izzlepig approaching the couple said that the guy did not even come out after he slept. The first round was most likely over, and there was no corpse. Did he really hide somewhere and tremble with fear? Doug immediately reproached his subordinate, telling him to watch his language. He smiled and said that it was impossible to overcome the zone on his own. Opening his eyes, the pig said that the guy was lying. He had seen many of them, and if he had won, he would have returned long ago. But if he did not appear after the first stage, it means he did not pass it and decided to start over. Sakura, standing aside, said that her master would definitely return, and he should refrain from such conversations. The thunderclaps prove that he is still alive. Doug, standing next to her, felt that Sakura was strong. Izzlepig laughed and, standing behind the couple, said that they would be to blame for the guy's death, because they strengthened his confidence. Sakura sharply turned her head and released a thirst for blood. The two shamans opened wide in fear and shock. Doug hit the ground with his staff, ordering them to grab and not to arrange a showdown here. A gust of wind came from the old man when he said that they should wait for the guy silently. Izzlepig turned around, saying that he was telling the truth. He will look at their faces when they see his exhausted body. Doug looked at him and screamed. Mentally, he cursed him for being so inattentive to the thirst for blood. Looking at Sakura, he realized that her abilities were limitless. Suddenly, the portal began to increase. Sakura stared at the portal in horror. She no longer heard the sound of thunder. Izzlepig stepped back and said that the thunder had already died down. It was stupid for an ordinary person to enter the zone. Suddenly, the portal expanded again. A strange sound was heard from it. Doug raised his head, trying to understand what was happening. Lightning spread out from the portal. Doug put his staff in front of him. All signs indicated that the darkness had destroyed the seal. The figure of the creature appeared in the smoke. Izzlepig threw the cup out of his hand, saying that the darkness could not destroy the seal of this zone. How could it be here? Sakura's eye widened. She suddenly asked the shamans to stop. The transformed protagonist came out of the smoke, saying that he had passed 3 rounds and received bonus experience points on each and increased his level several times. Raising his head, the guy said that he was now level 9. Sakura ran to the body of the fallen guy. Izzlepig opened his mouth in shock upon hearing Tsuyoshi's words. The shamans ran to the guy, wanting to help him. Soon the protagonist's body was healed. Dan and Izzlepig used reflection on their staffs. The old man lowered the staff and told the guy that his muscles and nerves were seriously damaged. It was a miracle that he was able to survive. While warming up, Tsuyoshi said that thanks to the treatment he feels much better. Sakura puffed out her cheeks, saying that he was in his repertoire. The protagonist scratched his head, saying that he simply could not refuse bonus experience points. Having reached the 9th level, he received an excellent reward. Doug stood in front of the guy and asked if he had passed the test 3 times. He immediately confirmed it. Izzlepig and Doug exchanged glances. The old man closed his eyes and said that he would not have believed it if he had not seen it with his own eyes. It was impossible to fight the darkness alone 3 times before. Doug remembered the moment when the guy left the zone. The power of evil then bypassed the power of darkness in strength, so he thought that the darkness itself destroyed the barrier. If Kevin was a genius, then this guy surpassed the genius himself. He stood above him. Pig coughed. Putting his hand to his chest, he apologized for his words, for underestimating his strength. The protagonist waved his hand, saying that he helped him with the treatment, so he did not have to worry. Izzlepig opened his eyes and said that the reflection effect they used was a mid-level healing skill. They healed almost all the wounds except for the deep ones. His body was still in critical condition. Imagining the anatomy of a person, Doug said that he came out of there with serious injuries, bleeding and nerve damage. If they had not immediately started treating him, he could have died. It seems he used some kind of secret skill. He should not use it in the future, otherwise it could hinder his development. The protagonist, remembering his new skill, mentally said that the victim still haunts him. He only thought about killing and lost his mind. Suddenly, a creature with different eyes appeared in the guy's mind. Tsuyoshi widened his eyes and sweated. Sakura, who was sitting next to him, asked the master if everything was okay. He wiped his sweat, saying that he was just tired. Looking at the bag of potions, Doug said that he would give him a potion. He should take it once a day and meditate to speed up the development. Izzlepig looked at the bag and asked the president if he was sure about it. The protagonist accepted the gift with a smile on his face. The old man stood in front of the guy and said that it was Kevin's favorite potion. If he uses it, he will be able to recover. He should meet Kevin in person. Imagining Kevin, the old man said that if he sees talent in him, takes him as a student and passes on even more knowledge in the field of magic, he will become even stronger, because Kevin is one of the few who possesses the legendary law of destruction. Sakura jumped up, asking what law the cat found. The protagonist, perplexed, asked what law they were talking about. Izzlepig narrowed his eyes, asking, shouldn't adventurers know about this? In this world, there are laws that govern magic. Magic used according to these laws has incredible power and was called the forbidden spell of destruction. There were 12 laws. A stone monument of the laws of destruction was erected in honor of the 12 laws that were passed on to them by great magicians from all over the world. Kevin was called a genius because 10 years ago he mastered the 12th law, the law of the great winds. he was able to improve his magical abilities, which helped him in processing potions. Izilpig closed his eyes and told the protagonist that Kevin could heal his deep wounds. Tsuyoshi jumped up from his seat asking if this was true. Handing over the letter, Doug said that now is not the best time to meet. He used to be his mentors. If he gives him a letter of introduction, he will meet with them. The guy respectfully took the letter in his hand and thanked the old man. The protagonist waved his hand, and Sakura bowed goodbye. Looking after the departing Izilpig asked if this guy really attracted his attention so much. Pig, closing his eyes, said that he gave him a rank forbidden blood potion, just like that gave the potion that they exchanged with Kevin, offering many valuable potions and ingredients. The president replied saying that he was simply investing in the future. Turning his head, Izilpig said that this was a risky investment, because few geniuses were able to reach the zone of darkness alone. Only a few of them were people. Doug, continuing to look after the couple, said that this was not the first case. Pig, surprised, asked if there were other daredevils. The old man closed his eyes and thought. Looking at the city, he said that 1,000 years ago, a great creature gave rise to their clan of beast men, King Garces, an ancient god. The protagonist, making his way through the foliage, asked Sakura if she knew where to find Kevin. The girl, following the master, said that they had a long way to go, but along the way they would be able to raise their level. Tsuyoshi turned his head, asking what the catch was. Pointing to the clearing, she said that a team was needed to complete this dungeon. The couple went out to the clearing to the people. Sakura, smiling, said that there was a checkpoint here. Most of the seekers gather here and after a while they disperse to different zones. Many different warriors gathered in the clearing. Smiling, Tsuyoshi said that this was more like a shop, but here the variety of dungeons was simply amazing. The guy said goodbye to Sakura and went forward. Victor raised his hand and shouted, saying that they were looking for a level 15 warrior or tank with a combat power of over 6,000. Looking around, he said that they would generously reward with bonuses, and they would also leave as soon as they recruited the required number of participants. Many warriors looked at Victor and his team and said that they had good bonuses, but the task was too dangerous. No one was in a hurry to join them, and among those present there was no one with a combat power equal to 6,000 and level 15. Team Thief Victor looked at the commander and said that they needed to choose another dungeon. They had already spent 2 days on this. The captain frowned and scolded the thief, saying that the information about the dungeon had cost them too much. Besides, only in it could you get a bloody rose, one of which cost 500 silver. Bat raised his hand and said that someone could join them next time. Without the required number of participants, they would not be able to enter anyway. Suddenly, a smiling protagonist approached them and asked if he could join them. He was a warrior and his level was a little below the required level, but he was confident. The eyes of the group members lit up. They immediately began to ask about the guy's level. The protagonist scratched his head, saying that he was level 9. The whole group tried to restrain Victor, who was angry at the guy. Suddenly, the portal lit up and the system notified everyone that there were 10 minutes left before the passage was closed. The thief sweatingly asked the captain to think about it, and not to waste another day in vain. Victor gritted his teeth listening to the persuasion of his partners. Having agreed, he yelled at the protagonist, saying that he should not dare to act arbitrarily during the passage. Tsuyoshi put his hand on the captain's shoulder, saying that he would be glad to join the team for the first time. After that, he turned around and went to the portal. Then Victor realized that the guy had joined the team for the first time. Soon the group found themselves in a dungeon on the 16th level. They immediately hid behind the tiles from a huge level 16 rhinoceros. The commander gritted his teeth in anger, realizing that this dungeon was 4 levels higher than the declared one. The thief clutched his head and said that it was scary to even imagine the boss if their first opponent was a forest rhinoceros. They all suddenly lay down on the ground. Then Victor said that this was not the first time they encountered difficulties, so they could use the Horn of Return. This item is incredibly expensive, but it gave the opportunity to leave the dungeon. Frowning, the captain asked where the newbie had gone. The archer, wiping his sweat, said that he should have been here. Suddenly, the forest was illuminated by a bright light of lightning. The group stood up and looked out from the shelter. The protagonist, having torn the rhinoceros into pieces, said that compared to those guys from the Dark Zone, this was just easy. Everyone's mouths were open in shock. Tsuyoshi gave the team a thumbs up, saying that they should follow him, because he was used to doing everything quickly. The party members ran through the forest. The captain raised his staff and pointed at all the monsters nearby. The archer pulled back the bowstring, saying that this level 9 warrior was incredibly strong. The protagonist meanwhile swung his sword and killed small monsters. The priestess, who had enveloped herself in light mana, said that the guy didn't even need any potions. The thief, dodging the vines, asked the captain that with such skills, this guy should be quite famous. So who is he? Victor answered, saying that he knows those who gave them information about this dungeon. This warrior must be a member of an elite guild. Tsuyoshi ducked, dodging a tree root. Such a dungeon seemed trivial to him compared to the Dark Zones. In this dungeon, the level 16 monsters were much weaker than the Dark Zone monsters who had an 11th level. A huge tree monster blocked the group's path. Tsuyoshi dodged the ling. The poisonous thorns did not pose any threat to him. Cutting the monster in half, the guy asked himself if he would get a bloody rose for clearing the dungeon. If he got it, he could give it to Kevin. Looking at the group members, the guy told them to attack small monsters with fire. Victor raised his staff, realizing that it was time for him to act. The protagonist looked at the enemy and said to beware of vines, because the thorns on them are poisonous. Looking around, the group members tried to understand how the guy knew so much. Victor's staff glowed. Everything around the team was engulfed in flames. Soon the group made a fire. Sitting near the fire, the archer said that the master warrior was incredibly strong. They would surely clear the dungeon without problems. The thief raised his head and asked his partner when he started calling the warrior master. The priestess looked away and said that he did not look like a seeker of this world, he was special. Meanwhile, Victor and Tsuyoshi extended their hands and introduced themselves. The captain said that he did not expect to meet such a skilled warrior. The protagonist scratched his head saying that he was a simple newbie. Smiling, the captain said that they would talk about it later. Taking a flask in his hand, Victor asked the guy if he knew about the dungeon rating of each region. Raising the flask and drinking, the guy answered saying that he did not know anything about it. Crossing his arms over his chest, the captain said that the points for completing this dungeon are different from those that disappear over time. Each region has fixed points, their number varies, but all data on the clearing and participants is recorded in the dungeon rating. In other words, for clearing them you can get not only bonuses, but also glory. The protagonist, lowering the flask, asked why he was telling him about this. Victor closed his eyes and smiled and said that this team was assembled by chance. In fact, he is a member of the Q Guild, an elite group of 15 adventurers, better known as the Big Goat Team. Tsuyoshi, not understanding anything, asked what he was getting at. Remembering that terrible dungeon, the guy said that they had opened a new dungeon of the 18th level. Inside it in the swamp there were small monsters of the Dark Zone, and he seemed to know a lot about the monsters and could be useful in clearing it. The protagonist smiled and asked if the reward was worthy. Clenching his fists, Victor said that if he cleared it, the result of the first passage would be added to the rating, which would open up additional bonuses, so competing teams fight to clear it first. The guy narrowed his eyes. He understood that this could be a good alternative for obtaining the attributes necessary to increase the level. The guy put his hands on his hips and asked if he really wanted him to go to an 18th level dungeon at level 9. Victor responded by saying that they don't always need only combat power. When Tsuyoshi said that he was willing to agree to only 2 conditions, Victor raised his hand saying that if the conditions were acceptable he could accept them. The captain chuckled mentally saying that the warrior already trusted him. If he joined them and told them about the weaknesses of the monsters in the Dark Zone, they would have an advantage. Raising his hand, the guy said that they had to give him all the experience points for clearing. The second condition was to choose a reward. He would take 1 reward, the rest would go to them. Victor smiled nervously saying that even if he agreed, the others would hardly approve of it, so they would postpone the conversation for later. The group came to a clearing. After some time, they came out of the portal. The protagonist walked at the head of the joyful group. The final blow with fire magic was dealt by Victor, but he admitted that without Tsuyoshi he would not have been able to calculate the right time for the attack. Smiling, the captain said that the warrior told them about the boss's weaknesses, how to defeat him and even what to watch out for. Holding a rose in his hand, the guy said that he got his share, the rest they could split between themselves. Spreading his arms to the sides, the captain said that he would give them the bonuses later. Approaching the protagonist, Victor asked him if he had time to go with him to the commander. The guy told him to wait. Sakura carefully wiped the wound and was glad that her master had already been called to his team. Standing in front of the master, she asked him to be careful. She would get information in the nearest city and report to him as soon as she returned. Tsuyoshi smiled, saying that it would be very useful. The protagonist took the bag of money and said goodbye to Sakura. She froze after he left. The girl frowned. Now she had time to get information about Kevin. If he really mastered the law of the great winds, her plan to kill him would have to be adjusted. Sakura turned around and walked away. Harvey, clutching a glass, asked Victor if he had gone crazy. Harvey turned to Victor and told him not to make him laugh. A 9th level warrior cannot lead a team. The average level is 16. The guy standing next to the commander got worried, saying that thanks to him they easily got the bloody rose. Luke raised a glass of beer and said that a 9th level warrior is not worthy of this. It seems that Victor himself will not be able to participate in the cleanup from now on. Everyone around the guy laughed at him. Harvey, standing with his back to him, asked if the warrior was here. When Victor answered saying that he brought him here, Luke laughed saying that he had completely lost his fear. Victor frowned and shouted for Luke to stop. Harvey, who was standing at the counter, suddenly agreed to meet with the warrior. A few seconds later, Victor brought the protagonist. Scratching the back of his head, the protagonist introduced himself. Many exchanged glances with Luke. Luke pointed his finger down and said that he simply radiated weakness. Victor waved his hand telling the guy not to pay attention to him. Harvey raised his glass and asked how confident he was. Tsuyoshi raised his head and said that he was 100% sure, but he had one more condition. The commander turned to him and asked what his condition was. The guy's eyes sparkled when he said that he would become their captain for a while. A moth flew to the counter. Flying up to the candle, it burned alive. Harvey and Luke stepped forward in anger, saying that he had completely lost his mind. Victor sweated heavily and began to scold Tsuyoshi. He responded by saying that it was necessary to clear the dungeon. Harvey turned his back to the guy and said that many teams would go with them, and each attempt costs potions and items. The more people participate, the higher the price. The protagonist heard him and said that if he let him be the captain, he promised to clear this dungeon. Luke's face twisted with anger. Harvey turned to the guy and said that if he could not do this, he would die. Luke raised his hand in shock, looking at the commander. He pointed at the warrior, saying that they should not trust the 9th level warrior. Luke raised his head, saying that they were being deceived. Perhaps Victor had simply succumbed to the influence of this Pole. The man narrowed his eyes and asked his subordinate if he knew how much other guilds ridiculed them. They endured ridicule, failing to achieve anything. Turning to the guy, he said that if he was lying, he would pay for everything. When the group came to the clearing, people immediately realized that this was the Big Goat's team. However, seeing the protagonist walking ahead, they tried to understand who was leading the team. The captain of the Rhythm Guild laughed, saying that these guys were acting too arrogantly, being weaklings. Victor covered his mouth and told the protagonist that the captain of that team always mocked them, but honestly, there was some truth in his words. Pointing at the team members, he said that they were under a lot of pressure, and lately the situation had gotten even worse. The guy's pupil flashed. He pushed the dog in his path and apologized for getting in his way. The captain of the Rhythm Guild laughed, saying that he would see how he would behave when they returned again with the help of the horn. Touching the portal with his hand, the protagonist said that everything was still ahead. The whole group stood in front of the portal. The protagonist entered the dungeon with a smile on his face. He was going to show an example of professional cleaning. The events take us inside the dungeon. Harvey, who was walking behind the guy, asked what they were going to do. The protagonist stopped and asked if he would take all the experience points for himself. The man narrowed his eyes and said that reputation was more important for their team. The guy pressed the system screen, expressing understanding. Turning to the group, Harley ordered them to listen to the warrior's instructions. Luke's face twisted with anger. He could not believe that they were giving all the experience points to this guy. Tsuyoshi put his sword on his shoulder at the same time, setting a high difficulty level for the dungeon. He smiled. In this dungeon, the rewards were now tripled, including experience points. The dungeon turned red from the change in difficulty. Harvey turned to the guy. He was ready to kill him right now. The team members sweated looking at the sky. Victor, shaking all over, said that it was impossible to do that if he did not know the dungeon inside and out. At that moment, Luke came out. He spread his arms out to the sides, saying that no one could clear even an easy level. He took a high level. Luke grinned. He was waiting for the right moment, and the guy himself made a mistake. Taking the horn in his hands, he said that it was good that he took the horn of return with him. The protagonist rushed forward, saying that if he brought them here, it means he has a plan. Luke got angry, saying that he was talking complete nonsense. The guy's eyes lit up. In the swampy area, crocodiles were afraid of lightning. The protagonist smiled looking at the monsters. He realized that if he concentrated, he could improve the divine eye. Luke pointed at the guy and said that there were toothy crocodiles ahead. They were all definitely finished. Harvey rushed forward, not believing that the guy really deceived them. The body of all the participants was shaking. Tsuyoshi raised his sword, ordering the fire mages to act. Victor began to concentrate mana in his staff, saying that this time he would trust him. He led the fire mages behind him, saying that if they left, they would simply be laughed at. The men screamed and got angry. Many of them simply could not stand this ridicule anymore. The crocodiles rushed at the protagonist in a crowd. Harvey, who was standing behind, screamed, telling the guy to leave. Tsuyoshi struck the monsters and ordered the fire mages to concentrate fire a meter away from him. The fire mages accepted the order and used their spells. A powerful explosion occurred in front of the protagonist. The crocodiles screamed and frolicked while being in the fire. Victor opened his mouth in shock, realizing that they defeated 6 crocodiles at once. The guy's eyes flashed when he said that his Thunder Chain skill puts a paralysis effect on enemies. In this state, any attacks in their direction deal them double damage, and concentrating the fire power in 1 point multiplied the power of the attributes. The crowd rejoiced, realizing that the guy actually came up with a plan. Harvey froze. He was surprised that the guy was only level 9 with such skills. Luke, trembling with his whole body, fell to the ground, saying that the guy was just lucky, because in such a situation no one would be able to analyze the situation so accurately. Victor closed his eyes and told Luke to shut up and not to embarrass himself. The man's face twisted with anger. The protagonist standing in front of him said that they did not have time to argue with someone like him. They needed to move forward. Harvey was the first to step after the guy. The rest of the team also ran after the guy, leaving Luke. Raising his shield, Harvey said that they needed to follow Captain Tsuyoshi, because they were going through a high difficulty level. Events take us to the dungeon of 6 shadows, 30 minutes later. Victor, sitting next to the guy, said that all the previous times they lost in this place. Luke, gritting his teeth, said that the monsters here are high-level monsters of the Dark Zone. They have never encountered such before. If they suffer losses because of him, then their guild will not forgive him. Victor turned to Luke angrily, saying that they almost did not receive damage thanks to the guy's analysis. Before this was impossible. The warrior in red armor frowned, saying that he was still the vice-captain of the team. Harvey looked at his subordinates and ordered them to shut up. The protagonist, having finished the analysis, smiled. Thanks to the system, he received accurate information about the bolt and the monsters in it. The guy began to draw on the ground, deciding to make a plan. Imagining how Harvey ran at the head of the group, the system in every possible way warned Tsuyoshi about monsters and obstacles on the way. Tsuyoshi looked ahead, saying that their joint work was aimed at mutual benefit. If they were not satisfied with something, he could go, he would not stop him. Turning to the man, the protagonist said that since he was the captain here, he should follow his instructions. As soon as Luke wanted to object, Harvey, who was standing next to him, interrupted him, ordering him to shut up. The man clenched his teeth. The protagonist looked at the evil man and mentally said that in the past, his spirit could have been broken by someone like him. There will always be people in the world who oppress the weak and those who pose a threat. Before, the guy himself was a victim, like Karina and many others. Standing up, Tsuyoshi said that they would have to cross the swampy area. Harvey, remembering the previous breakthrough through the swamp, said that he saw a path leading to the entrance to the next point, but to get there, they must beware of the monsters of the Dark Zone. Stepping forward, the guy said that they have nothing to worry about. His pupil lit up when he said that he was going to distract the monsters while he led the others. Victor stood up and said that it was very dangerous. Luke suddenly laughed, saying that he had already thought about the emergence of a grand plan, but it turned out to be just as pathetic. The protagonist angrily told Victor next to him that he had a safe path, he should lead everyone along it. Summoning a sword, the guy said that he himself would defeat all the monsters. Squinting, he said that he just did not want to waste time, and he never did anything thoughtlessly. After Tsuyoshi went forward, waving his hand, he told everyone to wait for his signal. The guy's foot stepped into the swamp. The protagonist smiled. Such terrain was perfect for his attacks. The sword on his shoulder was enveloped in mana. Luke, standing next to Harley, said that a level 9 rookie simply cannot resist a monster of the Dark Zone. Victor, smiling, said that he believed him, and his level was not important here. The protagonist lowered his sword and said that anyone who was surrounded by a swarm of dark monsters in the swamp would freeze in fear. The monster's body flew out of the water. The Soul Eater opened its mouth and jumped on the guy. Tsuyoshi swung his sword. The monster's body was split into 2. The protagonist chuckled and said that he understood why nothing was known about them. They were pitch black and hid in the swamp after each attack. Tsuyoshi struck the water with lightning. The monsters swam out of the water. They opened their mouths and rushed at the guy. Tsuyoshi smiled, gathering all the monsters in one place. The guy got into a dash stance. For a simple seeker, such a situation was fatal, but with his skills, it would not be difficult. Tsuyoshi turned and ran away, ordering Harvey to lead the others. The team members looked in shock at the captain, who managed to successfully distract the monsters. Victor smiled, saying that he had already told everyone. Luke, his eyes wide, said that he had really underestimated the guy. Harvey stepped forward and said that they should not stand still. The group led by the machine ran forward. The protagonist ran away while the system notified him of the successful distraction of the monsters. Tsuyoshi turned around and stopped abruptly, saying that there was a combat zone here. Getting into an attack stance, the guy decided to combine stabbing attacks with thunder attacks. The sword pierced the monster's mouth. The monster's body shuddered at the sight of this. Arcs of electricity passed through the guy's body. He had already bought time. He now had nowhere to rush. The group led by Harvey came out of the swamp. Many team members were happy, saying that none of the teams had gone so far. Victor pointed to the side and said that the boss's lair was right in front of them. Harvey smiled hearing his words. The people coming out of the bolt were talking to each other, saying that they should wait for the captain since they had a high difficulty level. But some disagreed because they thought that the swamp was the hardest part of the dungeon. Luke clenched his fist and beamed and said that they should wait for the captain. The team's then froze and looked at him in shock. Luke closed his eyes and said that he trusted the captain's strength since they had only come this far thanks to him. Harvey and Victor looked at each other silently. Harvey laughed and hit his subordinate on the back, saying that it was better to be careful than to regret later, since even he trusted the captain, so they would wait for him. While Luke was rubbing the place where he had been hit, the others agreed that waiting for the captain would be a wise decision. Soon everyone looked towards the swamp. The protagonist standing in the swamp said that he had finally dealt with the monsters and the boss should be very close. The wounded Tsuyoshi suggested finishing this high difficulty dungeon. Victor and Luke opened their mouths in shock. They were shocked that a level 9 warrior defeated all the monsters. Harvey looked at the guy and said that when they passed this dungeon, he should advise the guide to the guildmaster. The bird shook its head. The terrifying guardian of the swamp was waiting for its victims. The protagonist, who was sitting to the side, asked if there was a gate leading to the boss, especially since they are at a high level. Luke answered by saying that a high level does not guarantee the presence of this gate. Remembering one of the dungeons, Luke said that the presence of a passage to the boss does not depend on the difficulty level, but on his strength. The protagonist's eye glowed. He realized that the huge gate he saw in the dark zone when he received the cardio lease was probably rare. Luke grabbed his sword, saying that victory was right in front of them. Tsuyoshi raised his hand, stopping him. Then he ordered Harvey to call the magicians and agile team members. The tank nodded and accepted the order. He ordered people to approach the captain one by one. Victor smiled while Tsuyoshi said that Harvey and Luke should lead the warriors and fight the monsters as usual, but the mages should team up in pairs and use their strongest magic on his signal, also distribute items that inflict bleeding and poisoning debuffs among the agile fighters. Victor and Luke looked at the guy in confusion. He frowned and said that the boss's already high health had doubled due to the increase in difficulty. Using debuffs would make the fight much easier. Looking at the mages behind him, the guy said that they should follow him and get ready to interrupt the attacks of this monster. Luke smiled widely, saying that Tsuyoshi would clear the dungeon without any problems. Standing up, the protagonist said that they needed to hurry. At this time, people outside crowded around the portal. It was known that the color of the portal varied depending on the difficulty level. Red was the hardest level. The captain of the Rhythm Guild, crossing his arms over his chest, laughed, saying that this time the Q Guild was led by a human warrior. Apparently it was he who activated the high difficulty level. The dog bared his teeth. He was going to destroy the human team on their territory. Inside the dungeon, meanwhile, Harvey blocked the boss. Victor and the protagonist walked around the battlefield. Suddenly, the boss's body swelled. After that, the body returned to normal. A moment later, it swelled again. Tsuyoshi frowned and ordered the magicians to attack. A whirlwind hit the boss, forcing him to interrupt the skill. Luke, holding two swords in his hands, said that the captain can foresee every skill of the monster. Tsuyoshi stepped forward. 15 minutes later, the body of the dead boss lay on the ground. The members of the Big Goat team rejoiced and cheered. Throwing his shield over his back, Harvey said that they cleared this dungeon on the first try. He should definitely introduce Tsuyoshi to the guild leader. The protagonist's body was enveloped in a bright light. He increased his level. His combat power reached 15,000. Clenching his fist, he said that having received all the experience points from defeating the boss, he finally reached level 10. At the same moment, a system window appeared in front of him. The system gave him a reward in the form of a set of black armor for camouflage. Tsuyoshi smiled. He did not expect that upon reaching a certain level, he would be given a reward. New equipment immediately began to form on his body. Soon the entire set was formed on his body. The protagonist looked at his hand. It seemed to him that his body had also changed. It was adapting to his needs. Victor was surprised and asked who the handsome man was in front of him. Tsuyoshi smiled and said that he simply changed his equipment. Luke opened his mouth in shock, saying that if he had originally been in it, he would not have called him weak. Harvey, who was standing next to him, asked the protagonist for one favor. The guy turned to him, asking what kind of favor it was. The dog stood in front of the portal, saying that the big goats were coming out full of determination. At that moment, the system informed everyone that the Big Goat team had broken the record by completing the dungeon on a high difficulty level in 150 minutes. The captain of the Rhythm team raised his head and screamed in disbelief. The protagonist's hand passed through the portal. The whole group followed the guy. Luke smiled and hit the captain with his elbow, saying that such attention was due to Captain Tsuyoshi. They should definitely recommend him to the leader. Victor approached the guy and said that everyone was talking only about him now. The dog standing in the middle of the crowd froze. Victor looked at him and said that their team was the first to complete this dungeon. Smiling, the captain of the Rhythm Guild said that it was all because they accepted a strong person. Tsuyoshi's eye flashed, then he asked what he said about him earlier. Clasping his hands, the beastman apologized for his behavior, then he offered to join their guild. Frowning, he realized that when the guild needed to clear a high-level dungeon, his enormous strength would come in handy. Many people began to approach the protagonist, offering him to join the guild. Tsuyoshi narrowed his eyes. He knew that talented people were always in great demand. Even in his world, guilds fought for the strongest heroes. Harvey stood next to the guy and ordered everyone to make way, because the guy would join their guild. The events take us to the city of beastmen in the north. The orcs froze and stared at the group. The protagonist walked at the head of the Q Guild group. The beastmen exchanged glances and discussed the newcomer, and assumed that since Harvey was walking behind with his 18th level, the guy was 20. The protagonist, who was level 10, asked the group to wait. He remembered Sakura and mentally said that he did not know where she was. But after the meeting he would go to the Q Guild. It would be nice to go there together. At this time, the cat, closing her eyes, said that she was on a diet and therefore would refuse food. The orcs in front of her immediately offered a drink, hearing her words about food. Tsuyoshi interrupted them by pushing them with his shoulders. The orc frowned and got angry. One of them squinted, saying that he had seen him somewhere before. The administrator remembered the guy's previous appearance and said that he had changed a lot. The orc raised his hands, asking the guy from whom he stole the cloak. Tsuyoshi got angry at the orcs, asking the girl if Sakura had come here. The cat answered by saying that she had not seen her today, and besides these annoying guys, no one had come near him. The orcs froze, realizing that they were being called annoying guys. The cat closed her eyes and said that she was glad that they finally understood. The big man raised his hand, saying that some cats shouldn't dare make fun of them. Tsuyoshi grabbed the orc's hand, asking if they couldn't see that she didn't like them. The man pulled his hand away, calling the guy a reckless fool. The orc standing behind the guy suggested that he go outside and talk to them. Turning around and leaving, they told him that he better not show off just because he put on that cape. The cat held out her hand, telling the guy that if he went outside, he would get beaten up, but the guards inside would protect him. The orcs tensed their muscles and told Tsuyoshi to go outside if he didn't want to get beaten up right here. Harvey and the crew turned their heads, asking the captain if something was wrong. The two orcs froze, seeing the crowd. The girl looked out from behind the door trying to figure out who the guy was. The protagonist stood in front of the group and said that these guys just wanted to fight. People's faces twisted with anger. The orcs immediately ran away asking for forgiveness. Victor stood next to the guy and asked him what was going on. He answered by saying that his companion was not here, they now had to go to the guild. Looking at the city, the guy said that now they were no longer in the dungeon, and they should not call him captain. Events take us to the meeting room of the Q Guild. Q frowned and asked Harvey if he wanted this human warrior to join the clearing of other dungeons. Smiling, Harvey said that Tsuyoshi had exceptional talent. Thanks to him they were able to cope with what no one had been able to do for a long time. Red grinned, saying that they were crazy if they wanted a human to lead the team of beastmen, and what if he was a spy from another guild? Victor gritted his teeth hearing his words. Luke closed his eyes and raised his hands, saying that Red was right, and he and the captain formed a guild, and their word matters. Victor frowned and said angrily that Red had always considered them insignificant, just because the guild master belonged to the beast race, and their captain was a human. Luke immediately closed Victor's mouth, realizing that he could say too much. Q listened attentively as Harvey said that thanks to Tsuyoshi they would have an advantage. They could vouch for him, because his observation and analytical skills were impressive. Red, almost laughing, said that maybe they needed him, but they did not need him, because weren't they the ones who brought their guild to the bottom, and people can only understand each other. Harvey jumped up asking Red if he was really questioning his loyalty to the guild. Red looked at the guild master and said that they would be laughed at if a man became their captain. They were already being discussed by many because of Harvey. Raising his hand, Harvey asked the master what he thought. Ridgeback thought for a moment and closed his eyes and said that they should listen to Red's proposal. Raising his head and looking at the guests, he said that they were hospitably seeing him off. Harvey froze upon hearing his words. He closed his eyes and said that he understood him. The protagonist smiled and said that it was time for him to leave, because he had come only for Captain Harvey. Hitting the man on the armor, he told him not to worry, because he had a reliable team. All the people frowned, being serious. Harvey silently looked at his subordinates. Tsuyoshi turned around and said that he was leaving. It was fun for him to fight side by side with them. Red leaned back in his chair and told the guy to take care of himself. Harvey turned around and asked Red if he didn't understand that the guy was capable of changing the future of the guild. The fox opened his eyes and said that it was ridiculous, because a human warrior was not capable of anything anyway. The big goat heard his words and turned around and led his people away. The protagonist stood on the street trying to figure out where to level up, and also look for Sakura, and then apologized for tearing his t-shirt. Suddenly, the captain of the Rhythm Guild approached the guy. The dog smiled and said that they needed his help. Their guild received a difficult task, and the president ordered him to find a strong seeker. Tsuyoshi rubbed his chin and asked what the reward was, the conditions, and what the task itself was. Turning around, the beastman said that the task was new, and it consisted of rescuing the kidnapped daughter of a rich merchant. The orcs looked at the man in surprise. The protagonist, ignoring the passers-by, asked if the guild really accepted such tasks. The dog said, smiling, that income was very important for any guild. Such tasks were what made it up. Even if their guild was very famous, they had to fight for this order. Remembering the fight with the boss of the Minions of Darkness, Tsuyoshi said that this task most likely gave a reward of 5 gold pieces, such a stir. Imagining a rich merchant, the captain said that everything was not so simple, because the daughter of a very rich and famous family throughout the city was kidnapped. Because of the urgency, he increased the reward by 100 times. They would give him half if he completed the task. Tsuyoshi's eyes widened. He immediately imagined Sakura, who was in 7th heaven. Soon the couple found themselves in front of the guild building. Vandon hit the table, saying that if they failed the task, he would make them pay him compensation 10 times the reward, otherwise the passage to the northern districts would be closed to them. Pace closed her eyes and said that they were just working on a plan, and tomorrow they would save his daughter. Vandon blushed with anger and said that they had been telling him about developing a plan since day 1. The captain who brought the protagonist froze when he saw the client. Tsuyoshi looked at the bull and said that it was immediately obvious that he was a rich man, after which he asked his companion if they had already sent a rescue team. He answered saying that it was difficult to move unnoticed in the mountains. They sent 15 people with a level of at least 20. Hugh, remembering this moment, told them that all 3 of their enemies, but traps in unfamiliar territory forced them to retreat. They could have won in a direct fight, but in the end they were defeated. Tsuyoshi closed his eyes and said that after the first failure, the enemy probably believed in himself and prepared for their arrival. The captain put his hand on the guy's shoulder. He couldn't hold back his tears and said that they only had one chance. If they failed, she could die. Their guild's reputation would be completely destroyed. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and told him to calm down, but in his mind he was thinking about the situation. His eye flashed. He understood that with his divine eye and the copied skill, everything should have worked out. The bull stood up and said that if they failed, they would have to pay compensation 10 times the reward and disband the guild. Tsuyoshi narrowed his eyes. His client was fixated on money, not his daughter. The guild leader and Hugh standing behind the man said that he should wait a little in both cases. Suddenly, the man turned around, hearing that the protagonist said that they could save his daughter. The guy approached and said that his daughter would be saved. The bull pointed at the guy and asked Pace who it was. The captain approached the guild master and said that this was the man he was talking about. Van tilted his head and asked if there really was a man in this guild. Closing his eyes, he said that he would see what they would say tomorrow. The protagonist stood behind the man and offered him a bet, namely, if he could save his daughter, he would increase the reward to 1,000 coins. The bull looked at him and said that he must have gone crazy. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and said that if he failed, he would pay 50,000 gold. Pace and Hugh coughed up blood upon hearing his words. Van raised his hand and said that he had suggested it himself, so he would agree with him. Pace was shaking all over when the bull told him to sign here. The guild master could not stop shaking as he took the pen in his hand. As Van left, he said that they would find out the result tomorrow. Hugh, who was standing next to the master, asked why he signed it. After Hugh looked angrily at the protagonist asking where he got so much confidence, he raised his hand and said that he had a chance. Suddenly, an orc burst into the hall saying that the president of the Shaman Association had arrived to them. The protagonist opened his eyes and said that Doug had finally arrived. The old man walked inside and asked the guild master how he was doing. The guild master offered him a seat at the table. Hugh smiling said that he invited him to help heal his wound, otherwise the healers of their guild could not cope. The old man turned his head towards him and said that he had heard that he had received this wound after leading the team. Doug's staff glowed and the goblin's hand began to heal. The protagonist smiled weakly and said that the situation was difficult, but they would cope. The old man opened his eyes asking the guy what he was doing here. Looking at the mug on the table, the old man listened to the whole situation. Sipping his tea, he said that he had to cope with this. Pace leaned over to his subordinate saying that he had used a lot of connections to simply invite Doug, and this guy turned out to be very close to him. Hugh rubbing his wrist told the guy that he could probably use his experience, he could help him. The protagonist put the mug on the table and agreed. Standing up, he said that it was time for them to go. Pace approached Doug and asked him if he knew Tsuyoshi. They had heard that he was strong, so they called him for help. Looking after the guy, Doug said that this guy was the youngest white shaman of the Northern District and the most talented of all that he had seen. He was also an incredibly strong warrior who had received cardiolese on his own. Pace and the dog opened their mouths in shock upon hearing his words. Stroking his beard, the old man said that the guy was much stronger than they thought. Hugh, walking next to the guy, asked him what his plan was, because the sun would soon set. Tsuyoshi closed his eyes and said that he understood his worries, but preparation was important. Hugh agreed and asked him where he should be taken then. Tsuyoshi smiled and said that they needed to go to the arena. Hugh sadly walked away. Having brought the guy to the arena, he said that they had little time. He said that if they failed there would be no turning back. Having paid 2 coppers, the guy asked the orc what fights were taking place today. The protagonist standing behind said that he did not come here as a spectator, he wanted to take part. The orc pointed to the entrance, and said that he needed to fill out a form and pay the entrance fee. Tsuyoshi clenched his fist. He was going to copy the most needed skill of an assassin in the arena. The events take us to the arena. Naruto stood with his eyes closed. His opponent, being beaten and exhausted, asked him not to keep him waiting. Naruto smiled, telling the orc to attack. The ground gave way under the man's foot. He held a halberd in his hand and rushed to attack. The cat's eye opened. He moved at great speed behind the enemy. The orc froze, realizing that he could not hit the enemy. Naruto, finding himself behind, struck the enemy. His eye emitted mana while he said that shadows cannot attack. When the warrior's body fell, the host declared the cat's victory. Joyful cries were heard throughout the arena. The spectators smiled and admired Naruto's performance. The protagonist's mouth dropped open in amazement. He was interested in this skill. Hugh, who was standing next to him, said that he had no chance against this assassin, Because his record in the arena was amazing, he had been in first place in the light class arena for 3 months. The goblin raised his hand and asked if he had heard of the Eastern Assassins. Then he said that there were many secret guilds on this continent, and the Eastern Assassin Guild was just one of them. Naruto came from them. Or rather, he was kicked out after losing his arm. Squinting, the guy said that all this sounded too mysterious. The host's voice was heard throughout the arena. He announced that Naruto's next opponent would be the newcomer Tsuyoshi. Many spectators began to shout, expressing dissatisfaction. The cat put his hand on his hip and assumed that his enemy was crazy. The protagonist entered the arena listening to Hugh's reproaches and warnings. Without stopping and walking forward, he said that experience is not important. The outcome is unpredictable in any case. Hugh narrowed his eyes and became despondent. He did not understand where the man got so much confidence from. Naruto stood in front of the guy asking if his experience was really 0. He raised his hand saying that he should give up. But if he really wanted to fight, he would not interfere with him. The protagonist smiled saying that he would fight. The opponents moved away from each other a little. The cat pulled out a blade and said that he did not like to make fun of beginners. His body turned into a line of mana. He began to move around the protagonist. Tsuyoshi's eyes shone. He understood that his opponent had incredible speed. Many system windows appeared in front of the guy. The cat narrowed his eyes. He braked sharply in front of Tsuyoshi. The protagonist looked at him and asked what was the matter. The audience frowned, trying to understand why Naruto had stopped. The cat stood motionless, his instincts screaming about danger. A moment ago, he felt a powerful aura, and the enemy's gaze became frightening, as if there was a giant in front of him. Cramping his neck, the guy asked if he would start first. Naruto stood up and became wary. Suddenly, the system informed the guy that he could now copy the enemy's skill right during the fight. The absolute copy skill had improved. Before the guy had to touch the enemy's heart, which was a little difficult, it was even obscene. Tsuyoshi rushed forward. Naruto became wary, not understanding why the enemy was so inspired. The protagonist rushed forward at great speed. He abruptly attacked the cat. Naruto, finding himself behind the guy, attacked him. Tsuyoshi grinned. The cat's silhouette was blurred by his speed. His blade was stopped by the barrier. Naruto stepped back in shock, asking why he wasn't even hurt. The crowd froze seeing what was happening. The cat's eye widened, guessing that the strongest had come to him. Meanwhile, the protagonist was selecting an assassin's skill through the system panels. His eyes shone when he selected the surprise attack skill. Raising his dagger, the cat asked the guy why his dagger didn't leave a scratch on him. The protagonist smiled and said that it was a long story. The guy's body dissolved. Naruto froze. He recognized his skill. Tsuyoshi delivered a thunderous surprise strike. The cat lost consciousness and began to fall forward. The protagonist turned around saying that it was good to fight him. Fireworks flew into the air when the host announced the winner. Hugh's eyes shone. He told the guy that he must have incredibly good equipment. The protagonist touched the shoulder and mentally said that thanks to her, his body became more agile and fast. Hugh stood in front of the guy and asked if he was sure that they would cope with the order tonight. Adjusting the bracers, Tsuyoshi said that he would be able to see everything well even at night. Birds flew up from the branches into the sky. Showing Tsuyoshi the way, the goblin said that the fortress where Vanton's daughter was taken was further away. Peeking out from behind a tree, the vice master added that several days had passed since the kidnapping. I wonder how the girl was there. The protagonist noted that, judging by the location of this fortress, previous failures did not surprise him. Looking around the area, Hugh said that no matter how many times they tried to save her, they were constantly defeated. The terrain and the traps set by the enemy made this fortress protected and difficult to storm. The road to the entrance was comparable to a nightmare. Not a single local guild had a chance. Turning to his companion, the goblin warned that he had seen his skills, but even with them, this order would be difficult to complete, and clarified how he planned to attack them if there were only 2 of them. The archer's eyes widened when he discovered that the man had disappeared. At this time, the guards of the fortress discussed among themselves that the Rhythm Guild was still trying to save the girl. Life teaches them nothing, they will probably come tomorrow. The second added that even they sometimes have difficulty noticing traps, and for outsiders it was mortally dangerous, and he was told that intruders would not get here so easily. No one could bypass the traps that were set. At this moment, the young man standing on the tree activated the Divine Eye. The system gave the result that there were 9 trigger traps and 6 automatic ones on the way to the entrance. The trigger ones were highlighted. The fighter read the information that the switches for the automatic traps guarded by the guards were inside, and the best course of action after the encounter was suggested, and thought that it seemed that the Divine Eye had also improved. Now he could see all the traps. The guy slid down, deciding that it was time to act. Before landing on his feet, the hero activated the armor's ability, and the cape turned into a mask that could be turned off if necessary. Looking ahead, the young man muttered that the divine selection system was impressive and incredibly convenient. His silhouette slid against the background of the moon. The hero slipped through the trap, which the system confirmed. Hiding behind the nearest tree, the man decided to deal with the guards one by one. Putting his fingers to the mask, the guy let out a whistle. The guards immediately looked back at the sound, not understanding what it was, and the priest demanded to check if it was an intruder. When the beast man jumped down from the wall to check, the dog assumed it was some kind of animal and ordered him to kill it if it had triggered the trap. The second beast man folded his arms across his chest and asked the newcomer not to panic. No one would dare attack their fortress at such an hour, and he admitted she was right. Looking around and not noticing the intruder, the guard muttered that it was probably another deer. Last time they had ruined 3 of their traps, and he would not let it go so easily. Creating a weapon in his hands, the hero thought that from such a distance he could have used the kunai that Hugh had given him. The young man looked out from behind the tree that the beast man had passed, and grabbed him by the head. The guards did not even notice how their comrade's heels shot up. Clutching the enemy's throat, the fighter pierced his heart. The absolute physical form, damage increase and critical strike worked. Putting the body aside, the guy prepared to catch the next one. With the help of a liana, he successfully passed the trap with falling stones, and landed on his feet behind a bush. At this time, the remaining guards could not understand where their comrade had gone, and where he was cooling his heels. Raising his club, the second beastman said that he would now bring this lazy man. The priest lowered his head, muttering that the boss would be angry if he found out. Lowering his head, the dog exhaled steam, not noticing how another of his comrades disappeared. A sudden sound attracted his attention. The guard looked around the area, but did not notice anyone. The hero, who had just killed the second guard, realized that he was left alone. At this time, the dog's staff lit up with sunlight. He demanded to come out, or they were trying to scare him. Grabbing the control lever, the priest threatened to activate the traps if they did not answer him. Continuing to inspect the territory, the guard muttered that he somehow felt uneasy. Did an intruder really sneak in? A young man suddenly flew out in front of the dog's face, declaring that he would not allow him to activate the traps. The priest only had time to open his mouth when a thunderous surprise attack flew at him. The fighter knocked the enemy down using his skills. Adjusting his bracers, the boy noted that the path was now clear, and he wondered if there really were so many traps here, so he activated his divine eye, and found 6 more traps on the way to the entrance. Turning to the dumbfounded goblin, the hero said that he would come back for him now, and asked him to beware of the remaining traps on the way. The young man picked up the rope and warned the vice master not to step there, but to crawl under the line, and he could not understand how he knew the location of the traps, and whether he had defeated the guards. Greedily looking at the levers, the archer offered to destroy the other traps, since they were here. But the fighter grabbed the upset goblin, and objected that they would need them later, and he noted that he really was that strong. The vice master rubbed his hand. The boy turned around and offered to follow him in search of the boss, and he replied that he understood. They barely passed the iron balls. They shot another guard. The hero managed to save the archer from under a huge blade. Soon they saw the farthest fortress, and the goblin assumed that Vincent's daughter must be inside. But the guards looked strong. If they surrounded the intruders, it would not end well. The vice master looked at the young man with gratitude, and admitted that without him he would have died long ago, and he trusted him with his life, to which he replied that he could not do otherwise, but now it was necessary to distract them. The archer looked at his companion in confusion. Then he lowered his head, and said that, it seemed, now their paths diverged. The fighter looked back at the sitting goblin and hissed that he was not a pawn for him, reminded him of the traps that they left untouched. The vice master looked at the boy with a wet gaze, and realized that he had decided to leave them for him, but he had also marked them. Tracking the number of enemies with the help of the divine eye, Tsuyoshi explained that fortresses like this always had strong defenses. They would not have set up a base here, and he was glad to himself that he had been informed of the situation. Looking carefully ahead, the young man continued that these traps would work perfectly on them. They would cause serious damage to the guards, and he would take on the boss. Dawn would soon break. They had little time left. The archer confirmed that he understood, thanked him for caring about the well-being of their guild. As the vice guild master, he was very grateful. Looking around the area, the guards discussed among themselves that it was unusually quiet tonight. At that moment, arrows flew at them. They stuck in the back of one of the guards. As he knocked a new arrow, the archer called out to the big guys, declaring that he would destroy their fortress today and calling on cowards to attack him. The beastmen broke the arrows, saying that it was that guy again. Shouting threats and indignation, the guards rushed at the intruder. The goblin's face fell. Running, he shouted for the dastards to attack and that they would never catch him. Folding his arms over his chest, the protagonist watched them go, muttering that if they caught the vice master, he would be finished. The young man crept up to the tower. He looked into the tent, deciding that he should first make sure that the girl was inside. Vincent's daughter, with her hands folded in her lap, asked if the princess had really eaten a bad apple from an evil witch, and the leopard clarified that she would have eaten an apple from a stranger. The warrior's eyes widened in surprise. The girl raised her fists at this time and said that no way, she would feel bad because of him. But then the boss noticed the intruder. He covered the little girl with a blanket and asked her not to look there. She thought that he just wanted to play. The enemy dealt the guy a powerful blow, throwing him away from the entrance, and he thought that this was exactly what he expected from the beastman leopard. The enemy made a crushing stinging attack with his foot, and the fighter had to cover himself with his sword. Lowering his leg, the jaguar noticed that it seemed that the intruder was not from the Rhythm Guild, and demanded to know who he was, and if she did not answer, he would die. Frowning, the young man was surprised that the boss was telling her fairy tales. He thought that they kidnapped the girl, but was it really so? The opponents stood opposite each other under the moonlight. Remembering how the leopard read a fairy tale to the girl, the fighter concluded that for a reasonable person who had kidnapped a child, such behavior was strange. Something was wrong here. The boss prepared for an attack, and clarified whether he was an assassin, because he had silently passed all the traps and neutralized the guards, which was impressive. Straightening up, the guy answered that he had come on behalf of the Rhythm Guild to save their kidnapped daughter Vanton, and demanded to give her up, adding that he was simply fulfilling an order, so he offered to resolve everything peacefully. But the warrior attacked the hero again, shouting that he refused. Barely dodging the blow, the guy thought that this was expected from a berserker. They did not tolerate empty chatter. This class fought fiercely and recklessly. Carefully watching the enemy, the hero figured that he could not waste time. If his allies returned, they would have problems. The leopard swung at the young man with a knockdown blow. The hero's eyes lit up when he activated the movement analysis. The berserker's blow split the ground. The next moment, the assassin was behind the warrior. He realized the incredible speed. The guy attacked with a thunderous surprise attack, but the enemy managed to reflect it, after which he was able to quickly get away from it. Putting the blade forward, the protagonist realized that even with the perfect analysis of the divine eye, the leopard managed to respond to his attacks. This precision of movements corresponded to the species. Looking back at the intruder, the boss realized that his sword almost cut his hand. This human assassin had remarkable speed. His level was definitely not lower than himself. He wondered why, if he was an experienced fighter. But then why out of all the weapons he used a simple sword? Intercepting the blade, the young man activated absolute physical strength, and suggested that they finish quickly. The leopard offered to attack, showing his claws. But at that moment a girl came out of the tent, and asked what the man was doing. The berserker looked back, his face reflecting fear. Putting his hands back, the boss reminded him that he had told him not to go out, and ordered him to go back into the room. The hero looked at this in confusion and thought, here we go again. Didn't this guy kidnap her? Why be so affectionate with her? Why did he act as if she was very dear to him? At that time, the little girl rushed to the leopard, asked if the man was really hurt, and he replied that it was nothing, he had just accidentally hurt himself with a sword. Looking menacingly at the intruder, the girl told her brother not to offend the man. He was good, and the berserker was forced to admit that everything was not so simple. The fighter raised his palms and explained that he had come to save the little girl, and was not bad. With a guilty expression, the guy remembered that Karina looked at him the same way when she was angry. The berserker stroked the little girl's head, and she clenched her fists, and screamed that she did not want to be saved. She was happy with the kind uncle and did not want to go back, to which she was promised that they would not give her up. Lowering the sword, the hero demanded that they finally explain to him what was going on here, whether they would continue to fight or talk. Picking up the girl in his arms, the boss suggested talking inside. First he needed to put her to bed, since she was scared if he did not read her a bedtime story. A candle was burning inside. Leaning over the child, the leopard was glad that she had finally fallen asleep, and the boy noticed that the girl was very attached to him, and that this was not a simple kidnapping. Covering the baby with a blanket, the boss explained that he worked for Wei-tun, in his secret gang. The fighter's eyebrows rose in shock, and he asked why he kidnapped his employer's daughter. Frowning, the berserker replied that he did it for the money, to shake out a huge compensation from the other guilds. Tsuyoshi frowned and said that he understood everything, and in his mind he understood why he found it strange. It was all a setup. Tucking the girl's blanket, the leopard told her that Vanton hired them to be kidnappers and came up with this money-making scheme. They kidnap a child, and Vanton created a mission to rescue her with a high reward. No seeker would take on a mission that involved a gang like them. Since the local guilds lacked the strength to simply enter this fortress, Vanton installed the traps and mechanisms himself. Folding his arms across his chest, the hero said that everything was clear to him, which meant that he had strengthened the defense so that no local guild could complete the order within the established time frame. It even became interesting, because after the payment everyone would be able to see how the child safely returned home to his parents. What would happen if someone found out that the child was safe? The guy's face distorted from the guess. The leopard closed his eyes and admitted that Vanton had stolen a newborn child and raised her as his own for this plan. For him the child he had used was no longer valuable, so he saw no reason to let her live. With a cold gaze, the fighter clarified whether the interlocutor really meant that the employer planned to kill her. The berserker lowered his head and, when the youth asked why the girl was so attached to him, admitted that he was the one who kidnapped her and secretly took care of her. Remembering the baby as a small child, he continued that as she grew up, a sense of guilt grew within him. Wincing, the hero asked if Vanton achieved his goal, what fate awaited this girl, and he would simply run away with her, no. Remembering scenes from the past, the leopard said that before meeting Vanton, he was starving and homeless. He gave him food, clothes, and the opportunity to train. He could not betray the intelligent one who turned him into a true warrior. Squinting, the assassin asked if his interlocutor really believed that there was no freedom in this world. Everyone lives with one goal or another. Her so-called father Vanton was completely indifferent to her, and he had become a real parent to her. He should have cut off all ties with Vanton and run away. It would have been better for both of them. Looking at the baby with sadness, the boss objected that if he had not slept with him, he would have been dead long ago. But for him this girl was like a family member. The protagonist turned to leave, and clarified that for several years the berserker had been paying him this debt, and ordered him to take the child and run, to give her and himself a new life. The leopard frowned, indignant. But what did this man understand? Vanton would never forgive him. He would hire assassins to catch them. Did he really think that they could start a new life so easily? The young man glanced back and asked not to worry. He understood the leopard very well. It was hard to take care of someone, but you need to continue to believe in the best and not lose hope. Turning to the man, the beast man began to talk about the risks. But the hero coming out of the tent interrupted him with the words that if he could not cope on his own, he would help him. He would not allow a bastard like Vanton to harm him, or the girl. The satisfied goblin ran to meet him, glad that he had found a partner, and said that he had been distracting the guards all this time. Waving his arms, the vice master said that, as the guy said, they were unable to bypass their own traps. But he was able to thanks to his marks. If only he could see their stupid faces. And the fighter replied that he was glad to hear it. But then the archer's face lengthened, and he asked why the man was alone. Hadn't he saved Vanton's daughter, or had they failed? And then it was the end. The assassin put his hand on the goblin's shoulder and replied that everything had worked out and the girl was safe. Asked him to return to the guild and report this to the master, and he would return when he received the reward from Vanton, and he found this incredible. With an enthusiastic face, the vice master ran away, shouting that the guild master would be crazy with happiness. He needed to tell him quickly. He would be waiting for his partner in the guild, and in general he was a good guy. Frowning, Tsuyoshi decided that it was time to talk to the scoundrel. The light played in the crystal of the chandelier. Sorting through the coins, the bull muttered that his income had noticeably decreased lately. Perhaps it was worth improving the kidnapping scheme, but someone's voice said that now he did not need it. The fat man jumped up and asked in fear who was there. Leaning his blade on the floor, the protagonist said that he had come to take the life of the scoundrel. The bull knocked over the table and started calling for help. Rising to his feet, the man said that calling for help was useless. While the bull was busy counting the money, he had already taken care of his subordinates. The dead of night fell over the Vanton mansion. The fat man looked at the bodies lying in the corridor and asked if the assassin from the Rhythm Guild had come, trying to understand what all this meant and why the intruder killed all the guards. True horror was reflected on the bull's face. He muttered that they were the best warriors of the 15th level, but the young man was able to cope with them all alone. Throwing up his hands, the hero explained that no one had attacked this estate for so long, that the guards had let down their guard. He snuck inside and slit their throats before they could react. Frowning, the fat man called the dead useless cretins. He fed them, paid them daily, and this is how they repaid him. Then turned to the fighter and added that if he wanted money, let him just name the price, promised that this would not happen again. Leaning towards the scoundrel, the guy demanded, first of all, to give him the 5,000 gold that he owed to the Rhythm Guild, and reminded him of the bet. In fact, the order was completed. His so-called daughter was now safe. Looking coldly at his interlocutor, the hero said that he heard that he raised many children. The bull looked fearfully at the blade near his neck, and the young man added that he made money on children. He was just curious. The fat man put out his palms and said that the scheme he had come up with could earn a fortune. If the uninvited guest helped, they could earn even more. He could arrange another kidnapping or sell their organs on the black market. He offered to split the profits in half, and if he spared him, he would give him half of the fortune. He wanted to make money, right? The fighter leaned forward and clarified that the scoundrel really planned to sell children for organs, and he confirmed that it was faster than kidnapping and a safer method. The man narrowed his eyes and replied that everything was clear to him. Looking hopefully at the uninvited guests, the bull asked if this would be enough, because he would live without needing anything for the rest of his life. Wouldn't this be enough? With a sweet smile, the guy replied that no, this would not be enough. He wanted to get more. The tense fat man asked to name the price. He would give it to the hero, if he could, what he wanted. Launching a thunderous surprise attack, the young man replied that his life. The next morning, the crowd gathered around the mansion discussed how there was no sign of a struggle. The attack was sudden. Their throats were cut, all killed in one night. Wanton was found in his bedroom in a terrible state, and no one knew who did it. On his body, there was only one fatal wound to the heart, inflicted from the back, which indicated that the killer was furious. Next to the body of the murdered man, a suicide note was found describing all the crimes he had committed. so his death did not surprise anyone. Whoever made him write this note revealed all his crimes, including kidnapping children and other illegal activities. Standing in the crowd, Naruto watched as the bodies were carried out and thought, Wanton died from a blow to the heart from the back. There was no mistake, he would recognize this blow from 1,000. Squinting, the cat thought that all the injuries, especially the villain, reflected the nature of his attack. A surprise attack was a unique skill that assassins possessed, but according to the investigation, the murdered man was threatened by a certain guild. Who did this? The warrior's gaze widened when he assumed that it could be that human warrior. He clearly remembered his final blow in the arena. It was similar to his surprise attack, but he was not a member of the Assassin's Guild. Remembering the face of the young man, the cat could not understand. He was a warrior. How was this possible, and who was he? The fighter shuddered when he thought that perhaps he stole this skill. If he reported this to the Assassin's Guild master, perhaps he would be accepted back. The Assassin's Guild never forgave traitors, especially those who steal their skills, so he could return to the guild. As the cat walked away, he decided that he needed to report this to the guild master immediately. At the same time, in the Rhythm Guild's negotiation room, the guild master couldn't believe that the hired fighter had actually returned all 5,000 gold coins. Tsuyoshi simply opened the chest with gold under the gaze of the guild's leadership. The captain beamed and said that he immediately understood that the young man would succeed. Pace spread his hands and remembered that he heard that Vanton died immediately after the hero left. If he hadn't taken the gold coins, they would have remained without a reward. To which the goblin said that after his death, all the crimes surfaced. One death was not enough for such a scoundrel. Stretching his wrist, the guy said that the order was completed, and he was even able to level up. For a moment, the fighter's gaze became cold, and he thought that after the massacre of Vanton and his subordinates, the system gave him a reward. Killing enemies brought him more experience points, which brought him closer to leveling up. The guild master clapped the guy, congratulating him on his level up. He had not only defended a part of their guild, but had also brought them a fortune, and offered to split the 5,000 gold in half. Taking off his mask, the fighter admitted that he did not need 2,500 gold. He was originally supposed to receive 250, so he would donate the remaining amount to homeless children and poor families. The mouths of the interlocutors dropped open. They even asked him again about it. Throwing a bag of gold, the guy confirmed this, because some people would need this money more. Glancing back, the hero added that he would take 250, as they had agreed. Waving his hand, the young man said goodbye and left, and the goblin noticed that he knew how to impress. He was not only skilled, but also generous, and the guild master agreed, because he could give such a large sum without a doubt. It was decided to really give this money to those in need, as the hero wished. As he walked away, the boy thought that he had reached level 11. There was only one step left to his goal. Sakura should have arrived by now. She would probably be surprised to see him. Thanks to the set of black camouflage armor, he looked completely different. Near the Adventurers Guild, where the fighter was going to wait for his friend, a whole crowd had gathered. He came closer to find out why these intelligent beings had gathered and what had happened. The fat woman, with her arms folded across her chest, was loudly indignant. Did no one know who she was, calling herself the wife of the president of the Northern Beastman City Trading Company, and this dirty half-breed dared to push her child, and demanded an apology. Sakura, pressing her hand to her chest, reminded the lady that she had already explained that her son had run into her himself, and she had simply stood there. The beast woman's face turned red and she was indignant. How dare this vile half-breed accuse him of lying? Why would they lie? They would not stoop to her level. Half-breed beasts were truly disgusting. The little boy pointed at the girl and said that this was exactly it. He himself would never touch someone like her, called her a liar. The confused guard turned to the warrior, saying that she accidentally pushed the young gentleman. Let her just apologize, it was for her own good. Frowning, the half-breed objected that even if they doubted her, she would not tolerate insults in her direction. Among the passers-by there should be at least one witness who saw how everything really happened. But no one from the crowd confirmed this. Lowering her head, Sakura realized that no one wanted to stand up for her. The fat woman punched the girl in the face, demanding that the vile half-breed apologize already, otherwise she would be arrested. The guard rubbed his forehead, muttered that it was a hassle, and asked the stupid girl not to be stubborn and know her place. Raising her stubborn gaze, the half-breed declared that she would never apologize. The lady grinned maliciously, and threatened that if the impudent half-breed did not do this, she could make it so that she would not live to see tomorrow. The boy folded his arms across his chest, agreeing with his mother, reminding her that his father was the president of the trading company of this city. When the guard noticed that the girl was reaching for her sword, he demanded that she drop the weapon. Even if she was a high-level seeker, the rules applied here. Frowning, the half-breed decided that she had to endure. She could not ruin the master's plans. Gripping the handle of the weapon tighter, she persuaded herself to endure. Just endure. As always, she couldn't let this ruin everything. But the next moment, the young man jumped out of the crowd. He kicked the fat woman in the face. The little one rushed to his mother, calling her. But he immediately froze when he saw the man's gaze. The hero knocked the impudent man down with a slap. Everyone present watched this in surprise. "Stretch his wrist," the guy said, so they dared to insult Sakura and dared to raise a hand against her. Shielding the girl with himself, the fighter threatened that whoever they were, they would have to face the consequences. As Naruto walked down the hallway, he noticed that even in the daytime, the place was dark and cold. Someone held a knife to his throat, threatening to kill him, and asked what he wanted. Raising his paw, the cat identified himself as a former member of the Assassin's Guild, and explained that he had come to pass on information. The guild leader put the knife away, and stated that he was no longer allowed to be here. The second leader, hanging from the ceiling, reminded him that they had caught him stealing money, cut off his arm, and banished him, and said that he would refuse if he wanted to return. The beast man, covered in cold sweat, replied that it was not that at all, and told him that he had seen a man steal an assassin's skill, and suggested that they would be interested in hearing about it. The man crossed his arms and asked him to elaborate, and his colleague jumped down, asking how someone like him could be in the northern city without their knowledge. Looking down, Naruto explained that he had personally fought him and seen his skills, and decided to help capture him in exchange for the opportunity to return to the guild. Throwing a menacing look at him, the assassin asked if he dared to make demands, and stated that he would talk to the management about it if the information was confirmed. A lizard crawled along the wall. The guild leader asked his comrade to tell him everything he knew. Sakura raised her eyebrows and called out to her master. The protagonist clenched his wrist. Trembling with fear, the guard asked if he had gone crazy, and said that the stranger had just hit the wife and child of the president of the trading company. The woman stroked her son's head and promised to finish off those who dared to raise a hand against them. Frowning in displeasure, the orc ordered the guards to immediately arrest the scoundrels, and stated that otherwise her husband would have to cut off funding for this city. The monster looked around and said that it would not harm them if they did not resist. Leaning towards his companion, Tsuyoshi reminded her that they had started the fight and asked if this was not considered self-defense. Pointing at him, the monster shouted that no one could prove that she had hit anyone and said that she would not dirty her hands with such a creature. The boy narrowed his eyes and threatened to knock her teeth out for such words. Looking up, the girl apologized for the trouble and explained that no one would stand up for her. The boy gave her a stern look and asked her not to give in. The half-beast lowered her head and explained that no one would risk it for a half-breed when they were facing the wife of the president of a trading company. Crossing her arms over her chest, the woman asked if anyone would even take their side and called the people stupid. Harvey stepped forward and saw his comrade. Victor asked what was going on. Luke told him that their friend had recently completed a large order for the Rhythm Guild. The hero scratched his head and replied that he had done everything he could. The orc's eyes widened in surprise and asked what that meant. Raising his hand, he was surprised that he was still in the northern city, and said that he had recently donated all the money as he had been asked. The chosen one turned his head and explained that he was just about to leave, but had accidentally gotten into trouble. The warrior asked if they knew each other. The knights approached them and asked what had happened. The vice master of the Rhythm Guild asked who had caused this commotion. The monster hugged the child to her chest and wondered who this person really was. The guard spread his arms and explained that they had a conflict with the wife of the president of the trading company, and added that if no one could prove that she had struck first, then by law they would have to put these people in custody. The fighters frowned menacingly and said that this man did not deserve punishment. Luke said that their entire guild could stand up for him if necessary. Smoke was coming out of the smoking pipe. Its owner smiled and said that she could confirm Sakura's innocence because she was a seeker with a gold badge. Surrounded by an angry crowd, the woman called them all fools. The beastmen raised their hands, saying that they had seen the orcs strike the half-breed first. Looking around, the guard said that this would be enough and asked the monster to follow him. Frowning, the protagonist explained that he could not let her go so easily and asked her to apologize to his companion. The guild members approached the monster and demanded an apology, stating that they were not going to back down. The woman bowed her head, admitting her mistake and asking for forgiveness. The orc closed her eyes. The guard asked her to follow him. Tsuyoshi looked back and thanked his friends for their help. Luke replied that it was nothing. He asked him to call himself a member of the Rhythm Guild if he had any problems. The guy smiled and called out to his friend. The people waved to them. The girl bowed and thanked them. The guys went outside the city. The half-beast noticed that her comrade had changed a lot during this time. Closing his eyes, the young man explained that he received special equipment that changed his appearance, and added that the t-shirt she sewed was torn while clearing the dungeon. Smiling, the warrior asked him not to worry and said that it was not about his appearance, but that her friend seemed to have matured. Holding a bag in his hands, the hero told him that he had met these people when he was helping the guild resolve a conflict, and asked his companion to put aside these 250 gold. Opening the bag, Sakura said that it was simply incredible, and realized that with this money they would be able to buy excellent armor at auction. Clenching his fist, the chosen one said that he planned to buy her new equipment, and suggested going to the auction in the next city. Closing her eyes, the girl asked the master not to spend money on her, and told him that in the next city there was an auction house where a brilliant shaman lived. The protagonist sternly knitted his eyebrows and realized that he had completely forgotten that he was supposed to meet him. Birds were flying above the trees, stagnant blood from the recent battle weighed on Tsuyoshi like a stone, so he needed to find a healer. The boys were walking through the forest and discussing something. They were smiling. Leaves were swirling around the boy. Suddenly, a fresh cut appeared on his cheek. Dozens of sharp leaves fell on him from the sky. The woman immediately unsheathed her dagger. The half-beast cut the air in front of her. She put the knife away and asked her friend to be careful. Someone raised 2 fingers and noticed that their enemy was not alone. The boys looked up tensely. Standing on a tree, the leader of the Northern Guild declared that skilled thieves deserved to die. His colleague explained that they came here for his head. Crows soared into the air. The man frowned menacingly and said that if Naruto had not deceived them, then the enemy had stolen their surprise attack technique. Sticking out his tongue, the second leader remembered that, judging by the cat's story, their levels should not be too high, and decided that it did not matter anyway. The half-beast pulled a glowing dagger from its sheath. The young man looked at her in surprise and for the first time felt the desire to kill coming from her. Looking away, the warrior asked her friend to be careful and explained that these people were stronger than all the opponents they had faced before. Frowning, Sakura explained that such a strong desire to kill could only come from those with a lot of blood on their hands and concluded that it would not be easy for them, because the assassin guilds were a terrible secret group that only consisted of strong people. The man walked on bones. The members of this guild always took the heads of their opponents as trophies. Even the strongest guilds tried not to anger them. Squinting, the hero said that he had met a beast man who had been kicked out of there, and explained that he had no connection with them and had never seen these people before. Suddenly, the chosen one's eyes widened and he remembered how they called him a skill thief. The protagonist imagined his eyes lighting up during the battle and realized that the surprise attack skill he copied was a unique skill of the Assassin Guild, which is why they were targeting him. The girl looked at him in surprise. Standing on a tree branch, the guild leader allowed his comrade to take on the half-breed and asked him to be extremely careful because she was quite skilled. Putting his fingers together, the man decided to take on the thief and stated that the guild would have no questions when they brought his head and hands. The assassin smirked and said that no matter how strong his opponent was, they were on different levels. An ominous aura appeared around the villains as they used a unique combo skill. The woman grabbed a knife and asked her friend to stay close so they would not be separated. The protagonist asked what it meant. Frowning sternly, Tsuyoshi realized that fighting each of them individually would be more effective, and said that he wanted to see how strong they really were. Waves of dark energy concentrated above the boys' heads. The guild leaders jumped down, and one of them asked why their enemies weren't trying to run or hide. Streams of dark energy fell on the ground. The half-beast asked the master to be careful. Finding himself behind the boy, the villain asked if they really thought they could just steal their surprise attack skill and run away, and decided to show them what an attack really looked like. The tip of the dagger ended up right at the back of the boy's head. The hero blocked the attack with his sword. The chosen one's eyes flashed and said that the enemy would have to level up to defeat him. Jumping back, the assassin was surprised that he was able to block his attack, and wondered how he managed to do it. The assassin pressed his feet into the ground. The guild leader narrowed his eyes and asked what his level was. The protagonist put the blade on his shoulder and answered that he was level 11. Gritting his teeth, the man asked if he was making fun of him and explained that with such power, his level couldn't be so low. Tsuyoshi spread his arms and said that it was up to him whether to believe him or not. Giant snakes appeared in front of him. The villain called his opponent a stubborn fool and decided to check if he could handle it. The guy opened his eyes wide and realized that he couldn't handle it without the divine eye. Having created clones, the assassin attacked the enemy and said that even entire teams could not handle such a skill. The young man held his sword in front of him. The system reported the activation of the absolute physical form. The hero frowned menacingly. Dozens of blades fell on him at once. Shocked, the assassin noticed that his equipment provided incredible protection, and asked what his level really was. The inscription 11th level appeared above the chosen one's head. The protagonist looked up and repeated his words. Tsuyoshi cut the air in front of him with his sword. The Northern Guild leader dodged it, still confused about his low level. The man stepped back. He put his hand on the wound and asked his opponent to stop. Frowning, the assassin explained that if he really was level 11, his guild would gladly accept him into their ranks, and stated that with a recommendation from him, the leadership would be happy to accept and train a newcomer. The opponents stood opposite each other. The assassin said that with such talent, he would be in great demand, and warned that the opportunity to join the guild was not available to everyone. The guy replied that this did not suit him, adding that he had no reason to believe him. Covered in blue fire, the guild leader declared that everything was clear to him. He raised his knife in front of him and shouted that he was not going to give up. The man swung his blade and said that his enemy should be grateful that he had not used this technique earlier. The young man's mouth dropped open in surprise and he realized that his opponent had just turned his killing intent into a weapon. The villain sliced through the air with his sword and released a gigantic amount of energy. The hero raised his sword and activated his absolute physical form. Placing his hand on the wound on his shoulder, the Chosen One realized that even this skill could not withstand such an attack and realized that he would have died if he had struck his heart. Raising his sword in front of him, the assassin said that his enemy should not have underestimated him and explained that their skills were on a completely different level. His empty eyes lit up. The assassin shouted that if his opponent did not want to join their guild, then he was destined to die. Leaping forward, the leader of the Northern Guild declared that he would not be able to escape this time and added that he would kill him and return the skill. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and decided to try something different, since normal weapons and absolute physical strength did not work. His glove was covered with bright energy. The man's eyes widened in fear and asked what happened to his aura. Flames swirled around Tsuyoshi. The guy spread his arms and decided to see if the enemy could withstand this attack. The system warned that the duration of the divine hammer was only 1 second. A giant lightning fell from the sky. The young man's armor sparkled. The hero squeezed the hammer in his hand and realized that he had to deliver a decisive blow to defeat such an enemy. The Chosen One narrowed his eyes and decided that the main thing was to do everything quickly and that 1 second would be more than enough for him. The villain looked up and asked what kind of weapon could contain such incredible power. The protagonist raised the hammer above his head and offered to see if the enemy could repel this attack. The assassin's eyes widened as he asked if a mere level 11 warrior wanted to test his strength, and stated that he couldn't fool him with such a trick. The assassin pushed off the ground with force. An evil crystalline spirit of killing intent appeared on the battlefield, and the system reported that this skill merged the user's weapon and body and delivered a deadly attack. Tsuyoshi swung his hammer and realized that he only needed 1 second. Meanwhile, Sakura, lowering her bloody knife, noticed that her master had used this power again, and said that the outcome of the battle was a foregone conclusion. The leader of the Northern Guild was kneeling, and the girl concluded that she had nothing to worry about. The opponents crossed weapons in battle. The boy approached the enemy closely, and the system reported the activation of the divine hammer. A powerful blow threw the man back. His body fell to the ground and raised a cloud of dust. Raising his head, the villain wondered what this incredible power was and decided that he simply couldn't be level 11. The assassin raised 2 fingers and realized that he couldn't win at this rate. A dark bat appeared in the air. The monster flew into the sky. The assassin warned that the enemy would become a target for the guild if he killed it. The youth landed on his feet. The system reported that the use time of the divine hammer had expired. The hero released steam from his mouth and wondered if the energy of the sacred weapon had increased along with his level. The Chosen One almost fell and thought about it. It was time to use a healing potion. Catching him, Sakura asked if he was okay and asked him to leave it to her. The girl hugged her friend and explained that defeating the one-eyed assassin would greatly affect his body. The protagonist drank the potion and said that it tasted terrible. The woman replied that this was why she didn't drink it. Sitting under a tree, the half-beast asked her companion not to use this attack too often and said that he might end up in such a state when she was not around. Tsuyoshi explained that he wouldn't have been able to win otherwise. Looking down, the warrior concluded that ending the fight quickly was a wise decision and remembered a story about a level 10 man fighting dozens of enemies alone. The guy raised his eyebrows in amazement, surprised that his companion remembered this, and said that she had an amazing memory. Squinting, the young man realized that a lot of time had passed since he left this world and realized that it was time for him to return back to sort things out for his sister. Looking up, the hero remembered how he encountered the Manga company when he dealt with Karen's bullies and decided that he would have to make his move because her boyfriend turned out to be the son of the Blue Snake gang leader. Taking out 2 high-level potions, Sakura said that she found them on the guild members and added that they would definitely be useful to her comrade. Smiling, the Chosen One realized that it was a level booster and concluded that he would be able to reach level 12 before they reached Kevin. Rising to his feet, the protagonist decided to return home after reaching level 12 and stated that they needed to continue on their way. On the way to the city, Tsuyoshi fought low-level monsters. The guy cut the boss with tentacles with his sword. The guys met a team that was unable to clear the dungeon. The young man joined them and almost single-handedly defeated all the monsters. The hero plunged his sword into the monster's head. The system reported reaching level 12. The sun was setting. The woman said that they had almost reached the city where the shaman lived. Walking down the street, the half-beast suggested that they spend the night here. The owner of the inn smiled broadly and said that they had 1 premium room available. Standing in the center of the courtyard, the warrior asked if he had 2 free rooms. The Chosen One said that any rooms would do, not necessarily premium ones. Closing his eyes, the goblin answered that there was only 1 room left and suggested that the adventurers had come to Carniel for the potion tournament that Kevin was hosting. The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise and asked what they were talking about. The monster raised an eyebrow questioningly and asked if they had never heard of this tournament, since it had been held many times before. Smiling, Sakura explained that it was a large-scale event during which competitions and exhibitions were held here, as well as high-quality potions were made, and added that they could explore the area and buy the necessary potions. Standing in front of the innkeeper, Tsuyoshi decided that this sounded interesting. The goblin asked if they would be taking a room. The guy scratched the back of his head and said that they would take it if his companion did not mind. The girl said the same. Someone came up to them from behind and said that they would take this room. Vincent hugged his beloved and asked to rent him a premium class room. Smiling widely, the monster invited him inside and promised to prepare the best room for him. The young man threw a displeased look at the stranger. The hero put his hand on his shoulder and said that he needed to get in line. Grinning, the fox asked if he really did not know who he was and explained that the last best room would be his. The innkeeper bowed his head and confirmed it. The woman stated that they were the first to arrive and asked if that was fair. Raising his eyebrows, the goblin explained that he was one of the genius Kevin's students and a very influential figure in the area, and advised the adventurers not to mess with him. The stranger hugged her lover and asked where they came from. The beast man asked her to ignore them and suggested that they had already realized their mistake. The chosen one slammed his fist into his palm, saying that he didn't care, and asked the monster to show them their room. The blue shaman's eyes widened in surprise. Frowning, Vincent asked if he was really going to try to take his room, and stated that after that, the passage to Carnio would be closed to them. The protagonist placed his hand on his shoulder and declared that he would not repeat the same thing. With one movement of his hand, Tsuyoshi knocked the villain to the ground. The girl immediately rushed to her lover. The fox opened his mouth wide and shouted that they would greatly regret this. The guy closed his eyes and asked the innkeeper to take them to their room. The beast man frowned furiously and promised to make him pay for his disrespect. Sakura approached the master and asked if he was sure of his decision. The young man explained that he treats people the way they treat him. Squinting, the hero said that he did not care whether it was Kevin's student or not, and added that he was not going to indulge these whims, as he did before. The girl stared at him in amazement. At night, the light was on in the inn room. Sitting on the bed, the chosen one looked at the ring and promised his sister to return soon. The system reported that the endless passage was open. A bright light sucked the protagonist into itself. The energy dissipated, and he found himself at home. Tsuyoshi looked at his sister and realized that he did not wake her up. The guy covered her with a blanket. The young man looked down and remembered how the girl was sad that she would no longer be able to walk, but still assured her brother that she would not be a burden to him. The hero looked at the crutches and noticed that the girl had fixed them herself. The chosen one imagined the student sitting on the ground and thought about how she was desperately trying to protect her crutches. The warrior opened his mouth and sighed heavily. After covering his sister, the protagonist called her very strong and promised that from now on there would be no more misfortunes in her life. Tsuyoshi stroked her head and said that he would heal her legs and bring back a happy smile to her face. The boy opened the system window in front of him and placed a set of black camouflage armor in the divine inventory of consciousness. Lying on the bed, the young man was glad that all these things took up only one slot and decided that he should improve the equipment from this world. The full moon was shining in the sky. The hero concluded that he needed to sort out all the affairs here first. Karina was walking down the street with the help of crutches. She looked back and asked what happened to her brother. Walking down the street, the girl noticed that he had become a completely different person overnight. The chosen one smiled and replied that he had just cut his hair and started training. The girl looked at him and realized that her brother seemed to have grown taller. The warrior replied that this was not the case at all and asked her to think about herself and not to walk around school alone. The student looked away and remembered how she had been bullied. Mina and Vivian raised their eyebrows in surprise. The guys stopped when they noticed them in front of them. The protagonist narrowed his eyes in disdain. The student opened her mouth in amazement and said that their classmate's brother now looked really cool. The bully asked her to shut up. Looking at his sister, Tsuyoshi said that everything was fine and explained that no one would dare to bully her now. The schoolgirl smiled and assumed that her brother had changed so much because he had become a hero. The boys walked past the bullies. Karina looked away and wondered what had happened to them. Looking after her classmate, Mina wondered how they dared to treat her like that and decided to use Raleigh's connections to make them kneel. The boys headed towards the school. Sitting in the classroom, the bullies discussed how it would be better if they did not mess with their classmate anymore because they almost got killed last time. Raleigh frowned and asked them to shut up, saying that he was not afraid of some loser who had been their slave until recently. The boy asked if their ambush had failed last time. The bully looked at him and said that it was all their carelessness that was to blame. The bully pointed at the door and warned that he was coming. The guy was standing in the doorway of the office and talking to someone. The schoolboy opened his mouth in shock and asked what had happened to him. Approaching the board, Lily announced that a competition for a future star would soon be held and asked who wanted to participate. Smiling, the class teacher explained that this time several schools in the area would be participating in the event and said that this was their moment of glory together. Scratching his ear, the student reminded that this event was held for heroes, and that it was useless for ordinary people to participate, and said that they had never managed to win yet. His friend closed his eyes and told them that last year they had participated in a marathon. but the hero's students had reached the finish line before they had passed the halfway mark. The boy looked up and asked if they should definitely participate. His classmates thought that they would just lose and embarrass themselves. Raising their eyebrows, the teacher informed them that the prizes for winning this year were incredible, and added that famous guild masters and association leaders would be attending. Sitting at their desks, the boys began to chat when they learned that the grand prize was 10 million yen. They knew that the association provided internships for young heroes and could even invite them to join the union. Looking up, the chosen one remembered that he had borrowed 600,000 yen from the Blue Snake gang at a high interest rate, and realized that he would be able to pay off the debt and move into a new apartment. Smiling, the protagonist realized that he and his sister really needed money to live a better life, and thought that he could attract the attention of the Hero Association if he won 10 million yen. Raleigh folded his hands behind his head and said that this wonderful prize would still be taken by heroes. His friend agreed with him and added that ordinary students would not be able to achieve anything. The boys raised their hands and said that they had no chance because other schools had hero students. Suddenly, Tsuyoshi raised his hand. The boy adjusted his tie and said that he would participate in the event. The boy slammed his hand on the table, asking him not to be arrogant, and asked if he really thought he could compete with hero students. His classmates smiled, thinking that their friend was crazy to participate in the competition. Lily's eyes widened in surprise and asked if her student really wanted to go there. The boy confirmed this. The bully raised his hands and asked him not to cry later. The chosen one looked around and offered him a bet and said that if he won, his classmate would stop pretending to be so cool. The bully shuddered in shock and fell silent. The bully stood up from the table, agreed and said that he would be happy to see him disgraced. The protagonist lowered his head. The homeroom teacher folded her hands in front of her and promised to give him a form to fill out and explained that there would be a selection test for all participants that evening. Tsuyoshi looked up and said that he would come there. The siblings met in the hallway. Karina wished her brother good luck. The guy thanked his sister and asked her to wait for him in the classroom. The schoolgirls watched them from the sidelines and admired how handsome their classmate's brother was. The guys waved to each other and went their separate ways. The students surrounded the shy girl. Vivian crossed her arms over her chest and was indignant about this. Mina told about her brother taking part in the qualifying stage of the competition. A message from Billy appeared on the phone screen, promising that his friends would teach this scoundrel a lesson. The girl smirked and said that she would be looking forward to this day. The students in love surrounded their classmate. The bully decided to intensify his bullying of her when they dealt with her brother. A silhouette of a man was visible in the window. The director frowned excitedly and explained that the future star was extremely important to them, because officially the event was created to strengthen the ties between schools, but in reality it was an assessment of the strength of the alliance of heroes and guilds. Standing in the center of the office, the man said that at least one of the students from their school must take at least 5th place in order for them to receive sponsorship. His colleagues said that all hero classes would participate. The deputy narrowed his eyes in displeasure and said that almost none of the regular students signed up for the competition. The school employee closed his eyes and concluded that they could clearly see the difference in strength, and said that the heroes from the association would also be participating in today's selection, so they had no room for error. The man wiped the sweat from his forehead and said that a student from the regular class had also volunteered to participate in the selection. The principal opened his mouth in shock when he heard this. Preparations for the selection round began, and the guy, stretching his legs, said that he heard that a student from the regular class would be participating this time. The girl, waving her hand, asked if he thought he could compete with them and whether he wanted to disgrace the school, to which she received the answer that he had no chance of passing the selection round anyway, because this test was held for half-heroes, that is, for them, after which the system gave a description of the half-hero. The young man, turning his gaze to the side, said that he thought it was him, and the student called him cute. The student bent down and said that compared to the hero class, there was nothing special about him. The teacher in charge of preparing the test, looking at the journal, asked why students from a regular class would take this test at all, since it was a waste of time. The guy smiled and said that the teacher had said the same thing, since students from a regular class were completely out of place here. A viewing room appeared on the second floor, and thanks were heard for visiting their school. The director, closing his eyes, explained to the chairman that students from their school's hero class were there, and the test would start soon, so he would like to ask him, but he abruptly interrupted him and said that the association hoped that their class would show a high level, since today he represented their interests. The man folded his arms and said that it was an honor for them, so they would try to live up to his expectations, and the results would be reflected here, after which he wished them a pleasant viewing. The manager, turning his head, asked to quickly begin the competition, to which he received a positive answer. The teacher, holding the phone, muttered that the vice principal had contacted him. The manager raised his palm and exclaimed that they were starting the test and the rules remained unchanged, so let them form teams and enter the simulation. Poking at the screen, the man explained that these were the basic level simulation machines and they were used for the D, E, and F class exams, and if their abilities were considered together, the simulation would be an F class, and added that they needed to form teams in the order in which they were recorded, and to pass, they needed to score 60 points or more. Tsuyoshi, raising his hand, told the teacher that he didn't know that they would have to split into teams. The manager, scratching his head, thought that he didn't expect to see a student from a regular class here, but he wouldn't pass anyway, and replied that he should go through the selection alone then. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, thinking that he had already done this in another world, and replied positively. The boy, crossing his elbows, explained that the trial exam would not harm anyone, but the forces of darkness and the difficulty level were too high, and the girl added that even teams of half-heroes would have a hard time, so she did not know how long an ordinary student could last. A moment later, the students could be seen entering unusual portals. Suzuki, lowering his eyebrows, muttered that with the help of this competition, they should identify exceptional half-heroes, because the association of hero schools exists so that the union of heroes has a chance to recruit geniuses before others, and now even powerful guilds compete for promising guys, and if they do not work hard, then others will take their place. Suddenly, the students entered the simulation, and one of them exclaimed that he did not think the simulation would be so realistic. The boy looked at the screen and read that the difficulty level of this test was equivalent to an F-class dungeon, and let him choose his class and equipment, and then asked if they could simulate basic equipment. Suddenly, armor appeared on the boy, and he asked if the others were ready, and added that they could then move forward, to which he was told that in order to pass this test, they needed to earn at least 60 points. A little later, the students came out of the portals. The student sighed heavily and said that it was difficult. The chairman bit his lips and thought that most of the results showed a level below F-class, and the students mostly scored between 70 and 80 points, and no one scored above 90, so he thought that there were no outstanding students in the hero class of this school because they were still young, and in recent years, the highest score was 93 points in the E-class pair competition. Suzuki squinted and continued that despite the difference of one level, there was a big gap in power between Class E and Class F, and by passing Class E one could get into any hero school, and if one took a higher place, then famous guilds might notice, but such heroes were very rare, and wondered if he could find at least one here. The man, holding out his finger, exclaimed that this was great, and if they trained more, they could succeed, and also asked if the test was over. The assistant, through sweat on his face, said that the last student from the regular class was preparing. The school principal choked sharply. The chairman, closing his eyes, asked again if the student was from the regular class, and added that he was a daredevil, and since he was the last one, then they could take a look, because it was okay if he failed the test, because it was quite expected from a simple student. The teacher, running a pencil over the journal, congratulated the students on passing and said that he would now move on to a student from a regular class, after which he asked him to solve it quickly, because if he was scared, he could refuse to participate. The protagonist, frowning, replied that he was ready. The guy, opening his mouth wide, exclaimed that he would be very scared when he saw the simulated forces of darkness, and his partner asked how long he thought it would take for Tsuyoshi to crawl here in tears. Suddenly, it seemed like the main character ended up in another world. The protagonist, looking at the screen, said that he already had a class and equipment, and the system wrote down his characteristics. Suddenly, something quickly cut through the air. A moment later, dark rabbits of the first level pounced on the guy, to which he said that now he understood why the half-hero exam was so easy. The young man calmly cut through his opponents, after which he said that Karina was waiting for him, so he needed to finish as soon as possible. An unusual explosion was seen in the simulation. Tsuyoshi looked up sharply. The dark rabbit boss fell to the ground, and the protagonist explained that it was easy, and reached the boss in only 6 minutes, and the AI reported that the dungeon was cleared. With his jaw open, the protagonist noticed a system error that said his ability exceeded the difficulty level of this exam, to which he wondered if there was a D-class test in this cave, because he thought that passing the F-class test would be enough. A bright flash appeared, and it was said that he was now able to enter the D-class dungeon, and to begin the exam. Entering the magic portal, Tsuyoshi said that at his current level, the difference between D and F classes is not that big. The students, smiling widely, asked if he hadn't come out yet, and whether he had died of fear, and also asked the teacher to try to turn off the machine, because most likely he wet himself and cannot come out. The teacher, his eyes wide, explained that 12 minutes had already passed, which was a lot for an ordinary student, and wondered if something had really happened inside, calling the protagonist problematic. Suzuki, with his hands behind his back, said that his endurance was impressive, and when he came out, the director should at least reward him for his courage, to which he replied that they had not recorded his results, but would definitely reward him. Suddenly, the metal capsule shook. A thick haze appeared, and it was said that the test was over. The protagonist frowned seriously, and the system congratulated him on passing with the maximum score, and also wrote about the size of his team, the level of the exam, the time it took to pass, and his points. The student's jaws dropped in confusion. Tsuyoshi, turning his gaze to the side, asked if he had passed. The chairman, threw sweat on his face, asked if this guy was definitely not from the hero class. The teacher, lowering his eyebrows, was very surprised that the protagonist scored 100 points, and asked how he passed the D-class exam, after which he said that there must be some kind of mistake. The student, stretching out his finger, shouted that this was definitely a mistake, because no ordinary student had ever passed 2 exams in 12 minutes, and he had passed the D-class dungeon alone, and that was impossible. The protagonist, warming his wrist, said that he had passed the test, and he did not care about the points, and added that he should go get his sister. Tsuyoshi turned his head when he heard his name being called. Smiling, Suzuki asked if he had just passed the D and F class test, to which he received a positive answer. The assistant, with sweat on his face, clarified how that was possible, since the dungeon was set for an exam of a level lower, and there was no way the D-class exam could appear, and pass both levels in just 12 minutes, being an ordinary student. The man, lowering his eyebrows, asked if he was Tsuyoshi, and if he could tell him what the D-class boss was like. The protagonist, closing his eyes, said that it was a level 6 dark wolf, and it was weak, so it died from a couple of blows, and also apologized because he was in a hurry to see his sister. The school principal, narrowing his eyes, asked if he was lying. Opening his mouth, the chairman exclaimed that he should go get his sister. The protagonist, looking back, thanked him. The man extended his palm and asked the chairman if there was something wrong with Tsuyoshi's results. Suzuki smiled slightly and asked to let the protagonist participate in the competition and keep his results a secret. The chairman, looking ahead, thought that there could be no mistake because the final boss of the D-class trial was indeed a level 6 dark wolf, and as he said, it was fast but weak, and if they had not personally fought this boss, he would not believe his results, and also added that he found a monster, because an ordinary student broke the record. The protagonist walked along the corridor, and the man decided that it was worth watching him, because if he was right, then they should hire this genius into the Hero Association. On the day of the competition of the Future Star, many people were visible. The boys opened their mouths and said that they were the students from Kurozu and Sawariha with the best academic records, and they heard that their hero classes were already full of talented and promising students, so they didn't have a chance, and also that the top 5 would probably include students from those schools. Suddenly, a gramophone appeared, and it was heard that they needed to make sure that all the participants from their school had registered. The registrar asked Tsuyoshi if he was from the hero class and what his name was, to which he, holding his backpack, said his name and replied that he was from a regular class at Seishin High School. The man, smiling, said that his courage was worthy of praise, and most importantly, let him not overdo it, because the students from the hero class were quite formidable opponents. A huge arena appeared from afar. The assistant, with his mouth slightly open, informed the director that the chairman had arrived. The manager closed his eyes and apologized for not being able to meet him, and Suzuki asked if all the students from the regular classes had already registered. The man turned his head and explained that they should be at the arena by now. The students were warming up their hands, and the chairman thought that Tsuyoshi was serious since he had already registered, and if his power was that great, he could become a genius, and also if the big guilds or factions noticed him, they would immediately try to appropriate him, so he would not allow that to happen. The gentleman with glasses, putting his hand to his mouth, said that the representatives of the guilds and factions had already arrived, and suggested that they begin the opening ceremony, to which the director asked to make sure that everyone was ready for the start, because everything should go smoothly. The informant said that he believed that Suzuki knew that Sawahira and Kurozu schools had sent their best students this year, and the manager turned his gaze and asked again if they had sent their best students. The man, sweat on his face, replied that he felt like both schools were set to get good results this year, while their students continued to lose year after year, and it seemed like this year would be no different. The principal, with his hands on his hips, said that everything was the same as always, but they were trying their best. The students clenched their fists, and it was heard that the ability test would begin soon, so let everyone come to the arena. The protagonist, raising his eyebrows, wondered if it was an ability test, and if the competition would start now. Looking at the screen, the protagonist read the rules of the test and realized that the competition would start here. It seemed like a person was hitting a ball, and Tsuyoshi muttered that small movements showed great potential power, and the indicators displayed on the screen would show the true ability of each participant, and since they would be evaluated by machines, no one would be able to cheat. The guys, with their mouths open, were interested in how many points the Sawahira student would get. Suddenly, the boy quickly raised his fists. A moment later, the boy delivered a sharp punch. The screen showed the number of body points and strength points. The Sawahira High School participant sighed heavily and said that it was not bad. One of the students, with his eyes bulging, exclaimed that it was great because both categories were above 70 points, and although this was an average result, earning above 80 would get him into the top 3, after which the others discussed the points they had earned last time. The protagonist, squinting, wondered if getting 70 points in both categories was not bad, and he was also curious about how much he would earn. After some time, the test began, where the participants hit the ball. The Seishin High School participant attacked the target, to which the boy clarified whether these were the results of this school, and called them ordinary. The boy, with his mouth wide open, exclaimed that he heard that there was a guy from a normal class participating from this school, so he was even interested in seeing his score, and asked if the poor guy had to fill the list with normal participants. There were representatives from the guilds and factions, and they thought that Kurozu High was ahead, and if they trained harder, they could become great heroes, so they should be added to the trainee candidates, and the students from Sawahira High were also impressive, but Seishin High had no chance and would definitely not win. The principal, turning his head away, called the scores pathetic, and Suzuki muttered that compared to other schools, they were significantly behind, and he expected too much from Tsuyoshi. The protagonist class appeared in the stands, and they asked if they knew the other schools and whether he was going to participate. Karina looked ahead in surprise. Mina, with her elbows crossed, told the protagonist's sister that her brother was going to embarrass their school in front of everyone, and her friend added that if he was really that strong, he would be able to compete with the students from other schools since he had once defeated them that day. The girl turned her head and exclaimed that she believed in her brother. The female student, with her jaw clenched, said that they were just idiots, and would happily watch her brother lose. Suzuki, lowering his eyebrows, thought that no one had scored higher than 80 points in 2 categories so far, but usually the truly strong participants come out at the end. The chairman bit his lips and wondered when Tsuyoshi's turn would come and whether he would be able to stand up to the best students of Kurozu and Sawahira. Suddenly, the boy, looking to the side, said that he should watch where he was going. A student from the hero class of Sawahira High School appeared. The young man touched his comrade and explained that he was the best student of Sawahira, who had already passed the hero's test, and now he intended to take part in the championship, and was also an undisputed contender for victory, to which he replied that if he had known that he would also participate, he would not have tried. A moment later, Vince began to raise his palm. The student stretched his hand out in front of him. A second later, the guy opened his mouth wide. The participant delivered a powerful blow to the ball. The number of body points and strength points appeared on the screen. The guys, with their jaws open, were very surprised by his easy movement and destructive power. Through the sweat on his face, Suzuki thought that Sawahira really did have the strongest students, and it seemed to him that he would be the most capable student this year, so he should talk to him after the test. Suddenly, one of the guys, raising the corners of his lips, exclaimed that Kurozu's school was coming up next. Boniface scratched his head and said that if they couldn't get 80 points, then they should keep quiet on the sidelines, because now he would show them what the best student of the school, Kurozu, was capable of. The boy could be seen smiling contentedly. The boy lightly touched the ball with his palm. A screen appeared, showing body points and strength points. The students, with their jaws hanging open, shouted that he would have scored 90 points in both categories with minimal effort, and the best student of Kurozu High was on a completely different level, so they thought that this year's champion had already been decided. The chairman lowered his eyebrows and muttered that his potential was incredible, and this was expected of the best student of Kurozu High, and he would definitely talk to him after the competition. Vince seemed to look at his opponent thoughtfully. Boniface, smiling evilly, said that he was his only opponent, but he would win this competition. The Kurozu High student turned his gaze to the side, hearing that it was his turn. Tsuyoshi bit his lips menacingly, and the boy exclaimed that he couldn't believe that he really came, and that he shouldn't disgrace the school. They could hear the protagonist being laughed at, and he looked at the ball and wondered if he should just minimize his movements and show maximum strength. Mino, crossing her elbows, said that here he is, and it's a pity that he will only disgrace himself, but the main thing is that he doesn't change his mind at the last moment. Karina, through sweat on her face, exclaimed that her brother will succeed. Suzuki bit his lips and thought that he would see if he could handle it, because if he scored 70 to 80 points, he would already be impressed, and the director said that this guy was finished. A moment later, the protagonist could be seen clenching his fists. Suddenly, an unusual aura appeared on his finger, and Tsuyoshi realized that in this case, he would use absolute power and the divine selection system, after which the system reported that absolute physical power was activated, and for a short period of time, the defense and strength of the index finger were increased. The ball began to sag, and the artificial intelligence wrote that the divine selection system was activated, and the powers were concentrated on the tip of the index finger, and the strength of other parts of the body was significantly reduced. A second later, a bright flash was heard. Suddenly, all the spectators opened their mouths in bewilderment. The screen showed the body glasses and the strength glasses of Seishin High School. A moment later, a thick haze appeared. Tsuyoshi, through the sweat on his face, thought that he had gone too far. Suddenly, the ball flew high, and the protagonist realized that things were bad because he would have to pay for the damage. The ball that Tsuyoshi threw fell on the grass. The audience gaped in confusion, wondering what it meant and whether the boy really had that much power, but it couldn't be, and it was probably a mistake. A faction member slammed his fist on the table and asked what would happen to the glasses now, not understanding who he was, and another asked if it meant the boy was stronger than any student present, and a third said he definitely cheated because a simple high school student couldn't have that much power. The coach raised his head and loudly asked for clarification, and the protagonist said he was satisfied with the results. Boniface said it was impossible, and there must have been some kind of glitch or cheating, and Vince folded his arms and suggested waiting for the school's response. The principal looked away and politely asked to go through because they needed to inspect the cars. The woman asked the protagonist to show his hands, to which he scratched his head in confusion. The student's palm was abraded, and the chairman thought that at first he thought that this guy had used some kind of trick, but there was no sign of cheating on his hands, and then he realized that for such a young guy, they were surprisingly calloused. Suzuki frowned and asked how he got so many calluses and scars. Holding his hand, the protagonist explained that he had worked for 10 years to support himself. The pupils of the head of the Heroes School Association noticeably shrank in surprise. The technician held the documents in his hands and said that there was nothing wrong with the device, and they restored the results, according to which the participants scored 100 points in each category, to which the school principal was surprised that a boy from Seishin High School scored the maximum points in 2 categories. The students opened their mouths in indignation and shouted that his power had broken the machine and that it was obviously cheating, so it couldn't be, and someone asked if it was true that the machine belonged to Seishin High School and they must have done something to it. The maintenance worker asked if the principal had any problems, to which he turned his head to the side and told the chairman that he couldn't change Tsuyoshi's results. Suzuki frowned and stated that he was approving the protagonist's results on behalf of the Heroes School Association and personally admitted that there was no sign of cheating, then added that the Seishin High School student had scored 100 points in each category. The protagonist stood there with his hands hanging down. Boniface and Vince were surprised by what they heard, their mouths hanging open. The hero class student gritted his teeth and thought that he hadn't been paying attention to the guy and didn't understand if Billy had really asked him to deal with him, and assumed that there had been some kind of mistake. The boy lowered the corners of his lips and thought about how Billy's father was the leader of the Blue Snake Gang and their family's business partner, so he had to complete the task no matter what, and then decided to deal with him in the next round. A student dropped his hands and exclaimed that he couldn't believe that Chairman Suzuki of the Heroes School Association said that, and another student agreed that if the chairman himself said it, then it was true, and a third one asked if that meant that an ordinary student, Tsuyoshi, from Seishin High School took first place in strength by scoring 100 points in 2 categories. The loudspeaker announced that by scoring 100 points in each category, the Seishin High School student took first place, when suddenly the protagonist's profile appeared on the screen. The people in suits opened their mouths in bewilderment, and were surprised by the points they had scored, and then realized that it was a record and wondered who he was. Karina folded her hands and exclaimed that her brother was incredible. The classmates couldn't believe that this guy had scored so many points, and his sister stuck out her tongue and said that her brother was the best. Gritting her teeth, Mina couldn't understand how he was allowed to win, and what they were doing there. The girl picked up her phone and opened the chat with Billy. With his eyebrows lowered, Suzuki said that Tsuyoshi was the only student from Seishin High School who got into the top 10, and the top 3 would get 10, 5, and 3 points respectively, and the rest would get 1 each, and then thought that if Seishin High School hoped for their student to get into the top 3, then the next round would be difficult for him, because the others were not so easy to defeat. A huge stadium appeared, and a loudspeaker announced that for the next round, the participants needed to form teams, because the second round would be a team battle. The students saw the name E-Rank Dungeon on the screen, when suddenly they were told that the second round was a destruction race where all teams would enter a simulated dungeon, and the team that defeated the most darkness monsters in 10 minutes would be the winner, and the boy noted that they had a chance in this trial, and they would do everything to ensure that as many of their teams as possible would rank high. The coach lowered his head and told the protagonist that according to the rules, he had to be in a team of 3, and he would have to skip this trial, to which he agreed. Raising his head, the protagonist noticed that Seishin High School was currently in first place, and wondered if everything was okay. Gritting his teeth, Boniface thought about how he couldn't do anything in the second round, but he had to put him in his place, and then suggested that they still had a chance, and they should focus on winning the second round. Stretching his shoulder, the Kurozu High School student said that they had done this many times before, then exclaimed that they were the strongest team and had trained for a long time for this moment, so they would definitely take first place. Vince clenched his fists and said that Kurozu and Sawahira High Schools had united as the strongest teams to take first place, and they were far from weaker than them, so anyone could win, and the others supported him and shouted that they would try to win. A guy opened his mouth and said that the opponents were very strong, and they would definitely take first and second place, and another said that they would try to earn as many points as possible to enter at least the top 10, and a third asked if this was how the difference in strength looked, since their team was significantly weaker than them. The participants went out onto the field and the loudspeaker announced that the round was starting, and the teams needed to enter the simulation one by one. Raleigh smiled widely and shouted that Tsuyoshi was left out, and his friend noted that no one wanted to team up with him. The boy asked if everyone understood that no one could believe that an ordinary student could earn so many points honestly, while the protagonist stood with his arms folded. Mina smirked and exclaimed that no one believed in Karen's brother, and it was a shame, while her friend called her classmate a poor guy. The girl frowned and complained that everyone was underestimating him. With his arms folded, the protagonist thought about how the best student would be the one who got the most points, and the participant who showed the best results in the match would be awarded the title of the most valuable player, and then decided that he should not rush and should get that title, and if he proved himself in solo battles, he would receive $1,000,000. The knights appeared and it was said that all the schools were giving their all. The warriors raised their heads, and the system reported that they had defeated 18 monsters of darkness. Vince wrapped his hands around the spear, and the AI reported that his team had defeated 48 darkness monsters. Boniface swung his blades, and his school's team had killed 62 monsters. The spectators sat in the stands and said that their team was already halfway through, and Kurozu High was in the lead by a large margin, and someone remarked that they worked incredibly well together. Suzuki raised his fist to his mouth, thinking about how he had hoped that Tsuyoshi would prove himself in this round, but he had failed to participate in the team battles, and then realized that ordinary students were often rejected by the hero class, and that was the reality. The Seishin High School team left the simulation after being there for almost 7 minutes and killing 33 dark monsters, when suddenly a student opened his mouth and asked why everyone except him and the vice captain dropped out, since at this rate they wouldn't even be able to get into the top 10, and someone else supported that despite this, they still took damage, so they couldn't continue. Raising his head, the young man noted that the strongest Kurozu team had already defeated almost 90 enemies, and how many more could they defeat in 10 minutes, and the other school had 63, and the difference between them and 10th place was only 8 monsters. The student asked if they could continue, since he and the vice captain still had strength, to which the leader, holding the papers in his hands, said that there should be 3 people on the team, and the rest were too tired, and even if someone joined them, there would not be enough time anyway. The boy turned his head and exclaimed that they were worthless fools and needed at least one person, to which the other noted that he knew who they needed. The boy pointed his finger at the protagonist. The schoolboy smiled and said that they needed 3 people so that their results would not be cancelled, to which the protagonist replied that he would not mind joining. The leader said that since they had 3 people, they could continue, but he did not think that it would help them since there were 3 minutes left, when suddenly the Seishin High School team entered the simulation teleporter. The knight, lowering the corners of his lips, exclaimed that they had 3 minutes and asked the captain to go forward, to which he agreed and said that they had already defeated 33 enemies, and if they defeated 10 more, they could get into the top 10. Frowning, the fighter admitted that he did not know Tsuyoshi's capabilities, but if he could help with something, he would do it. Suddenly, the heroes were attacked by monsters of darkness. The protagonist closed his lips and asked his allies to close their eyes. The protagonist moved his hand to the side and explained that it would be better this way and that they should just close their eyes, when suddenly the system reported that a black sword of cold light was being used. Covering his face with his hand, the knight exclaimed that they had little time, and that they needed to defeat at least 10 to get into the top 10. Swinging the magic weapon, the guy asked to leave it to him. Suddenly, a powerful explosion occurred. Jumping up, the young man decided to start the battle and tried to simply break through the monsters. The system reported that the protagonist's strength had been increased and bright energy streams surrounded the blade of his sword. The protagonist used a thunder chain, killing 330 enemies in a second. Lowering the sword to the ground, the young man sighed heavily. Throwing the weapon over his shoulder, the guy said that this should be enough. Gritting his teeth, his partner paused and exclaimed that it was done with just one blow, and asked if Tsuyoshi really defeated 300 enemies. A huge crater appeared in the ground. The loudspeaker announced that time was up, when suddenly the rankings appeared on the screen, with Seishin High School taking first place. Tsuyoshi sadly hung his head. The spectators sat in the stands and exclaimed at the result. The chairman, with his mouth slightly open, cried out that this could not be true, and asked if the protagonist defeated 300 monsters in the last seconds, to which the student replied that they themselves did not understand how it happened, and the partner told them to close their eyes. Scratching the back of his head, the guy said that they saw bright flashes out of the corner of their eyes, heard thunder and felt vibrations, and then Tsuyoshi defeated all the monsters with one blow, and with another swore that they did nothing wrong. Suzuki pursed his lips and thought about what it meant that the protagonist really did have some kind of superpower, and was a genius that would shake up the entire hero community, and decided that he needed to talk to him after the match and not let others steal him away. The man in the suit raised his eyebrows and didn't understand how a team of 3 did it, and how many times stronger they were than the best Kurozu team, and someone suggested that Seishin High School had rigged the results to avoid embarrassment, but using such a dirty method was even more shameful, because blatantly rigging the data would not go unnoticed. The observer told the principal that they were from the school referee union, and added that they were a little suspicious about the results of the competition, so they came to check the information, to which the man's mouth fell open in confusion. The principal scratched his head and muttered that they themselves were confused, and then exclaimed that they could check everything, because they had nothing to hide. Raleigh smiled widely and shouted that the school judges union would check the results now, which made things more interesting, and his friend pointed out that the protagonist had definitely cheated, and he couldn't have that much power, and if he had, there would be a huge scandal. Mina folded her arms and asked if Karen's brother had cheated. The schoolgirl frowned and replied that her brother would never do that. The chairman of the Hero Schools Association came up from behind and asked what the results showed. The man put his finger to his cheek and said that at the end of the round, the scores had indeed suddenly increased, and it was hard to believe, but there were no signs of manual manipulation, everything was clean. The director, spreading his palms out to the sides, exclaimed that this meant that Tsuyoshi was innocent, and that his school always played fair. The protagonist walked ahead of his teammates, and the maintenance worker admitted that he had never heard of a team of 3 getting such a score. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist offered to make a deal, and if they didn't win first place in any of the next rounds, they would be considered cheating, and then added that if they won first place in everything, everyone would stop asking questions. The principal closed his eyes and asked the student to calm down, because it was difficult to win first place in every round, to which the student told the man not to worry. Boniface smirked and said that the guy was really cool, and with only solo battles left, he decided to see if he could back up his words, and Vince admitted that he thought they would be the only ones fighting for first place, but because of him, they were overshadowed, and then said that he even enjoyed fighting someone so cocky. Holding out his palm, the man in the suit exclaimed that in any case, the guy was not being forced to do anything, and then added that if he failed to win first place in at least one challenge, his results would be annulled. The protagonist made a circle with his fingers and replied that he had agreed with the judges. During the long jump test, Kurozu High School's student closed his eyes and thought that it was very easy for him. The protagonist's feet left the ground and the system reported that the strength of both limbs had increased. The boy landed, breaking the ground beneath him, and the artificial intelligence reported that Seishin High School had won first place in this test. The young man closed his lips during the sprint round and won first place again. The veins on the school stood out, and the system reported that the strength of her arms had increased. The protagonist threw the discus forward. People looked at the bright glare in the sky and exclaimed that this was a record, and Seishin High School had won first place. Raising her hands up, Karina shouted words of encouragement for her brother, while Mina and Vivian couldn't understand whether Tsuyoshi was really that strong, since at this rate he would be able to take first place in all the tests and break all the records. The boy opened his mouth in alarm and exclaimed that something was wrong with their classmate, and Raleigh didn't understand how it happened. The man was standing behind a pillar in the hallway near the entrance. Gritting his teeth, Billy thought about how he didn't care if the protagonist was cheating or not, but he wouldn't let it go, and then wondered what Boniface was doing. Leaning down, the Kurozu High student wondered when Seishin High had managed to raise this monster, and Vince remarked that it was really hard to defeat. The boy was holding a phone in his hand. Frowning, the young man thought that he understood everything and wanted to intervene, but he couldn't. The Sawahira High student shouted that the next test was the last one, and they needed to do something, because they had been training for this moment to defeat Tsuyoshi. Boniface lowered the corners of his mouth and remembered that Billy's father had given him an advantage in the form of a mental interference plate, and this item was expensive and in demand on the black market, which he wanted to save for emergencies. But if he didn't use it now, there would be no other chance to win, and the strength of this plate was only adjusted to 10%, so everything should be fine. The participants went out onto the field and the loudspeaker announced that the next test was tug-of-war, which the crowd really liked. A structure for the test was visible, and it was said that in it, the participants used ropes and pure strength to lift a platform with a pre-selected student from the same school as the participant, and when the bell at the top rings, the platform will stop and the student will open a school poster. A festive salute appeared around the structure. The organizers announced that 3 people from each school would participate and suggested to begin, when suddenly a guy approached the protagonist and said that the director wanted him to participate and asked him to try to take first place. Scratching the back of his head, the protagonist noted that they had not chosen a student, and he thought that Karen had sore legs. Turning his head from side to side, the man exclaimed that he would find someone and that he should not worry. The participants went out onto the court, and the organizers announced that a student from Seishin High School would participate in the tug-of-war, but he did not have a partner, and asked those who wanted to go into the arena. The student turned her head and said that she did not mind helping, but she was not sure that this guy took all the first places honestly, and another noted that he stood out even among the heroes, and she would also help, but it was somehow embarrassing, and the schoolgirl supported that it was better not to bother him. Karina closed her eyes and shouted that she would help, but her friend said that her legs hurt. Vivian put a lollipop in her mouth and suggested that no one was going to go, which meant that the school would choose a participant itself. Mina closed her eyes and said that she had an idea. With an evil grin, the girl said that she would go participate and ruin his plans herself, because if they did not take first place, it would be Tsuyoshi's fault, and her friend asked if she would do everything herself. Folding her arms, the student exclaimed that she could no longer rely on Billy, and the other asked her to be careful. The protagonist was stretching his hand, when suddenly he was informed that a volunteer had been found and asked to introduce himself. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said his name and said that he was glad to meet him. Suddenly, his eyes noticeably narrowed in surprise. Putting his leg forward, the girl asked to help the hero. The man raised his hand up and asked everyone to discuss everything while he went to the inspectors before the start of the test. Tsuyoshi kept silent, turning down the corners of her mouth, and asked what Mina was doing here, as she was probably planning something. Fixing her hair, the girl exclaimed that she came because no one else agreed, and told him to watch what he said. The student grabbed the rope, and the host asked all the participants to get ready, as the final test was about to begin. In the circle, there were structures with platforms for girls. Leaning on the railing, the schoolgirl exclaimed that she had seen the elevator many times, but this was her first time participating in something like this, and then asked the guy to help them take first place. The young man put gloves on his palms. Frowning, the student did not understand whether the hero was ignoring her, and then realized that this was his style. Vince clenched his fist and shouted that they would do it, and when he pulled the girl up, she needed to ring the bell and open the poster, to which she cried out that she trusted her classmate. Boniface lowered the corners of his lips, and his friend said that she would do everything in her power. Gritting his teeth, the guy thought about how he would not let Tsuyoshi win. The organizers asked all the players to take their places, and the assistants should check the ropes, to which the men raised their hands and agreed, and the system explained that the assistants are the participants who check the condition of the ropes before the start of the test and ensure others just in case someone runs out of strength and the platform falls. The students grabbed the rope with their hands. The guys bit their lips, and they were shouted to get ready. The test began, and everyone began to pull the ropes with effort. Raising his head, the main character thought that it was quite easy, and his absolute physical strength in his legs helps well, but if he pulled too fast, then suspicions could arise, and he decided to gradually increase the speed in order to take first place. The spectators sat in the stands and shouted words of encouragement to the participants. Boniface smirked and thought that he was no longer interested in first place, and his only goal now was to prevent his enemy from taking first place. Then he thought that they were about to start, and even the strongest fighter would not be able to resist the sudden headache. The boy released his hand from the rope. The young man reached for the mental interference plate in his pocket and thought that he would enjoy watching his opponent take last place. A white bird appeared in the sky. The boys, opening their jaws, shouted that they needed to pull harder. Frowning, the boys said that it was getting heavier. Vince, holding onto the rope, exclaimed that they were weaklings and let them look at him. The student, raising her hands, said that they were almost in first place. Tsuyoshi clenched his fingers tightly, and the system reported that absolute physical strength was activated and the strength of the arms was increased. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and thought that he would speed up little by little to reach first place in just one spurt. The girl bared her teeth and muttered that he was acting tough. Mina lowered her eyebrows and added that she couldn't back down. Suddenly, the student started jumping and shouting that the protagonist should continue to pull with all his might, and wondered what if she added a little pressure. Tsuyoshi's eyes widened in surprise. The protagonist's mouth opened and he realized that he was right. The assistant waved his hand and explained that there was no need to jump because it was dangerous. Billy, smiling evilly, muttered that it was his girl and also good job and that he should continue to pull with all his might because no matter how dangerous it was, she shouldn't let him win. Mino, looking down, thought that it served him right. A moment later, the girl's eyes widened in surprise. Tsuyoshi continued to hold the rope. The protagonist calmly looked up. An unusual force swirled around him, and he asked if she was finished. The student, with sweat on her face, thought he was going to kill her. From afar, many ropes were visible, and it was also heard that there was very little time left until the end, and let the participants try and show what they are capable of for themselves and the honor of the school. Boniface held the katana tightly. The boy, baring his teeth, wondered if the end was near, and then realized that the time had come. Looking at Tsuyoshi, the young man remembered the words that they would consider him a cheater if he could not take first place, and also called him an arrogant bastard. Putting his palm back, the high school student muttered that before the test, he set the main character as a target for the plate, and he wanted to see him suffer as soon as possible, and added that he would never take first place. By pressing a small button with his finger, Boniface decided to activate the plate, after which the system wrote that it was a valuable item that affects the physical condition of the opponent, causing a severe headache. Suddenly, an unusual aura appeared in the arena. Vince touched his ear in pain. The guy, through the sweat on his face, clarified whether it affected everyone, because his head was splitting, and thought that something was wrong, because the item that Billy's father gave him was acting strangely. Tsuyoshi, turning his head, wondered what was wrong with him. A second later, the guy's head shook, and the artificial intelligence reported that a shock wave was detected, so the mental state protection was activated. It was seen how the participants suddenly fell to the ground. The girls on the platforms quickly rushed down. The crowded stands appeared, and a question was heard about what was happening and why everyone fell, after which everyone realized that the girls were in danger, and if they fell from such a height, they would definitely not survive. The director, with his mouth wide open, shouted that they had to save at least one person, to which he was told that they were too far away, so they would not have time to run. Mino, covering her face with her hands, called for help. Suddenly, the protagonist grabbed the rope. The girl abruptly stopped in place. Through the sweat on her face, the student asked if it had stopped. Rising, the student wondered who did this. Looking down, Mino noticed Tsuyoshi. The protagonist, lowering his eyebrows, thought that this would not work, because he would not be able to save the other girls. The protagonist decided to activate absolute physical strength on both legs, after which he abruptly rushed from the spot, and the system reported the activation of the skill. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy was heard. The guy, running quickly, thought that he would grab all the ropes at once, so no one should die. The spectator, with his eyes bulging, exclaimed that the young man single-handedly stopped the fall of all the platforms. It seemed like Tsuyoshi grabbed a lot of ropes. A small haze appeared under him, and he muttered that no one should die. Clenching his fingers, the protagonist thought that it was hard, because the total weight of all these platforms was too much, so he needed to concentrate all his physical strength in his hands, after which the artificial intelligence wrote about activating the ability. The protagonist clenched his jaw, and the girls shouted that he should not give up and continue. The student, with her mouth wide open, was very surprised that Tsuyoshi was holding everyone alone. The spectators, with their jaws open, said that the weight of each platform was about 50 kilograms, and there were more than 10 of them in total, and in addition, all of them were girls, so this was crazy strength. The veins on the protagonist's face bulged, and he understood that it was too heavy for him. It was visible how the gloves on his hands began to tear. Suzuki, looking ahead, thought that he was definitely on the path to becoming a legendary hero, so he must no matter what take him to the elite team of heroes. The men quickly approached him and shouted that they would help him. A moment later, the protagonist was picked up and called a good man, after which the assistants exclaimed that everyone should take one and quickly. Many people grabbed the ropes. Tsuyoshi, squeezing the rope, explained that he would support it. The man, with bulging eyes, asked if he was sure and if he needed a rest. Squeezing his fingers, the protagonist said that the round was not over yet, and also said that he would take first place. Mino, with sweat on her face, asked if he was continuing, since he was very tired. Raising her eyebrows, the girl muttered that it was incredible. The protagonist, baring his teeth, thought that he couldn't feel his arms and would soon fall, but he had to hold on because he had to take first place, and the system notified him that the muscle overload had reached its limit. The spectators, their eyes wide, shouted that he could do it. The crowded stands appeared in the distance, and it was audible that Tsuyoshi would be able to take first place. The protagonist sighed heavily. The protagonist held on tightly to the rope. A moment later, the bell rang. The guy, sitting on the stands, shouted that now the girl had to open the poster. Billy, with his mouth wide open, exclaimed that Mino shouldn't touch him, and if she did, they would lose first place. It was possible to see the student standing on the platform. The student crossed her palms thoughtfully. Tsuyoshi clenched his jaw tightly. Sweat quickly ran down the protagonist's face. The girl bit the corners of her lips. A second later, Mino pulled the rope. Billy, clenching his fists, was very dissatisfied. It seemed like the protagonist smiled happily. A moment later, the flag began to unfold. At the same second, the poster opened, and Seishin High School was written on it. The guys raised their hands up, and the announcer said that Seishin High School and student Tsuyoshi took first place. The guy, his eyes bulging, asked again about first place. The girl, looking forward, said that it was incredible. Karina, putting her palm on her chest, was very happy for her brother. The observers from the guilds and factions being in the office said that they had not seen such a genius for a long time, so they must intercept him before the rest, and must hire him into their guild at any cost. The assistant from the Blue Snake Gang, raising his palm, told the boss that Tsuyoshi was bothering the young master, and the commotion was caused by an item that he gave to one of the participants. The man lowered his head and asked if the young gentleman had made such a genius an enemy. The leader stood up abruptly, and said that they had to go because the main character was not one of the rivals and had to talk to the young gentleman. A handshake was shown at the competition and congratulations were heard for their school winning and for being able to train such an exceptional hero. The director, smiling broadly, replied that first place in the Future Star Championship was a historic achievement for their school, after which the assistant explained that they had news. The manager turned his head and asked if something was wrong, to which he received the answer that they had found a mental interference plate on one of the participants. Fragments of the artifact were visible, and the guy said that the incident had happened because of him, and during the investigation they found out that this item was very dangerous, and asked what they would order to do. Suzuki, his eyes wide, shouted that it was forbidden, and the director asked if it belonged to their student, and whose it was. The young man, sweating on his face, said that they had found it at Boniface's, and at first they thought they had made a mistake, but they had detained him, and also asked if the chairman would continue the investigation himself. The man, lowering his eyebrows, asked to continue the investigation, and he would contact the Kurosa management later, and the director said that it was good that it was not their student, because he was afraid that their results could be annulled. Tsuyoshi, drinking an energy drink, asked the manager if he needed anything. The gentleman opened their jaws and answered that he was on time and the star of the Seishun school. The manager shook the protagonist's hand and exclaimed that he had done an incredible job, and from now on the school would fully support him, and if he needed anything, he should let them know, and added that they were willing to cover all of his expenses, and this also applied to his sister. The protagonist smiled, thanked him, and explained that he did not need special treatment. Suzuki lowered his eyebrows and said that on behalf of the Hero School Association, he was officially inviting him to join their elite hero team, and that their team had never had a high school student with such strength join them, so he should think about his offer, and also be the champion of the future star. He would receive a cash prize and an apartment in the hero mansion. Tsuyoshi, with bulging eyes, clarified whether it was in the mansion. The director frowned and thought that the chairman was perceptive, because hiring such a genius hero was difficult, and he understood why he was doing his best. Mina was seen walking up the stairs. Suddenly, she was grabbed by the shirt and ordered to come closer. Billy pulled the girl hard, and she exclaimed that it hurt. The guy, opening his mouth wide, asked why she had opened the poster and how she could have let him win. The young man, slamming the student against the wall, asked if she had forgotten how he had beaten them, and added that she had promised to help him, and that she and Boniface were useless. Through the sweat on her face, Mina replied that he had saved her life and the lives of others, and without him she would now be in the hospital. Billy, opening his jaw, exclaimed that it did not matter, because he had stolen all the attention, after which he called his beloved a useless cow. The girl narrowed her eyes in bewilderment. Having slapped the guy's hand away, the student said that they were breaking up and that he should not talk to her anymore. The young man bared his teeth angrily. A moment later, the big guy swung his hand and said that she was a damn woman. Mina, covering herself with her elbows, shouted that he should hit her, and if he did, he should not dare to come near her again. Suddenly, Billy's hand was grabbed harshly. Tsuyoshi, opening his mouth, said that it was him. Turning his gaze to the side, the guy ordered him to fuck off, and also asked what he was doing there. The student, noticing the guy, blushed sharply. The protagonist threw the young man and said that he did not want to interfere, but having learned that he was behind it, he simply could not do otherwise. The protagonist, crouching down, asked if he understood how many people could have suffered if he had not intervened, because it was not even a matter of victory, but a matter of life and death. Billy, bulging his eyes, said that he was the son of the leader of the Blue Snake Gang, and if he did not let him go, he would regret it. Tsuyoshi, powerfully hitting him with his elbow, asked if stupidity could be cured. A second later, the student was seen flying away. Mina opened her mouth in surprise. Clutching his head, Billy shouted that he had knocked out his tooth. Running away abruptly, the guy explained that he would regret it and make him pay double, to which the protagonist replied that he would wait. Suddenly, Mina's friend, wide-eyed, asked if she was okay, because Billy was furious and looking for her. The girl, through sweat on her face, asked the protagonist what he was doing there. Tsuyoshi, while flexing his arms, said that he didn't think he would thank her because he still hadn't forgiven her for what she did to his sister. It seemed like the student bit her lips in confusion. Suddenly, the protagonist, biting his lips, heard his name being called. Looking back, the protagonist asked what else. Suddenly, Mina fell to her knees and apologized for how she treated his sister, and that she truly regretted it. The student, with her jaw open, apologized again. Tsuyoshi looked at the girl thoughtfully. The student, lowering her head, exclaimed that she swears that she will never bully Karina again, and will never hurt anyone again, after which she asked Vivian to apologize as well, and she obeyed her request. The protagonist, with his hands down, explained that even if she apologized, the fact that they had bullied and harmed his sister would not change, and a simple apology did not oblige him and Karina to forgive them. The protagonist, with the corners of his lips raised, asked that if he had harmed them, would an apology help heal the wounds? The girls crossed their arms in shame. It seemed as if Tsuyoshi had lifted one leg. Turning his gaze to the side, the protagonist said that he had heard their apology, so let them get up. After some time, the protagonist, being in the locker room, said that he needed to change his clothes and go get Karina. Taking a t-shirt, Tsuyoshi thought that tomorrow he would receive a cash prize and an apartment in the mansion, and wondered if there was an elevator, because he was sure that Karina would like it. A moment later, the doors shook sharply. Raleigh's allies entered the locker room. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and asked what was wrong and if they had come to fight. The boys dropped to the floor and apologized for how they had treated him before. The protagonist sighed heavily and muttered that everyone had decided to apologize to him today. At the school gates, the students surrounded Tsuyoshi and shouted that he had been incredible today and that they respected him, especially in the final competition. They almost fell in love with him, and his long jump was insane. Even Boniface turned pale, to which he thought about how annoying it was. Karina turned her head and said that her brother was very popular, and her friends supported her. Putting her hand in front of her, Mina shouted that the protagonist needed to run, because Billy was coming here with his gang. The guy grabbed the girl by the shirt and told her to get out of the way. The boy opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that he should not be underestimated, because even without his father he had plenty of allies, and then ordered him to stop acting tough, because he was going to finish him off now. Raleigh peeked out from behind his classmate and asked if he was the son of the Blue Snake gang boss, and if he was really going to feud with someone who was on a completely different level. Opening his mouth in alarm, the schoolboy cried out that since he respected the boy, he would cover for him. Grinning, the protagonist replied that everything was fine, and no one should interfere, but just look after his sister. Putting his hand to his neck, the boy said that after today there was no point in hiding, because it was obvious that he was a hero. The boy's eyes filled with a purple aura, and he decided to show them this. His body was covered in a dark suit, and the protagonist clarified that he would show how much they were on different levels. With his eyebrows lowered in alarm, Billy shouted for everyone not to panic and promised to double the pay, and they had the advantage in numbers. The protagonist landed on the floor, when suddenly his opponents exclaimed that the enemy had arrived, so they could begin. The guy kicked his opponent in the stomach. At the same second, the young man attacked the hooligans with his foot. Turning his head, the son of the Blue Snake gang boss asked why everyone had stood up and ordered them to attack together. Throwing his hands behind his head, the fighter shouted for Tsuyoshi not to dare underestimate them. The protagonist lowered his head, when suddenly the system reported that the perfect body had been activated. A small explosion was seen. Frowning, the guy exclaimed that he could. Suddenly, his iron rod bent, and the young man did not understand what was happening. With the corners of his lips lowered, the protagonist said that it was in vain. The boy's fist passed through the magical aura to strike his opponent. The bully flew into the crowd of schoolchildren and began to scream loudly. The young man left a bright trace in the air after the attack. Raleigh's eyes widened and he shouted that it was amazing, and their classmate really was their boss, and the other noted that at this rate he would be able to subjugate all the school cliques. Raising her eyebrows, Karina thought that her brother seemed to have become a completely different person, and her friend noted that this guy was very cool and clarified what kind of girls he liked. The bullies fell to the ground. The main character grabbed the iron bar with his hands. Lowering his chin, the protagonist clarified whether there were even more opponents here. Lightning swirled around his fist, and the guy said that he would finish this one off. Bright magical streams appeared in the sky. There were people on the roof of the building. The stranger folded his arms and noted that this power, precision and strength was on another level. Dane closed his eyes and said that he was impressed, and then suggested that this was the most talented D-rank hero they had seen and they had to recruit him into the final Glory Guild, and Sandor told his interlocutor that they couldn't even hope for that, because the Wrathful Dragon faction hadn't fought for talent for a long time, but they wouldn't back down this time. Closing his eyes, the Dragon Keeper said that during the awakening test, this guy had a data failure and the entire area was left without electricity, after which he explained that he suspected that it was because of him, and that this was a very incredible talent. Putting a finger to his beard, the master said that Tsuyoshi had already made a splash this year, and winning the Future Star event and preventing a major accident was not for everyone, after which he added that with the Supernova tournament approaching, this guy was just the talent everyone was looking for. Standing on the roof, the man said that this year's tournament would be hotter than ever, because the rankings would directly affect the distribution of resources this year, and even the Hero Alliance was sending their strongest rookies, being a greedy organization. Grasping his cane with his hands, Dane explained that every guild and faction admitted to the competition was trying their best to find promising rookies, and now that the protagonist's abilities were clear, they had achieved their goal. The master slammed his staff down on the roof. Sandor folded his hands and noticed that he was a cunning old man. Drops of blood appeared, and the president of the Wrathful Dragon faction declared that he would personally meet with Tsuyoshi. The man flew high into the sky on wings. The protagonist delivered a crushing blow, and shouted that it was time to return to the ground. The hooligans, enveloped in lightning, did not understand what was happening. Billy, with bulging eyes, asked if this was the difference between an ordinary person and a hero. The protagonist approached his opponent. Suddenly the boy hit the bully with his hand. The young man opened his mouth in fear. Looking away, the schoolboy began to scream loudly. Lowering the corners of his mouth, the protagonist told them to get lost and never show up again. Billy ran away, and Mina asked if everything was okay. Turning his head, the protagonist thanked the girl for warning him about the danger, to which she sheepishly replied that it was nothing. His classmates widened their eyes in delight and suggested that the boy create a group and they would be invincible, and another asked to appoint him an officer. Looking away, the young man said that it was time for everyone to go home. The sky was visible at sunset. Karina said that her brother had become very strong, and even his classmates were jealous, to which he closed his eyes and explained that this was both good and bad, because strength attracts attention, and not always pleasant. The protagonist smiled widely and said that since they won, the president of the School Hero Association would give them a bonus of 10 million and an apartment. The schoolgirl widened her eyes in surprise and asked if her brother was serious. Raising her eyebrows, the protagonist said that he was not joking, because it was a bonus from the president of the School Hero Association, and if there was an elevator in the building, she would no longer have to climb the stairs every day. The girl opened her mouth and noticed that her brother always thought about her and thanked him. The guy closed his lips and remained silent. Tsuyoshi ran his fingers over his sister's nose and said that she was his sister, and it was his responsibility to take care of her, so there was nothing to thank her for. Suddenly, someone called out to the protagonist, to which he stopped on the sidewalk in confusion. Suzuki lowered his eyebrows and asked if the protagonist could spare him a minute, then added that he wanted to meet him earlier to discuss the upcoming Supernova tournament. At his home, the boy handed the glass to the man and said that it was tea for the chairman. The head of the Heroes School Association closed his eyes and thanked the boy. Sitting on the couch, Suzuki asked if he and his sister had lived in this room all this time, to which he replied that they had been living together since their parents died, and that his sister had bad legs and it was hard for her to climb the stairs, and asked if there was an elevator in the building that had been mentioned earlier. Putting his glass down on the table, the chairman exclaimed that of course there was, and had just come to find out when they could move in, and then suggested that they move to Yasukuni tomorrow, since it was a fully equipped apartment, so there was no need to worry, to which the guy thanked him for his concern, but noted that it would be more convenient for them to move in a little later, when they were ready. Pointing his finger at the girl, the man asked about his sister's legs. The young man lowered his head and said that they were once attacked by dark people, and that their parents died at the same time, and the schoolgirl's front leg was pinched and many nerve cells died, and according to the diagnosis, the chances of walking again are minimal, but Karina does not give up and tries her best and lives a full life. Opening his mouth, Suzuki apologized and said that many families suffered because of the dark people. A metal structure appeared on the schoolgirl's legs, and the chairman remembered that he heard that the next auction would offer the highest elixir of golden resurrection, which can help with legs. Tsuyoshi, his eyes bulging, clarified whether this was true, and the interlocutor replied that he had heard about such a thing, but to get there, you need to fulfill 2 conditions. A test tube with a potion of golden resurrection appeared, and the system reported its characteristics. The man put his finger to his chin and said that the first thing he needed to do was be a C-rank hero or higher, when the protagonist suddenly exclaimed that he wanted to hear the details quickly. The head of the Hero School Association lowered his eyebrows and added that the minimum starting capital needed was 1 billion. The boy's mouth dropped open in confusion. The man lowered the corners of his mouth and pointed out that in order to participate in any auction, one needed status and strength, and that the C-rank hero status could be obtained by being in the top 3 in the Supernova tournament, and if the boy took one of the top 3 places, he could apply for a rank increase. Unzipping his briefcase, Suzuki noted that even the president of the Hero School Association would not be able to give out such an amount, and then apologized and said that this was a completely different level compared to the 10 million bonus. Tsuyoshi pursed his lips and thought about how money was not omnipotent, but in his situation, he could not do without it, and then thought about how he could raise 1 billion in just a month. The protagonist remembered saying that this medicine was effective, but very nasty, and he wanted to at least mix it with a capsule, to which Sakura widened her eyes and asked him again. A flask with a potion appeared, and the protagonist thought that in this world there are convenient capsules, but the effect of nasty medicines from another world is much stronger. A capsule was visible, and the guy thought that if he could make medicines from another world here, then he could earn 10 billion in just a month. The chairman asked if everything was okay, to which the young man shook his head and replied that everything was fine, and asked if it was true that if you take one of the top 3 places in the tournament, you can apply for promotion to rank C. People caught magic weapons with their hands, and Suzuki explained that the tournament was created for rookie heroes of rank C and D, and the whole country was watching it, and guilds, factions, and even their hero alliance sent promising rookies, and then added that if you perform well, it gives you more voting rights when distributing resources in the dungeons, and this is the most important thing. Putting his hand on the shoulder of the interlocutor, the protagonist exclaimed that he asked to be allowed to participate right now. The man, widening his eyes, noted that this was a drastic decision, and asked if the schoolboy was sure, because it was dangerous and not at all the same as a school competition. Pulling the chairman by the hand, the protagonist exclaimed that no matter how dangerous it would not stop him, and asked where the registration was. Blowing dust from his mouth, Suzuki muttered that it was in the supreme headquarters of the Alliance, and noted that he would bring a car, so there was no need to rush. Karina widened her eyes in bewilderment, and remained silent. Turning her head, the girl did not understand what had happened. Entering the supreme headquarters of the Heroic Alliance, the guy was surprised by what he saw and clarified why the chairman decided to help him. Scratching the back of his head, the man explained that it was all for mutual benefit, because even the chairman of the School Hero Association has pressure regarding the results, and for a year now he has not been able to find a single worthy candidate, and outside factions and guilds are actively poaching young personnel. Turning his head, Suzuki noted that many young heroes also do not want to get involved with an organization like the association because of the pile of rules and choose-free guilds and factions. Tsuyoshi closed his eyes and said that he would try his best not to disappoint him. The receptionist frowned and exclaimed that the protagonist did not meet the requirements, so he could not participate in the Supernova tournament. The chairman, with his mouth wide open, exclaimed that out of the 3 spots, at least one should be vacant, and did not understand what was missing, and the woman said that there was indeed one spare spot. Adjusting his glasses, the receptionist explained that the protagonist did not meet the requirements, since there was no record of his achievements. Swiping her finger across the screen, the receptionist said that in order to participate in the Supernova tournament, one must be in the top 3 in at least 2 open trials, and then added that she just checked, and except for the one time when they got into the top 10 in the test, he has no other achievements, so he does not meet the conditions. Suzuki slammed his fist on the table and shouted that this was a disaster, and there was only a week left until the tournament, and the competition in the open trials was just crazy, and it was impossible to get into the top 3 in at least 2 places in just a few days, to which the woman asked him to calm down. The protagonist widened his eyes and asked what they were talking about, to which the man apologized and said that it was his mistake, and he probably wouldn't be able to participate. Frowning, the chairman explained that there were 6 open dungeons, 3 C class, 2 D class, and one of the highest level B class, and to qualify for participation, you need to get into the top 3 in any 2 of these dungeons as part of your team. A magical battle was shown, and the head of the Hero School Association said that there were many people who wanted to participate, so there was very tough competition in all 6 locations, and there was only a week, and even to assemble a strong team, it would take time. The protagonist, with his hands down, declared that everything would be fine, and then added that he would have time to take a place in the top 3 in at least 2 dungeons before the tournament began. Suzuki turned his head, not understanding whether the guy was serious, and the receptionist noted that these were big words, but it was impossible, and this young man was stupid. Straightening his tie, Tsuyoshi said that he was leaving today, but asked to simply leave the last place for him, and suggested that he wait until later to see if he was stupid, when suddenly the system reported that the interworld portal was activated. Grinning, the protagonist thought that now was the time to go to another world, and decided that he needed to get a recipe for a medicine from another world and rise to level 15 before returning. Suddenly, a magical interweaving of streams appeared. The city of Kanyo in another world was visible, where the genius Kevin lives. A light was on in the window of the building, and the protagonist thought about going through all 6 dungeons himself. Looking at the system screen, the boy noticed that an important message had arrived at the wrong time, and now he would be able to stay here for no more than 72 hours, and leveling up from level 12 to level 15 in 3 days was difficult, but possible. Lying on the bed, the young man noticed that he would not see an easy life now. The next day, the sun's rays fell on the roofs of the houses. Sakura closed her eyes and wished the gentleman a good morning. The main character turned his head and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, to which she asked him again, and the protagonist assumed that they would soon be busy. Stretching her hand up, the assistant exclaimed that she would immediately begin preparing to leave. Walking down the street, the protagonist said that the city was very busy, and yet this was the place where Kevin lived. Raising her eyebrows, the girl noted that, in addition, the genius had recently organized a large potion-making competition, so young shamans and adventurers seeking cures had come here. Tsuyoshi lowered his head and asked if the alchemists were looking for good potions and what kind of prizes there were, to which Sakura replied that she had checked earlier, and since this was a tournament organized by the genius Kevin, the prizes were certainly luxurious. Raising her finger, the assistant explained that 3rd place gave a recipe for a basic medicine, 2nd place gave the opportunity to become an apprentice and receive a recipe for a regular medicine plus a formula for a level-up potion, and 1st place gave the title of Kevin's personal apprentice, 1 recipe for a basic medicine, and 2 formulas for level-up potions. Walking through the crowd of trolls, the girl exclaimed that even just the recipe was already very valuable, and for shamans it was like a treasure, because they say that one assistant's recipe can bring a lot of gold, to which the master asked her again. The protagonist's eyes widened, thinking that he needed recipes, and if he collected a lot of them, he could earn 10 billion in his home world. Raising her head, Sakura noted that 1st place gave 1 recipe for a basic medicine and 2 recipes for a level-up potion, and then asked if the protagonist was interested. Grinning, the young man exclaimed that he was participating in the alchemist tournament, and would take 1st place, and the half-beast asked about his meeting with Kevin. Taking his assistant by the hand, Tsuyoshi said that even if they met, he could not brazenly demand the recipe from him, because for shamans it was a treasure, and then added that he would get it honestly and submitted an application. Frowning, the girl thought about the fact that the master had decided to participate in the tournament, and the plan was postponed again. At the tournament registration point, Feline bared her teeth and asked what the insignificant person was doing here, and whether he was going to participate in the tournament organized by the teacher. With his eyes bulging, the protagonist did not understand who this was at all. The night cat pounced on the protagonist and exclaimed that she sat next to him at the Tokyo Shaman Academy and missed out on first place because of him, when he suddenly said that he was joking and remembered her, and wanted to participate in the tournament, and then clarified how he could apply. Closing her eyes, Feline objected that he did not know his place, and added that the alchemist tournament was not an ordinary selection, because even senior shamans participate, and even her mentor, the most talented shaman, will participate, so if she does not want to lose shamefully, it is better to refuse right away. Waving her hand, the night cat shouted for the guy not to ignore her, and she will show him where to go, to which he clarified whether the registration was here and called Sakura to go with him. Someone's leg appeared, and the stranger exclaimed for his student to not make so much noise. Tsuyoshi closed his eyes contentedly. Vincent bared his teeth and asked if the protagonist had dragged himself here. Looking out from behind the protagonist, the night cat asked if the insignificant man knew her older comrade, and this was his assistant, who had become arrogant, to which he muttered that they knew each other and asked if Feline was his student. The blue shaman put his paw in front of him and shouted that he told him that he would squeeze him out of Kanyo, and he himself came, and that was great. Opening his mouth wide, the fox loudly called the guys, to which the goblins asked if Vincent had called them. Opening her mouth in alarm, the white shaman asked him to stop, because he was certainly a weakling, but not a villain, and just wanted to participate in the tournament. The blue shaman clenched his fist and shouted for the student to shut up, adding that not only had she failed to live up to the teacher's expectations at the selection, but she had also sided with this guy, so he would teach them both a lesson. Protecting the girls with his hands, the protagonist said that in that case they would consider it self-defense. At the tournament registration point, Tsuyoshi locked Feline and Sakura with him, and ordered the latter not to interfere, since her hands should not get dirty. Feline looked at the defender's back and was indignant that then he would have to fight alone with all these opponents, after which the system showed the guy's level, skills, and combat rating. The orc, whose blade sparkled in the sun, said with a smirk that they were underestimated, and that the protagonist was not that strong, he was just trying to show off in front of the girl. Suddenly, someone's strong hand moved him away, and a muffled voice asked him to step aside. Red eyes expressed concentration, when the new character said that the enemy Vincent is Gillette's enemy, so the protagonist will now understand everything. Gillette from the Boar tribe came out, with the 18th level, who was a berserker, and immediately there were conversations that Gillette himself would deal with him. Vincent appeared, slapped him on the back and said that then they would write off this self-confident bad person to him, since a person should not interfere in the alchemist tournament, because it is funny for tears, and if this half-beast girl also wants, you can do whatever you want with her. Sakura frowned and prepared to fight. Gillette hung over the enemies and said that the girl is too low class, so he does not even have a desire, but with the little one you can have fun. Feline instantly blushed and got angry, saying that their new enemy is a disgusting guy, and she will tell the teacher everything. Vincent stood behind the orcs and asked Gillette not to worry. His eyes flashed angrily when he promised to deal with the teacher himself. She even clenched her fist and thought tenderly that he always got her going because he was the teacher's favorite. Ran up and rushed to attack, shouting there that when they deal with, they will not be bored tonight. The protagonist took a step forward and promised that everything would be fine. His eyes flashed with magic when he said that this boar and his older comrade were worse than animals. The protagonist rushed to attack, shouting that none of them would leave. Gillette looked in surprise at the guy who rushed in like that. There was a deafening explosion. Debris from the surrounding space flew up when the opponent's blades collided. The protagonist clenched his teeth. I promised to finish this beast. He pressed his blade and activated the perfect body, after which his hands were strengthened. The light from the explosion stopped brighter, and the blast wave hit the enemy with force. The orcs perked up and took a step back, not understanding what was happening. Feline covered her mouth with her hand, surprised that Tsuyoshi was too strong, to which Sakura replied that her master's strength was simply limitless. Vincent was over 100 in surprise, thinking that even Gillette, who had both a higher level and strength, could not do anything against this man, so he wanted to know who he was. Gillette, barely holding back the onslaught of her enemy, thought that this could not go on, and if he did not pull himself together and give everything for the sake of victory, then he would be disgraced. His eyes flashed red and he screamed, encouraging himself. The light of the shockwave changed to green as the enemy's magic entered. The system explained that the blazing fighting spirit was shaking the surroundings, and he was rushing to counterattack with the fury of a storm. Vincent smiled contentedly and clenched his fists, shouting for Gillette to attack and kill the guy, as he was responsible for his safety. The berserker was almost impossible to see in the heat of battle. Only when it was heard that if Vincent said so, then he would do it. At this time, Tsuyoshi flew back slightly from the shockwave, slowing down with her hand. He carefully examined the surroundings in search of his enemy. Suddenly, a purple cloud appeared above his head. It covered the boar, who did not understand what it was, But in the next moment, he realized that it was an independent space that could only be created with a high-level skill. The space around the board became dark and empty. Suddenly, everything around was covered in lightning. There was so much lightning that it was impossible to see the surrounding reality. Gillette looked around and realized that everything was lost, since he would not have time to defend himself or counterattack, so he could really be killed. Another lightning flashed, rushing towards the enemy. The explosion from the blow parted. The protagonist's face expressed bewilderment, since something clearly went wrong. It was as if an invisible wall lay between the opponents, but the space around Gillette was undermined. And she thought that the blue flame destroyed his technique, that it was a terrifying energy. Suddenly, the opponents heard that the tournament was starting, so they were forbidden to make noise. Fuline and Vincent turned around when they were told not to make a scene at the entrance. It turned out that Kevin had appeared, who was now scolding everyone for disgracing the shamans. Vincent immediately began to tremble with awkwardness when he saw his teacher, the student, and asked why they were here instead of preparing for the tournament. Fuling immediately rushed to her teacher and began to shout that Vincent was offending her too. This Mura looked at Kevin and sighed, as he finally appeared. Tsuyoshi was still focused, as you thought about the fact that it was the shaman who summoned the blue flame. Vincent folded her hands and bowed, saying that he wanted to replace his teacher, teach a lesson to this rude monkey and Fuling. It seemed that an oppressive atmosphere spread around Kevin when he began to say that Vincent thought too much of himself, since he decided to replace him in such a situation and tried to educate others. The student's entire body was pierced by a shudder. He began to sweat when he began to say that he had no such right, after which he began to ask for forgiveness. The shaman looked at the surrounding orcs, who immediately began to fight back in fear, after which she ordered them to gather immediately. Leaving, Gillette turned to the teacher and asked for forgiveness for all this noise, and the other orcs promised to leave immediately. Kevin, folding his hands behind his back, approached his student. They say that after she failed to win the selection, she is trying to do something again. She looked upset when she said that she wanted to show the way to the human shaman who defeated her in the selection and was going to participate in the tournament. Kevin, he said, looked at the main character and realized that he decided to participate in the tournament. Tsuyoshi smiled and said that he was glad to meet him, as he did not expect to see him here, after which he explained that he came on the recommendation of Chairman Doug, and immediately handed over a letter of recommendation, as he heard that an algebra tournament was being held and he wanted to participate in it. The fact that this letter was from Chairman Doug interested Kevin even more. He opened the letter, began to read it, and muttered that he understood that there was still something dangerous left in his body, since he was recommended by Doug, whom he respected, and he could not treat him carelessly, after which he invited him to go with him. As he left, Kevin ordered his student to prepare the materials that would be needed for the tournament, and it was necessary that the student better not disgrace him. The protagonist turned around. I do not understand where Sakura is. As they walked, Kevin talked about how Chairman Dag's letter said he had been in contact with the dark people and was taking medication to suppress the symptoms, and that it was amazing that the guy had retained his mind and physical fitness despite the influence of the dark people. So she asked what situation he was in and what special medicine he was brewing. The protagonist asked to be called Tsuyoshi, after which he explained that he had a strong body, that he had somehow miraculously escaped complete corruption, since he had gone into the dark zone alone, but admitted that this act was reckless. Kevin stopped abruptly. He turned to the protagonist and asked about him going into the dark zone alone. Tsuyoshi took off, almost scratched the back of her head and confirmed this, explained that he was generally pleased, but then he needed to pass something on to Chairman Dag, and just then the selection for shamans was taking place, so he decided to try. A drop of hood ran down Kevin's cheek when he said that she just tried it, and at the same time defeated Fuline and won the tournament, so he was interested in how well the protagonist studied alchemy, and who was his mentor. Tsuyoshi remembered his training and smiled awkwardly, saying that in fact, he never really studied, he also did not have a mentor, it's all a matter of relying on intuition. Kevin frowned, thinking that this person could be a genius, surpassing even him. He smiled at the guy, saying that it was impressive. The two of them walked into the light, when Kevin thought that he should see it with his own eyes, and he did not admit that someone could be a genius than him. Kevin walked down the hallway with his hands behind his back, saying that Chairman Doug directed the guy to him because he owns the law of the earth and wind. Kevin frowned, saying that the medicine he was creating contained the power of law, and might not be able to banish the dangers of the protagonist's body, to which Tsuyoshi awkwardly counted the back of his head and asked for help. They approached the arch, behind which it seemed that many spheres existed at the same time. Kevin pushed the door and explained that this was his alchemy lab. They entered a spacious, bright room, when Kevin began to say that he liked collecting ingredients, but he liked studying them even more, and he believed that he knew more about medicinal materials than anyone else. They approached the table and Vane exclaimed that this alchemy table was simply amazing, and then asked if it increased the effectiveness of potion brewing. Kevin continued to stand there with an excellent expression on his face, saying that perhaps it increased it a little. He looked at the guy and thought that he was worried in vain, since he was unable to distinguish rare ingredients, did not understand the value of advanced alchemy equipment, and if he had such abilities, then it was still nothing special. Kevin picked up the dish and said that when it came to alchemy, he had never thought that anyone could be better than him, especially since he had mastered the law of earth and wind. He handed the boy the dish and asked him to drop some blood here to see what was inside. He dripped a little blood onto the dish. At that moment, Kevin's hands lost magic, and his eyes glowed with turquoise light. Tsuyoshi watched the blue wind with resistance. I thought that there was a blue flame before, and this must be because of the law of earth and wind. The blue flame grew larger, engulfing the shaman's body, when the blood rose into the air. In the air, it was ugly. What he saw in the boy's blood struck him very much, and he thought that there really were traces of the penetration of the Darkman. Kevin looked at the calm protagonist. I thought that despite the darkness having penetrated deep into the body, he remained balanced, and if you were inside an ordinary adventurer, he would have lost his mind long ago. However, Tsuyoshi interpreted the shaman's expression in his own way, asking with concern whether his condition was bad or not. Kevin quickly pulled himself together and replied that the state of the injury had become clear, and that medicine might no longer be able to cure it, so he needed to use the power of law to expel the darkness from the body, and then asked to turn his back. The protagonist smiled awkwardly and, turning around, apologized for disturbing him. The shaman's hand was again engulfed in turquoise light. He put his palm forward, which was immediately surrounded by a pentagram. He sent it to the guy's back with force. The protagonist was struck by the feeling that something inside was starting to burn, and it hurt a little. Still, watched the changes closely. Thought that the trace of darkness was much more persistent than he expected, so I would have to put in more force, otherwise I wouldn't be able to remove it completely. Sweat was running down the protagonist's face when he heard that the inner darkness was clinging directly, and that Kevin was increasing the impact, so it would hurt, but I would have to endure it. But what did he say here? That he was ready for anything. Its impact was strong, as if it had passed from his hand. Came wider, equal to the guy's height. From the tension on his neck, the veins swelled up. He thought that this couldn't be compared to what had happened before. Kevin, watching what was happening, smiled with satisfaction, because even if he himself took a special potion before this, how else could he bear such pain? So he wanted the guy to endure it, and just consider this training, said out loud that if he couldn't endure it anymore, then let him say. The protagonist's eyes lit up with light, his fists clenched as he thought that this would not work, and he would use the perfect body. At this moment, he breathed a sigh of relief because he felt better. This action greatly shocked the shaman, because he did not understand what it was, because the internal force blocked the penetration of his law, and this was impossible. He frowned, his face showed a bruise when he thought that you, a person, may be much more problematic than it seems, so you need to be on your guard. Kevin used a secret technique, which is one of the elite methods that reduces a man's magical power and implants a hostile mark into his body. If activated in the future, the effect can accumulate and lead to death. He lowered his hand, thinking that at the same time, the purification was also completed. When the protagonist turned around, Kevin said that everything was ready, all traces of darkness were removed, and then asked how he was feeling. The protagonist looked at his hands and noted with pleasure that they were wrong to call Kevin a genius among shamans, since he easily dealt with this stubborn infection, and yet the power of the law of earth and wind was amazing for the guy, after which he remembered that Kevin's 12th law was destruction, and this aroused curiosity, who then stood at number 1, and what was his strength. He kneaded his muscles and said with a smile that he definitely felt better, after which he thanked his healer. However, if the shaman allowed it, he would like to pay for the treatment, since he had gold coins. Kevin smiled and said that there was no need, since Chairman Doug recommended him, then it goes without saying, and from Fulling he heard that the guy wanted to participate in the alchemy tournament. The protagonist remembered that he could do it right now, to which Kevin replied that if he took first place in the shaman selection, he had the right to participate, and since the tournament was about to begin, and if he did not need special preparation, he could start right away. Kevin's expression became cunning when he said that the protagonist should take into account that even despite the recommendation of the chairman Doug, there would be no concessions, so when his student, the blue shaman Vincent, he does not make an exception. Tsuyoshi said that the very fact that he was allowed to participate was more than enough, and he did not count on concessions. At that moment Kevin stretched out his hand, which was immediately engulfed in a glow. He said that coming to his tournament without preparation was the dignity of the one who defeated Fulling. Kevin turned around, his robe swayed beautifully, after which he asked the guy to show his talent this time, after which he demanded to go, so the tournament begins. After some time, they came to the main arena of the tournament, where the stands were filled with spectators. Fulling led the protagonist to the arena and said that the teacher had given her to look after him, so he should obey. The girl turned around and said with a smile that she had already completed everything, so he was officially registered, but she was interested in where the girl who accompanied him had gone and whether she had abandoned him. The protagonist thanked Fulling, after which he explained that if we are talking about Kadia, then she probably has her own affairs, otherwise she would not have abandoned him. To which she immediately got angry, shouting that someone did not dare to call her name so easily, because the only one who can call her by name is the teacher, and he is an insignificant person. In the bath, he smiled, raised his hands in a try-on, and said that he understood everything. The girl turned away and walked down the corridor again, saying that only confident young talents were participating in this tournament, and this was not some basic selection like last time, and among the blue shamans, including her senior comrade, there were even more gifted ones, and he would not be able to defeat them, but he would gain good experience, to which the protagonist asked if Fuline herself was participating. Because she was also a student of Kevin, and also a white shaman. The girl's mood immediately changed when she said that her teacher told her that if she did not take first place in the selection, she would lose the right to participate in the tournament, and then, her senior comrade was also participating. If all the prize places were taken by Kevin's students, then people from the outside might think badly, but she believed that she would still have a chance. Tsuyoshi ruffled his hair in embarrassment and apologized, as he did not want to offend the girl, to which he then replied that there was no need to apologize, as a loss is a loss, and he really is extraordinary. The protagonist smiled contentedly. The arena was filled with competitors and spectators. Then she led the guy to one of the alchemy tables that she had prepared for him, but warned that he had eaten the labs, so she demanded that no one break it. She felt sorry for him, but after the tournament it was imperative to clean everything. She crossed her arms over her chest and continued to explain that this was an elimination tournament, since half of the participants would be eliminated in the first round, and Tsuyoshi, of course, was a weakling, but since he was using her alchemy table, he was obliged not to disgrace himself. The orcs sitting in the stands were talking about the fact that a human shaman was participating in this prestigious tournament, and some of them were expressing hope that he might have just come to watch, since he had only taken up space for nothing, and probably bribed the organizers. Tsuyoshi tried to ignore the whispers when Fuline said that for them, the very fact of a human being here was something out of the ordinary. She pulled the guy by the cloak so that he leaned towards her, and then whispered that the strongest in this tournament were the blue shamans, including her older comrade, and even if he was an opponent, he should watch them carefully, since it might be useful to him. Tsuyoshi looked closely at Dasha and thanked her with a smile, and said that he understood everything. The host's voice sounded in the arena, that now the algebra tournament will begin. All participants should prepare themselves, since the first round of choosing ingredients will begin. The shamans participating in this competition immediately began to sort through the flask, and talk about how the first round is the selection of ingredients, and this is a basic skill for shamans. Beastman participant Drax, a blue shaman who is at level 17, crossed his arms over his chest and said that he did not think that among the participants there would be those who would not be able to select the ingredients. He thought about his teacher and how this was not just a gathering competition, it was not about the herbs themselves, but about the fact that they were testing the ability to judge, because an excellent shaman also needs an excellent sense. He looked at Arya and the other competitors, thought that his real rivals this time would only be a few blue shamans. Drax looked at Vincent, consider him the main one of his rivals since it seemed to him that his strongest point was the final alchemy, and he probably received many secrets from Kevin himself. Org stared at the white shamans as if they were trash. Suddenly, something crashed into his back, causing him to lean slightly to the side. Someone apologized, and Drax roared angrily that someone in such a spacious hall managed to collide, so he did not understand where he was looking. Tsuyoshi waved his hand and said that he was just focused on finding the right place. Drax looked down at the protagonist and said that so he is the man rumored to be, judging by his appearance, he is not a shaman, but a warrior, so it is funny that he can get a prize for participating. Suddenly, Vincent came up to their conversation and said that the guy is only participating because he is dating a teacher, but it would be better to continue killing monsters quietly than to arrange a circus here, which greatly surprised the orc. Tsuyoshi blushed when Drax, crossing his arms, shamed him for participating because he knew someone, and Vincent added that brute force won't help in alchemy, since it's not a sword fight. The protagonist held back and said that if they weren't at the tournament, he would have already punched Vincent. He poked him with his finger and filled in where he was, and Drax told the group that they need to be careful with their words here, since they can remove him from participation, but the protagonist simply turned around and left. Finally, clenching his fists, he threw so that the others would be glad that there are such rules here, to which Vincent replied that he would still see if the guy would leave at the end of the tournament. The tournament host appeared in the center of the arena and said that the first round, consisting of choosing ingredients, was starting, so she would explain the rules. The girl pulled out a tablet with a gold plate, and said there that they would name the name of the desired potion, and the participants must identify the necessary ingredients and collect them in the allotted time, and if they do not collect the ingredients in the allotted time, they will be disqualified, and the participants who collected the ingredients will be assessed depending on the quality of the selected materials. At this moment, the power came out into the arena in the same clothes, each of them had a basket in their hands. Phrases began to be heard among the spectators that they say that the task was compiled by the genius Kevin himself, so it should be interesting, and it is necessary not only to quickly distinguish the ingredients, but also to evaluate their quality, so everyone was interested in who will win in the first round. Fulin stood leaning on the wall, and thought about whether the main character can handle it, because at the selection, of course, he showed himself, but it will be quite difficult to compete with experienced participants. The main shamans sat high on the thrones, and they talked about how, as expected from the algebra tournament held by the young genius Kevin, it was good that his student Drax was participating, since such experience would definitely not be superfluous, to which Kevin himself replied that he simply wanted to give a chance to those who have potential. Canty, a beast man who is a red shaman at level 33, scratched his chin and asked who Mr. Kevin was betting on, since they said that Vincent was his best student and a real talent. Kevin, having knocked back some wine, said that Vincent really has abilities, but the important thing is whether he can reveal them in the tournament, because Drax is also very promising among the blue shamans. Canty turned to the arena and thanked him for the praise, saying that he had heard that a human was participating this time, and he had never seen a human shaman before, to which Canty realized that it was Tsuyoshi. I will explain that he was recommended by Chairman Doug. Kevin explained with a smile that the guy was actually a warrior, and did not come to shaman training, and being a human, he did not follow the path of an apothecary, but passed the shaman selection, defeating his student and taking first place, so he was also interested in him. Surprised, Canty turned back to his interlocutor and asked if it was true that he had done it without training and had even won first place, since it was probably just a mistake by Chairman Dag. However, the next moment, Ord was able to pull himself together and said that if it was really like that, even he would want to watch him. They looked back at the arena where Tsuyoshi was at that moment. The assistant girls brought him baskets of ingredients, and the main character stood and looked at them thoughtfully, thinking that a lot of ingredients had been prepared. It was no surprise that there would be half in the first round, since each basket of ingredients contained exactly half of the number of participants, which meant that half would simply receive nothing. He thought about how the tournament participants could fight for one basket and that in order to make a potion, several types of ingredients were needed, so you would have to search through several baskets. If you started grabbing everything in a row, you would waste time and not collect what you needed, after which you would fly out. He lay his fist, grinned and thought that this was interesting, since it was much more difficult than from the pores of shamans. And here the ability to quickly and accurately select the necessary materials is tested, so it was time to use heavenly vision. The host of the tournament winked at the audience, and said that now she would announce the task, which was to select ingredients. The crowd on the stands roared when it was announced that the task was an anti-cold potion. The participants immediately rushed to the baskets, pushing each other away. They all ran past the protagonist, who watched in surprise and thought that they had great speed, and it was not for nothing that they were real shamans, since they had such simple recipes memorized in their heads. Tsuyoshi's eyes sparkled when he thought about the fact that he had heavenly vision. He analyzed the tablet in the hands of the host. The system added the result of the analysis, which was that for a simple cold potion, 3 ingredients were needed, namely, firegrass, wood heart, and vines of dry leaves. Tsuyoshi rushed into the basket, glad that there were only 3 ingredients. He looked at the crowd of shamans ahead and realized that if he was late, he might not be able to squeeze through. Vincent in the ingredient sphere, and said that he could handle it with his eyes closed, while Drax fought with the rest of the shamans, shouting for them to get out of the way. Tsuyoshi watched with interest and thought that it was necessary to admit that blue shamans are not so famous for nothing. He clenched his fist and thought that he could not lose right away. His expression was determined when the guy recognized the need to show the strength of a warrior. His body was engulfed in magic when he realized where the first ingredient was, and his target was the shaman in the front row. At this moment, the shaman was furiously trying to take away the ingredients in one of the baskets. Vincent looked around in surprise, felt a wave of skill, and muttered that the fool human decided to riot because he was losing. Canty forcibly squeezed the armrest of the throne. You do not understand what the warrior was planning. Kevin narrowed his eyes, not understanding what the guy was doing. The orc, who was targeted by the main character, suddenly found himself in the dark and alone. Do not understand what happened. At this moment, Tsuyoshi attacked him from behind. The shaman screamed in fear and dropped the ingredients, not understanding what he was doing. The protagonist immediately cancelled the skill. He looked at the shaman trembling with fear and realized that with this trick he did not even need to fight his way forward. He approached one of the girls and realized that he found a firegrass, as his heavenly vision told him that it was of the highest quality and marked with a light marker. Tsuyoshi thanked her and grabbed his ingredient. Canty laughed with pleasure and said that using a warrior skill to instantly approach an ingredient and then cancel it was interesting, and that this guy was funny. Kevin thought about the firegrass and that this was not all, since he chose the best quality firegrass specimen, so the guy really knows how to distinguish ingredients, although it could have just been luck. After a while, using the same skill, the protagonist received a top quality tree heart. A moment later, the protagonist received a top-quality dry leaf vine. The tournament host showed the audience an hourglass and announced that time was up, after which she invited the evaluators to come out, who were supposed to check the accuracy and quality of the ingredients collected by the participants. The ingredient evaluators came out, all in identical clothes, and the host began to say that a simple cold remedy requires firegrass, a tree heart, and vines of dry leaves. The first participant, similar to us, had an error in choosing the ingredients, so he was disqualified. The orc and wolf participants also had an error in choosing the ingredients. Drax stood with his arms crossed over his chest when it was announced that all the ingredients were chosen correctly, and the overall quality assessment was 84 points out of 100, and this is excellent quality. The audience exploded Elena with such an assessment. He looked at the stands with satisfaction, chuckling that this was expected. Kevin looked at the orc with a smile and said that it was not for nothing that he was a student of Kanti himself, since he turned out to be the fastest and most accurate, and this is quite worthy. Vincent stood with her nose in the air as she heard that all the ingredients were chosen incorrectly and the overall quality rating was 94 points out of 100, which was excellent quality, to which he said that in this kind of competition, first place could only be his. Kanti turned to his interlocutor in surprise and said that the genius's disciple was a genius himself. Kevin raised his glass and said that it looked like with this result, Vincent would be the winner of the first round. Fulling watched intently as the results were announced, thinking that the weakling human should try harder. Tsuyoshi stood with his arms across his chest and his head down as they announced that his choice of ingredients was correct. The ingredient appraiser looked closely at the ingredients and thought that this was the same shaman human and his ingredients were chosen correctly, but he wondered what quality level they had. Suddenly, his device vibrated. The ingredient appraiser began to sweat from nervous tension, muttering that the appraisal device had started to malfunction. Kevin jumped up from his throne in order to quickly announce the result. The ingredient evaluator turned around and nervously for the meat. He looked at his device and said that the ingredients were chosen correctly, but he hesitated again on the quality. Finally, having made up his mind, he raised his device and said that the ingredients were 100 points out of 100, and this was ideal quality. Both main shamans could not believe what was happening and stood with their mouths open. The spectators immediately began to shout that this could not be, and how could a person get the maximum, because even Vincent and Drax lost to him. She even covered her mouth with her hands in surprise, a couple of urine, that this weakling is impressive. Tsuyoshi joined smiled and looked at her hands and thought that it was thanks to heavenly vision, he scanned everything to perfection, so now he is looking forward to the next stage. The shamans participating in the competition were amazed by the full score, they could not believe it, because in order to get the maximum, each ingredient must be of the highest quality, and the protagonist was able to throw away the perfect ingredients in such a situation. The ingredient evaluator was still standing with the artifact raised and said that all the participants' results are strictly measured using the analyzer, so there can be no error in the assessment. Kanti peered closely at the artifacts and said that it seemed like the guy was frighteningly good at choosing ingredients. He was interested in how the protagonist would perform in other disciplines. Kevin agreed with his interlocutor, still peering into the arena. He narrowed his eyes and said that he was also very curious about this. The host of the competition raised a sign and said that the second round would be alchemy, and the remaining participants should return to their alchemical compositions, since now it was necessary to make mid-level invisibility potions, so they expected impressive results from the participants. In the bathroom, he was rearranging something on his table when a female voice called him. Fulling stood next to him and looked at him slyly, saying that he did well last time, so the second round would be a test of spirit, since the most important thing for a shaman is strength of spirit and talent. He looked at the girl with a smile, and then said that they also checked this during the selection. Suddenly, Fulling looked at him in surprise and asked where the guy's staff was, since he needed to get it quickly, because without a staff there was nothing to talk about. Tsuyoshi awkwardly ruffled his hair and said in fear that he forgot about it. He remembered how Chairman Dag gave him a staff last time, but he didn't have his own, and besides, his parameters were currently set to war, and if a lot of mana was needed for cooking, then it would not be enough. Then she immediately clenched her fists and furiously asked why the guy didn't have a staff, how he even became a shaman, but that he would explain that he missed this moment. She frowned and blushed slightly, saying that she didn't know what to do with it. Feline turned away, holding out her staff to the guy, saying that it was good that she was nearby. And Tsuyoshi reached for the staff, thanking her. He grabbed the staff tighter and smiled, saying that with the girl's staff and her alchemy table, he would be able to win. Then she folded her arms across her chest, turned away and began to walk away from him, throwing him a last word so that he would win. The assistant girls brought out the ingredients again, and the host of the competition said that they needed to start crushing the ingredients and into the potion arch, since the ingredients were only given for one attempt, and there were only 30 minutes left. The Darena said that there was only one attempt and 30 minutes, and that it was harsh, since the intermediate level of camouflage potion is difficult, and even blue shamans can't always handle it, so everyone only has one chance. Kanti stepped forward, looking at the remaining participants with interest, saying that limited attempts, tools and time are harsh conditions, to which Kevin replied that if someone wants to win the algebra tournament, then they must comply with these minimum requirements. The head shaman thought to himself that he needs to succeed on the first try, so he was interested in how this Tsuyoshi will behave, and whether he really is just lucky or has amazing talent. The assistant girls began to carry out the ingredients when the host called all the participants. One of the assistants bowed and brought the ingredients to Drax. The second bowed and put the bears with herbs on the table in front of Vincent. When the assistant girl placed the ingredients in front of Tsuyoshi, he thanked her. This made the girl blush and say that she was just doing her job. The host of the competition raised her hand and said that time was limited, as the countdown began from now, after which she demanded that they begin brewing, and immediately there was a swearing. Kevin looked closely at the participants and said that it is in such harsh conditions that the ability to remain calm and accurately control the process appears, and those who lack skill or fortitude will quickly screw up. After a while, one of the participants spilled his potion, thinking that because he poured mana too quickly, his ingredient was destroyed. Another participant broke the assistant's shoes plate, screaming that she did something to him when she brought it, to which the girl tried to justify herself. Drax looked at the vial in her hand goodnight, and said that among shamans there are fools, because alchemy is a sacred thing for a shaman. Vincent gradually poured mana into the potion and said that at the same time, it is an incredibly attractive thing. Drax called mana, deciding to start alchemy. At the same time Vincent did the same. The space around Drax filled with a blue glow when he thought that crushing ingredients means grinding their own magic, and the stronger and more precise the control of magic, the more ideal the powder. Vincent was carried away by what was happening, thinking that fusion is the final and most important stage, and the amount of mana in the body is the key to the successful completion of alchemy. Drax threw a sideways glance at Kevin's student and thought that it was not for nothing that it was so, since it was quite possible that in one wave of magic there were more than 1,000 units of mana. Candy turned to Kevin and said with a smile that his student was still hiding his power. The orc shaman thought for a moment, then added that his mana volume really exceeded 1,000, and with such talent and skill in a couple of years he would be able to grow into a red shaman. Kevin smiled and said that Vincent just had good natural inclinations, that's all, although his spirit and character still needed to be tempered. Candy waved his hand and said that he stopped noticing Tsuyoshi, to which he was told that it was as if he had disappeared without a trace. However, it was worth taking a look at the arena, as one could see that he was simply standing in place. The orc shaman narrowed his eyes at her and said that if the guy did not start now, he would not have time to finish. Kevin also looked closely at the main character and explained that this was just stalling for time, since not even a wave of mana was felt from him. Tsuyoshi looked at the two head shaman apprentices and thought that it looked like the victory would be decided between these two, which meant that they had 880 and 1060 mana, while the guy himself had 510. His gaze flashed with a golden gleam as he muttered that Drax would most likely be a C-class, and Vincent might even be a B-class, after which he thought that this was expected of Kevin's apprentice, since a mid-level potion was already a completely different level. Suddenly, Fulling's angry voice burst into his thoughts, asking why he was slowing down, since there were only 20 minutes left. The assistant girl turned to Fulling and asked her not to distract the embarrassed guy, since it interfered with concentration. Here, a wave of mana went through the main character's body, since he decided that it was probably time for him to start, and with his parameters, he simply did not have enough magical energy. The aura began to cover more participants. Drax realized that the protagonist's weak wave was normal, which was no different from a regular white shaman. Vincent grinned contentedly, since he had surprised him in the first round, but apparently it was just luck. Canty scratched his chin thoughtfully, saying that the wave of deception was at such a level, and that he probably didn't even have 200 units of mana, so his talent for choosing ingredients would be wasted. Kevin grinned contentedly, thinking that it seemed like he had overestimated him, since there was nothing to even look at seriously, and although he deserved credit for his courage to participate in the tournament. Then she was discouraged from rejection, looking at the guy, since the weak guy had so little, and it couldn't be, since he was completely different at the selection, so she didn't understand what he was doing. Drax frowned and decided that it was time to use the very technique that his teacher had taught him especially for this tournament. He carefully exhaled the red flame. The orc raised his hands, fanning the flames, and even more, the system reported that his magical energy was increased, and also temporarily significantly increased the volume of mana in exchange for half of his health. Drax smugly looked at his main opponent, and thought that now his magical energy exceeded, so it was not worth thinking that his maximum was Class C green, since this time everything would be different. Olga was engulfed in red mana, and a sphere shone above his staff when the shaman used fusion. The spectators in the stands were surprised, closing their eyes, saying that this is a supernatural phenomenon, since really green and invisibility Class B. And the bright light emanating from the flask blinded those around him. Drax smugly hopped, when his flask dropped below, and said that the potion was almost perfect Class B quality, so he offered to enter here to anyone. Canty smiled contentedly, watching the scene and thinking that it was almost perfect. Even Kevin's disciple could only create a B-class potion, and that was with difficulty, so the victory in this tournament would go to his disciple. If he took first place in this round, he would win by the total points, so his interlocutor was not the only one who knew how to win. Kevin, in turn, continued to peer intensely at what was happening in the arena, thinking that the highest magic enhancement was an extreme spell used in exchange for health, and ordinary shamans or magicians did not use it, so it seemed that his opponent had worked for the sake of his disciple's victory, and no matter how you look at it, high magic was a serious matter. He frowned, then frowned and began to think about how thinking about winning with a B-class potion was naive. The lines between his eyebrows became more and more visible as he thought about how Canty thought he had nothing prepared against him. A scarlet aura began to be felt from Kevin and his student, as the teacher mentally ordered his student to show them. Vincent concentrated on his potion. He blinked them, and his eyes flashed with gold. Suddenly, the space around the shaman began to brighten. Turquoise fire burst from his hands. Candy jumped up from his throne in surprise and asked what was happening. It was worth him taking a closer look, as the head shaman realized that this was a blue flame extracted from the law of earth and wind. Kevin narrowed his eyes, then explained that he once gave it to his student, and how to use it is up to him, after which she thought to herself that this flame, filled with the power of the law, it took him 7 days to get just this drop, but now he can keep his honor. Vincent raised one hand and thought that the teacher told him to add this flame stage of fusion, so the power of law will instantly increase his mana capacity, and he will not be able to lose. The blue sphere illuminated not only its creator, but also the entire arena. The spectators watched in surprise and talked about what was happening, saying that this was already a real supernatural phenomenon. Vincent stood up to laugh, saying that no one could repeat the invisibility potion of the middle level of Class A on the stage. Tsuyoshi looked closely at what was happening and thought that both had a trump card for forced leveling up, and if they did not use everything they had, they would not be able to cope with the Class A potion. He looked at the system window, which said that there was not enough mana to use the modern body to increase the magic capacity. His eyes flashed with lightning when the guy thought that he should then use the entire perfect body to increase the magic power. The staff in his hand began to vibrate from the huge number of discharges. Suddenly, his body was engulfed in lightning, and he increased the current amount of mana, and at that moment, the system reported that he had received a Class S potion, so he should move on to the assessment and prepare for the next stage. While around Vanya and with the wings of lightning, the spectators excitedly talked about what just happened, and that the third time, and so it was as if it was more powerful than the previous two. Fuline looked at the guy in surprise and muttered that the magical waves were much stronger than before, and that from the dynamics of the magical waves and phenomena around it is impossible to understand how much magic is in the main character. Vincent looked at the sparkling arena and thought that the guy had average indicators, so where did he get only strength from? Maybe he used some secret technique. But this was impossible, since there is no technique that can increase magical power so much. He squinted, trying to see the space through the bright light, thought that the main character's village literally provokes a violation of all the laws of nature, and he had never seen anything like it in his entire life. Drax began to tremble from overexertion and misunderstanding of the situation. Lightning and continued to sparkle in the arena, after which they folded into the head of a huge dragon. The main thing is that the shamans jumped from their places in surprise, examining the result of the protagonist's magic. Kevin, with incomprehension in his voice, whispered that this is a true S-rank supernatural phenomenon, which resonates with heaven and earth, has a material form, but is accompanied by powerful and divine punishment, and usually appears when making S-rank products. Tsuyoshi at this time concentratedly looked at her staff, conjuring over the ingredients, when the system reported that all the magical power for grinding materials was adjusted. Purple flashes of mana filled the space as the system reported that the materials had been crushed and were ready to be added. Finally, the protagonist decided to use fusion, and immediately a head of lightning rushed towards him. Candy expressed his hopeful gaze, hoping that it couldn't be divine lightning, since if they didn't do anything to protect themselves from it, they would all die. Beads of sweat appeared on Kevin's face as he began to talk about how the reason why S-rank potions were so rare was because in addition to the enormous amount of effort put into making them, they also had to survive divine punishment, and that no one would risk their lives for a potion. Tsuyoshi's cloak was fluttering with enormous amounts of force as the system warned him of an impending powerful mud, and then asked if he wanted the hammer to take all the damage. The boy's eyes sparkled no worse than lightning when he thought about how he expected to have to take the hit on himself, but he didn't know that the hammer of the God King could absorb damage, but this was even better. He thought about this artifact and that the young God King also emits lightning, so he would be fine, so he decided to move forward. At that moment, his face turned white with this sacred lightning. The space around him exploded and began to sparkle. The main thing is that the shamans took a step back, not understanding what kind of hammer suddenly appeared. The face of the purple dragon rushed towards the protagonist. The lightning became more and more each time, and Tsuyoshi took them all on himself. His staff absorbed the lightning when the system reported that the young God King successfully absorbed the divine punishment. The protagonist frowned and decided to continue the fusion. He waved his staff, sending a stream of mana from the spell flask. This time, Arena began to sparkle from his mana. The system reported that the average invisibility potion was successfully created. At that moment the guy, tightly clutching the staff, thought that he seemed to have managed to create an average invisibility of rank S. Kevin watched what was happening in horror and thought that even he, using all the powers of the Law of Whispers of the Earth, would hardly be able to create such a potion. Was there really someone who could surpass his genius, since it was unthinkable? Kanti immediately turned to his interlocutor, and apologizing, began to furiously shout that this man was lying to them. He decided that they should personally be surprised by this, so she jumped off her podium. Kanti rushed towards the protagonist with all his fury, saying that it was impossible for some nobodies to make a high-ranking potion without any consequences, and Kevin immediately started to catch up with him. Vincent started laughing and accusing the protagonist of having decided to fool everyone, and that even a mentor couldn't create a potion of such a rank. The other participants started pointing fingers at him, accusing Tsuyoshi of having decided to cheat right at the tournament, and that initially giving him the right to participate was a fatal mistake, so it was necessary to touch his hands and feet so that he would know how to lead them by the nose. However, at that moment Feline stepped forward, crossed her arms over her chest and said that the protagonist had not deceived anyone, since she was completely sure of it, and had seen what he was capable of even during the shaman exam. The host of the competition said with an awkward smile that she thought it would be right if Kevin himself found out if it was true. Tsuyoshi squeezed the flask with his potion and turned to the others, asking if he had deceived anyone, since he did the same as everyone else, namely, using his power, and if they wanted to test him, then he agreed to it. Kanti walked decisively towards the protagonist, saying as he went that they had previously seen for themselves that his magical power did not exceed 600, so it could not be that he was able to prepare something like this. Orb came close to the guy and began to say that he could have intentionally underestimated his result, and if so, then let this one prove it to them. At that moment, the shaman's staff began to glow. The system explained that a measurement of magical power was taking place, consisting in the fact that the higher the subject's magical power, the more glow. Tsuyoshi looked at the shaman tensely and thought that if he couldn't hold the boost, he would be considered a liar, but his true power level was really nothing. The boy smirked and thought that if that was the case, then there was no point in hiding. He tapped his staff and said that if that was how they wanted to test him, then he wouldn't interfere. Kanti frowned and said that he hoped that the protagonist was still burning, otherwise he would regret it bitterly. He touched the protagonist's forehead with his staff. The orc demanded to show them his true power. Tsuyoshi smirked, knowing that his entire body was being used 100% to boost his own magic, so he suggested out loud that they measure it properly. A blue vortex engulfed his body. The audience could see the white dome engulfing the arena. Kanti covered his face with his hand, as he did not expect all of the guy's magic to suddenly spill out, and if it was not all, then how much power was left in him. He could only see the white silhouette of the protagonist when the guy said that he showed them everything he had. The shaman's staff shook from the power being absorbed. Suddenly, a crack ran along the top of the staff. The entire city was filled with light. Kanti was unable to hold mana back when the staff fragments scattered into space. Beads of sweat were running down his face, and his eyes widened in fear. Tsuyoshi tiredly rubbed his neck. He looked sternly at the shaman and asked if he could prove his abilities to them. Kanti was so tired that she even sat down when Kevin said that it was phenomenal. He smiled at the boy, spread his arms wide and asked for forgiveness for daring to doubt him, since they had simply never met before, that he was a young and powerful talent like them. Kevin extended his hand to the protagonist and said that even his powers pale in comparison to his abilities, so the young man was truly a genius. The shaman took the sausage from the protagonist's hands and said that there was no particular need for this tournament. Kevin turned to Kanta and said that he believed that the S-rank potion he had created fully proved who was truly strong. The shaman loudly asked if anyone had a comma against his decision, and if so, let them come out and challenge Mr. Tsuyoshi. Both of the head shaman's students lowered their heads and admitted defeat. Kevin raised the flask with greenery even higher and finally began to announce the results. He looked at the potion, sparkling with lightning, and declared Tsuyoshi the winner of the tournament. Then she blushed with embarrassment and covered her mouth with her hands again, glad that the guy had succeeded. He turned to her and smiled. The protagonist mentally thanked the girl. This movement made Feline blush even more embarrassed. She was overwhelmed by different feelings. She finally smiled, repeated his movement, mentally thought that he could turn. Kevin noticed this movement as he glanced sideways at the protagonist. He narrowed his eyes and thought about how the protagonist was a young talent among the shamans who was able to impress even him. He looked at the potion and began to think that creating such a powerful potion at such a young age was truly impressive, and he could not admit his loss. Kevin turned around, causing the floor and the embodiment to stir, and as he left, He thought about what heights this guy could reach in the future. He seemed calm, but inside, oppression raged from the thought that he would use all his money and power, but would not let it leave the city alive. Holding a chest in her hands, Fuling said that this was the prize for winning the tournament, and clarified that these were recipes that any shaman would kill for. The protagonist opened the chest and saw recipes for potions that give various enhancements. Tsuyoshi smiled and thought about how he could strike it rich in his world and get his billion yen at the auction thanks to them. Raising her hand, the cat reminded him that becoming Kevin's apprentice was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and explained that with his talent and such a mentor, her friend could reach the pinnacle of mastery. The boy patted her head and stated that he was a warrior first and foremost. The girl blushed. The young man said that he wanted to choose his own path, even if he wanted to follow the path of the shamans. The girl looked away and asked where he was going next. Scratching his chin, the hero replied that he needed to meet Sakura and head to his next destination, and thought about how he should return to his world to earn 1 billion yen. The beast man crossed her arms and asked who this Sakura was. The chosen one smiled and explained that she was her friend and that they should definitely meet again. The mage narrowed her eyes and said that she had something to say before he left, adding that she had something for him. The protagonist scratched his head and asked why she couldn't say it now. Turning away, Fuling said that he would understand when the time came, and said goodbye to her comrade. Tsuyoshi watched her go, wondering why she was so angry. Clouds floated above the inn. Sitting on his bed, the guy thought about how he hadn't had time to study the infinity ring at all, and remembered that a lot had happened to him during this time. The ring on his finger sparkled. The system reported that the stay in the other world cannot exceed 3 days, otherwise the user will not be able to return back to his world. Squinting, the young man realized that from now on he would have to carefully plan his actions, since he was only allowed to stay in both this and the other world for 3 days, and wondered what kind of debugging this was. The hero clicked on the system window and decided that he did not have time to figure out what it was. The system sent a wooden chest to the inventory. The chosen one smiled and opened an interdimensional portal. He was sucked into a whirlpool of energy. The warrior wished to quickly sell these recipes and earn his 1 billion yen. The sun illuminated a multi-story building. Suzuki said that this apartment is not as luxurious as the hero's villa, but it is the best apartment in the entire complex. Karena's eyes widened in surprise. The protagonist smiled and thanked his comrade for his help. The girl said that these are simply excellent apartments, and added that she cannot believe that they will live here. Closing his eyes, the man explained that the Hero Alliance is not greedy at all, and suggested that the guys will like living here. Scratching the back of his head, Tsuyoshi asked if he could convert one of the rooms into a mini-lab, and explained that he would like to try making potions at home. The chairman's mouth dropped open in shock and he reminded them that it required certain knowledge and skills. Suzuki raised his hand and said that it was generally possible because there were many rooms in the apartment, and promised that the lab would be at his disposal by noon, and the boy thanked him. The boy looked up and decided to do it tonight. Ants crawled along the sidewalk one after another. The Blue Snake members frowned and asked if the intruder knew what kind of place this was. The hero's brows furrowed sternly and he replied that he knew who owned this territory, and explained that he wanted to talk about paying off a debt. The bouncer standing at the door was outraged by his arrogant behavior, and asked what his name was. The chosen one narrowed his eyes and said his name. The men in black stepped forward. One of them pushed his subordinate away and ordered him to get out of the way. Smiling, the man apologized for keeping his guest waiting and explained that the boss had personally asked him to escort the debtor. The warrior cast a stern look at him and remembered that they had already met at the hospital. The bandit bowed to him, and the protagonist was surprised by such a sudden change in attitude. They entered the building and the criminal asked the guest to follow him. The scoundrel entered the office and announced that he had brought the debtor. Sitting at his desk, the group's boss said that he was very glad to see him. Tsuyoshi narrowed his eyes contemptuously and noticed that it was quite lively here. There was money in the suitcase. The guy said that it contained the principal amount of the debt, 600,000 yen, and interest. Spreading his arms, the man said that he could not repay such a small debt and decided to introduce his comrades to him. The junior commander of the Blue Snake group grinned. The head of the Crazy Wolves Guild slyly frowned. The young man with glowing eyes activated the Divine Eye and noticed that they had quite good combat power. The hero glanced at the bandit and asked why such strong people had gathered in one room. The criminals shuddered tensely. Frowning in concern, the gang boss wondered if he really had some kind of item that allowed him to see the levels of other people, and remembered that such artifacts cost a lot of money. The man spread his arms and suggested getting straight to the point. He leaned on the table and explained that the guest had taken care of both us and the Crazy Wolves. The bandit clasped his hands and suggested that they forget everything that had happened between them and form a friendship. The chosen one opened his mouth in surprise and asked what that meant. The junior commander stood up from the table and asked permission to personally apologize for his son's behavior. The criminal smiled and explained that he had sent him to another city to reflect on his behavior and apologize for causing so much trouble. Looking up, The leader of the Crazy Wolves explained that his stupid subordinates had also disrespected him and added that he had removed the surveillance magic from the dimension ring so that it could now be used with peace of mind. The warrior's eyes widened in surprise. Looking at the ring, the protagonist remembered that those who had attacked him were actually members of his guild and realized that it had been foolish of him not to check the ring before taking it. Tsuyoshi narrowed his eyes and said that the problems between him and Billy had been settled back in school, so he didn't care, and Guy and his henchmen who had attacked him had been killed, so everything was fine. The scoundrel placed his hand on the suitcase and declared that the debtor could keep the money. The boy frowned angrily and refused, as the debt was his responsibility, and asked what was the reason for their strange behavior, as he had no intention of joining any factions or guilds. The gang boss clasped his hands and explained that rumors of his exploits on the future star had spread far and wide, and that everyone was predicting a bright future for him, adding that every guild leader in the area wanted to grab a piece of his fame and contact him. The leader of the Crazy Wolves raised his hand and said that the smaller factions were afraid to even breathe in the direction of such a genius. The junior commander said that they would not even think of such a thing. Pointing at himself, the boy explained that he did not even know that he had become so famous, and thought that he should not stand out. Some time later, the bandits escorted him outside and asked him to come back to them more often. The hero walked away and decided that it was time to buy some ingredients, since he was now free. There was a sign on the wall for a potion materials store. Reading a book, the merchant said that this ingredient was not so easy to get, and decided that he should buy it from a supplier. Approaching the checkout, the chosen one apologized and said that he would like to buy specific ingredients. Raising his hand, the shop owner asked him to take as much as he needed and go to the checkout, and thought about how he did not want to waste time on some child. Taking a note from his pocket, the warrior assumed that such ingredients were not kept in the public domain, and said that according to rumors, this store has the largest selection. The protagonist handed the list to the seller, and explained that it listed all the ingredients he needed. The man looked at the note in shock and asked if the visitor really wanted to buy all this. Tsuyoshi smiled and confirmed this. The guy put a suitcase with money on the table. Opening it, the young man decided that this should be enough, and wanted to negotiate the supply of these ingredients in the future. There was a cabinet with many compartments against the wall. The owner of the shop happily looked at the money and realized that he could make good money. Slamming the suitcase shut, the hero remembered that after paying off the blue snake, he had about 9 million left, which would be enough for potion ingredients, and decided that he had more serious plans. Raising his hand, the shop owner asked the guest to come with him and have tea to discuss their long-term and fruitful cooperation, and ordered his subordinate to collect his order. The seller handed her a list and asked her to bring everything listed there here. The girl said that it would take some time. Holding a cup of tea in his hands, the man asked if the customer was planning to repeat the purchase next month. Sitting at the table, the merchant told him that goods were delivered to their store weekly, and asked how the customer was going to pay for them. The protagonist frowned and asked how much his list of ingredients would cost. The shop owner replied that with all the discounts, the total would be 6.5 million yen. Tsuyoshi placed the suitcase on the table and said that he would pay them 9 million, with the remainder going towards the delivery fee next month. Taking out the papers, the guy said that he could provide all the necessary documents to verify his identity, and explained that he would do so on the condition that the shop owner kept all the information confidential. Taking the documents, the seller agreed and asked the buyer not to worry, because these 15 ingredients would definitely not go up in price, since their company had been in the market for many years. Smiling widely, the young man thanked him and thought about how he could start brewing potions today, and that he needed to sign a contract with this shop now. Clouds floated above the city. The protagonist entered the laboratory and was surprised that they managed to equip it so quickly. Karina raised her eyebrows and explained that Suzuki had paid a lot of money out of his own pocket to do it in a day, and asked if her brother was that keen on brewing potions. The chosen one sat down next to her and promised to thank the chairman for his help. The girl stared at him in surprise. The warrior narrowed his eyes and reminded her that he had promised to bring back his sister's happy smile. An image of her paralyzed legs appeared in his mind. The girl tilted her head and said that she had not heard what he had said. Taking the wheelchair by the handles, the protagonist explained that he had not said anything important and asked his sister to rest. The schoolgirl asked him to stop. Tsuyoshi slammed the door and promised to join her after he was done with everything. A smile appeared on his face. The boy snapped his fingers. A wooden chest and a box of ingredients appeared in front of him. A test tube was heating on the burner. The potion to improve blood circulation required 3 ingredients, and the other 2 would require 6 ingredients each. Sitting at the table, the young man decided that the divine eye was a very useful thing, because it could automatically analyze the most suitable components in this world. The hero narrowed his eyes lit up. The chosen one unfolded the recipe and read that he needed to mix ant grass and green liana concentrate in a ratio of 1:3. The warrior poured the multicolored liquids into a measuring cup. The protagonist placed it in a special device for heating and realized that in the current situation, this primitive equipment would be enough for him. Frowning, Tsuyoshi remembered that under normal conditions, mixing ends at this stage, and realized that a chemical reaction could occur during the heating process, and the mixing could fail. The guy narrowed his eyes in displeasure and decided to use the shaman's technique to speed up the fusion and pour in magical energy. A staff appeared in his hand. The young man realized that this would not only increase the chances of a successful mixture, but also enhance the effect of the potion, and thought about how he had to leave the divine hammer and the inn in another world. Energy concentrated around the staff, the hero declared that no one except him knew this method of alchemical synthesis. The chosen one pointed the staff at the stove and called for magic and science to reunite. Smoke came out of the device. The system reported that the fusion was complete. The warrior picked up a test tube and decided to test the blood circulation improvement potion on himself. He drank the golden liquid in one gulp. A light aura appeared around him. The system suggested that his health and stamina recovery speed had been increased. Clenching his fist, the protagonist realized that such an effective potion definitely did not exist in this world, and concluded that the recipes from another world were simply incredibly powerful. Smiling, Tsuyoshi noticed that they tasted disgusting and decided that the most important thing was the effect. His eyes sparkled. There were golden tablets on the alchemy table. He picked up the test tubes with magic and wanted to make more of the same potions and thought about continuing with his plan if the market accepted them well. The next day, people gathered at the entrance to the dungeon. Someone said that this cave was very big, so they would not be able to explore it in one go. His friend reminded him that they were moving too slowly because of the spatial effect tablets. The young man put on a camouflage cloak that completely concealed his facial features. Pushing the cart forward, the hero decided to open his shop here because there were many people here. The hunters looked back and noticed him putting the goods on the cart. The knight crossed his arms and said that 3 top corporations were producing the hero pills, so it would be safer to buy them at the pharmacy. Taking out a capsule, the chosen one offered them to try a booster pill if they were not satisfied with the effect of the current drugs, and said that the first buyers would have the opportunity to try 1 pill for free. The archer opened his mouth in surprise and asked if this was a new product from a top corporation. His friend replied that they had not announced anything like that, and suggested that it was an employee from their factory who brought a new development. Taking the box in his hand, the stranger asked what the point was if 3 top corporations could offer a much more reliable product, and inquired how much these drugs cost and what effect they had. Opening the box, the protagonist replied that they help restore health and endurance, and also reduce damage taken, and added that a package of 6 pills costs 24,000 yen. Raising an eyebrow questioningly, the man asked if this was some kind of joke, and said that a box of 10 pills from top corporations costs only 20,000. The knight placed his hands on the cart, and asked if he really thought they were fools and ordered him to get out of here right now. The hero flexed his fists and asked who the merchant was trying to deceive. His friend offered to show him what happened to deceivers like him. Tsuyoshi looked down and grinned. The pills were on a plate. The boy explained that he had a sample that they could use and allowed them to destroy his shop if they did not like the effect. The young man took a pill in his hands and asked them to buy a pack if they liked everything. The stranger's eyes widened in surprise. The man clenched his fist and threatened to kill him if the pills turned out to be useless. The knight raised his hand and asked the merchant to give him a pill. The hero grinned and asked how desperate the man was to enter into this argument. His friend suggested that someone might buy these drugs if the price was not so high. The hunter popped the capsule into his mouth. He pursed his lips and swallowed. A smile appeared on his face as the system reported the drug's effect. The chosen one, squinting slyly, explained that they increased the speed of health and stamina recovery for 10 minutes, and asked if these pills were worth such an inflated price. The boy put his hand on his brother's shoulder and asked if this was true. The stranger frowned suspiciously. The people realized that these drugs were much better than those sold to them by trading corporations. Handing the merchant a card, the man wanted to buy pills and asked if he could buy 10 packs at a time. Swiping the card on the cash register, the protagonist announced that the total cost of the purchase was 240,000 yen and thanked the customer for the purchase. Turning away, the hero also thanked him and asked if the merchant would come here tomorrow. The people stared at him in amazement. The hunters rushed to the cart, wanting to try the drugs on themselves and make sure that it was true. There were 5 free samples on the plate. The stranger immediately threw one of them into his mouth. The boy closed his eyes and swallowed the pill. The man frowned and swallowed. The hero closed his eyes and took the medicine. Another hunter raised his head and swallowed. They were immediately enveloped in light energy, and they realized that it worked. The warriors handed the merchant their cards and wanted to buy everything he had. Many people ran to the store to have time to buy pills. Tsuyoshi smiled and reminded that he only sells 10 packs per customer. Hunters began calling their comrades and telling them about the strong pills sold at the entrance to the dungeon. The guy with glowing eyes realized that he would not be able to earn 1 billion yen with such sales, and decided that at this rate he would have regular customers who would be ready to do anything to buy at least 1 pill. People lined up. The young man realized that in some time, 3 top corporations themselves would come to him. Clouds floated above the building of the pharmaceutical company Red Tier, which is one of the top companies in the market. In the production development department, a meeting was held. The man said that this week the prices of these 3 products had fallen sharply in sales to half of last year's profit. He adjusted his glasses and explained that his colleagues probably already knew that this was due to the appearance of shadow pills. His comrade frowned and added that at the moment they have established that this product was not produced by the other 2 companies in the market. In the suitcase were pills, now among the heroes, drugs that improve blood circulation, tone and provide an additional supply of mana were popular. Holding a lab analysis in his hands, the alchemist said that only a high-tech organization could create these drugs, and decided that it was impossible for this product to be created by someone unknown. The company employees were sitting at the table discussing the fact that most likely all 3 types of capsules were made by the same group of people, and wondering who was making them, and why no one knew anything about these geniuses yet. A girl entered the office and said that if these pills were made by a group of amateurs, then their products could be considered an economic failure. The employees stood up from the table and greeted her. Passing by, the woman asked if they had managed to find the people who made these drugs, and suggested that the other 2 companies had already begun searching. The president of Red Tier crossed her arms over her chest and said that they could not delay this. The man bowed his head and explained that they could not catch the villains because the pills were sold in different places. His colleague reported that they had already begun a full-scale investigation and would soon provide a detailed report. Misa frowned and reminded them that their company was already on the verge of collapse, so they could not leave things as they are. The girl headed towards the exit and asked Tommy to prepare her car. The people who had gathered at the entrance to the dungeon were trying to buy the pills because there weren't many left, and they started offering an even higher price for them. The knight's mouth dropped open in amazement, and he was surprised that many were willing to pay 30 times the original price to buy the last of the drugs. His comrade said that these capsules were unrivaled by any other competitors. Standing behind the shop, the protagonist thought that only 1 week had passed and things were going as well as possible. Tsuyoshi grinned and realized that the bait was ready and that he only needed to wait for the goldfish to bite. The hunters looked around when someone said that he was willing to pay 100 times the original price for these drugs. Misa put her hand in her pocket and added that she wanted to buy another 10 minutes of his precious time for the same price. The guy narrowed his eyes slyly and realized that this was his goldfish. The bodyguards guarded the black limousine. Holding a glass of wine, the girl thanked the merchant for agreeing to spend time with her and introduced herself. Sitting across from her, the young man replied that he was pleased to meet her. Looking away, the hero was surprised that such a young woman was the head of a pharmaceutical company. Throwing an intense look at him, the president wondered who was hiding under that hood and said that she wanted to buy the recipes for all of his pills. The chosen one spread his fingers and said that it would cost 10 billion yen. Misa raised her eyebrows in surprise. Placing the glass on the armrest, she explained that it was beyond their budget and advised him to discuss the price with his colleagues, because Red Tier was genuinely interested in their product. Raising her hand, the girl said that they could offer 3 billion at most, and decided that even for such a unique composition, this was a very generous offer. The woman narrowed her eyes and realized that for that amount of money she could buy 50 of these recipes, and wondered if she would have to haggle. Raising his head, the warrior replied that he would not give in to her, and added that he had no colleagues, because he was the only one behind the recipes and the production of the pills. With his eyes sparkling, the protagonist reminded her that with these recipes, their company could gain dominance in the pharmaceutical market, and suggested that Red Tier was currently in a critical situation. The president, her mouth open in amazement, realized that if this was not a bluff, then this was an alchemical genius sitting in front of her, and said that she did not understand what kind of critical situation he was talking about. Tsuyoshi showed her the screen of his phone and explained that over the past 3 years, Red Tier's market share had dropped to 12%, because their products were not effective compared to Big Mountain. The head of the company raised her eyebrows, realizing that he had prepared very well, and concluded that it was true, because Red Tier was going through a crisis and was losing more than it was gaining. Putting his hands on his knees, the guy said that with his recipes, the company would be able to become a leader and become a new monopoly, and reminded them that Big Mountain and the third pharmaceutical company would also want these recipes. Misa took a sip of wine when the young man asked if 10 billion was not an acceptable price for market dominance. Lowering her head, the girl realized that this young genius had cornered her, and agreed to pay 10 billion on the condition that the stranger tell her his real name and take off his cloak. Pulling off his hood, the hero decided that there was nothing wrong with this, and said that he would do it only if his identity remained a secret. Extending his hand, the chosen one said his name and said that he was very pleased to meet her. The woman shuddered in surprise. They shook hands. The warrior got out of the car. Tommy said that there was 10 billion yen on the card and that it was safe to use. The protagonist took the card and thanked the president of the company. Tsuyoshi hurried away. The butler asked if his mistress was sure that this was the right decision, because 10 billion was not so little. Crossing her arms over her chest, the head of Red Tier replied that this would be their best investment, because this man had an amazing talent for creating medicines, and suggested that he would be their savior. Standing behind her, the man said that he completely trusted her decision. Grinning, the old man remembered that she had been smart, quick-witted, and determined since her youth, and said that this was why the master handed over the management of the company to her. Misa closed her eyes and asked her subordinate not to flatter her. Heading to the car, the girl explained that it was time for them to go back and asked her colleague to contact all the managers so that they could prepare for a big meeting that would decide the vector of their future development. There was a sign on the wall that said coffee. Suzuki's mouth dropped open in surprise and he asked how his friend had raised an entry fee of 10 billion yen in just a week. The protagonist raised his index finger and asked him to speak more quietly. Everyone in the cafe stared at him and began to discuss where he got all that money from. Putting the card down on the table, Tsuyoshi explained that he had simply made a good deal and sold a couple of recipes, and asked his friend to handle the paperwork. The man put the card in his pocket and said that he wanted to participate in his next good deal. Raising 2 fingers, the boy reminded him that he only needed to reach rank C to fulfill all the conditions, and asked if he could apply for a rank increase if he was among the top 3 in the shooting star tournament. Raising his hand, the chairman explained that in order to participate in the tournament, he needed to be among the top 3 in at least 2 dungeons, and added that applications for the tournament were only accepted until tomorrow. Narrowing his eyes, the boy replied that that would be more than enough, and asked his friend to take him to the available dungeons tomorrow morning. At night, lights were on in the windows of the multi-story building. Sitting on the bed, Karina wished her brother good night, and asked him not to stay up too late. The hero smiled and wished her good night too. After that, he closed the door. Returning to his room, the Chosen One realized that he would be heading to the caves early tomorrow morning and decided that he needed to level up before then. The warrior looked at the infinity ring and was upset that he was stuck on level 12 for so long. The protagonist clenched his fist and realized that he had to get the golden elixir of revival for his sister. Tsuyoshi looked up and wished that the girl could walk again. Clouds floated above the village. Putting on his cloak, the guy noticed that Sakura was still missing and decided to make a 3-day leveling plan as soon as she returned. The young man narrowed his eyes and thought about how hard it was for him in this world without his companion. The hero opened the window and realized that his girlfriend had already won the shaman tournament and was due back at dawn. The full moon was shining in the sky. The Chosen One wondered where she could have gone for so long. Birds flew past. One of them turned its head. The crow opened its beak wide and flapped its wings. The warrior's eyes widened in fear. An explosion thundered in the hotel room. The protagonist covered his face with his hand and wondered who could have carried out this sudden magical attack. A flash flashed. The unknown person was upset that he could not kill the enemy with one blow. The harpy raised her hand and assumed that this fight would drag on. Tsuyoshi summoned a sword in his hand and wondered what was going on here. The guy frowned menacingly and wondered if this was a member of the Assassin's Guild. The representative of the night birds covered her smile with her hand and called his look charming. The boy looked back when the girl said that he would have to go with them. The assassin swung his dagger. The hero blocked the weapon with the hilt of his sword. The Chosen One assumed a fighting stance and wondered where he got so much fighting power from. The warrior furrowed his brows and realized that he would have died immediately if not for his skills. The masked man looked at him tensely. The woman's eyes widened in surprise. The protagonist jumped out of the window and thought that it was unfair to fight 2 opponents who were stronger than him in a small space. Tsuyoshi landed on his feet and shattered the ground. The villains were watching him from the roof of the building. Looking at them, the boy assumed that someone had hired them to catch him and realized that he would not be able to hide and that he would have to fight. The boy raised his weapon and said that he did not remember ordering such a service to his room. The harpy spread her arms and explained that they were mercenaries, not hotel workers, and decided that he was very unlucky to meet them. Narrowing his eyes, the stranger asked how an ordinary 12th level warrior had managed to dodge his attack, and noted that his movements and endurance were an order of magnitude higher than his own level. Putting her hand to her cheek, the girl was surprised that the enemy managed to survive her attack and reminded him that they simply had to deliver him to the designated place. The villains jumped off the roof. Enveloped in ominous energy, the villains approached the hero. Magic circles appeared in front of him, which immediately blocked their attacks. The assassin looked to the side, not understanding how he managed to dodge again. The Chosen One swung his sword and hoped that they did not think that he would give up without a fight. Lightning flickered around the blade thanks to the Thunder Chain's skill. The villains immediately jumped back. A bright bolt of lightning struck the barrier that the woman had managed to put up. Her colleague realized that they would have died if this man had a higher level. The man rushed forward and shouted that he would not be able to defeat them anyway. The assassin rained down blows on the enemy. The mage flew up to him from behind and cast a spell. The warrior closed his eyes as a wave of energy pierced his stomach. The protagonist closed his eyes and realized that he would not be able to stand alone against such strong enemies. Continuing to attack him, the stranger was surprised that their enemy was still standing. The harpy asked him to voluntarily lay down his weapon. With a flash of burning eyes, Tsuyoshi said that he would not do this and thought about how he had no choice but to use the blade of the God King. The girl covered her face with her hand and asked what kind of power it was. The assassin looked up in shock and noticed that it continued to grow with each passing second. A pillar of bright light fell on the boy. Someone said that his friend was hiding something after all. The young man's mouth fell open in shock when he realized who the voice belonged to. Kevin pointed at him and activated a secret technique. A wave of energy pierced the hero's chest. He clenched his teeth angrily. The chosen one clenched his fist and called out to the cat. A cloud of dust rose above the city. Descending, the shaman said that he had cast a secret technique on the hero's body when he removed the poison of darkness from him, and noticed that incredible potential was stored in him. The warrior clutched his chest and asked if his good attitude towards him was initially false. The magician narrowed his eyes slyly and asked how naive one had to be to expect a warm welcome to a stranger. The harpy pressed her hand to her chest and was surprised that Mr. Kevin himself had honored them with his attention. The killer thanked him for his help, because now their enemy would not run away anywhere. The beast man closed his eyes and promised to give them a potion that would remove the restriction. The villains were happy and said that they would send him the ingredients for the potion a little later. Approaching the main character, the cat advised him not to do stupid things and warned that he could kill him at any moment. Tsuyoshi frowned angrily and asked why he was doing this to him. The shaman leaned towards him and asked if it was not obvious. Gritting his teeth, the magician said that his talent in alchemy posed a threat to him, and added that it was his fault that he was so weak that he could not even stand up for himself. The guy lowered his head and called his words very funny. The young man narrowed his eyes and asked if the great alchemist was really afraid of an ordinary person. Kevin's eyes widened in shock. The beast man summoned a weapon in his hand and decided to turn his enemy into mincemeat right then and there. The hero clenched his teeth tensely. Fuline ran up to the teacher and asked him to stop. The cat looked back and asked how long she had been watching them. Trembling with fear, the girl asked why such a great shaman was wasting his time on someone like that and asked him to spare this man. Squinting menacingly, the magician asked if his student had already developed feelings for him and threatened to punish her if she did not leave. The girl frowned in frustration and tried to object. At that moment, the villain kicked her in the stomach. Kevin summoned a cloud of energy in his hand and declared that today his enemy was destined to fall by his hand and that it did not matter to him who came to his aid. Fuline raised her hand and screamed. The assassin crossed his arms and noticed that their client was planning to use mind annihilation, and concluded that their enemy would die a slow and painful death, the harpy deciding that he deserved such a fate since he dared to anger his master. The chosen one lowered the corners of his lips. The beastman swung his staff. The system began absorbing the surrounding energy to restore the user's body. A purple aura shone around the warrior's body. A powerful stream of wind burst out of it. The cat covered his face with his hand and wondered if he had really managed to absorb all of his magic. The harpy flew into the air and asked if he had really survived. The girl's eyes widened in surprise and called out to her friend. The protagonist put his hand to the wound and thanked her for buying him some time. At the moment of impact, a notification appeared in front of him stating that an update needed to be installed to restore the damage, which Tsuyoshi immediately accepted. The boy imagined himself being swallowed by darkness and thought about how during the renewal the body must continuously absorb energy so that there would be no system failure, and so that his body would not return to its original state. The young man remembered how he was pierced by lightning and realized that if there was a failure, he would turn into a black charred corpse, which would be subject to the wrath of the gods. Stretching out his hand, the hero called for a divine hammer and said that he had no other choice. A giant dragon appeared above him. The chosen one explained that he did not care how much pain he would experience and how much his body would be destroyed. The warrior summoned lightning in his hand and promised to kill all enemies. A huge sacred hammer appeared above him. The protagonist grabbed it. The system warned that forced activation of the skill would lead to a catastrophic expenditure of energy and cause serious damage. Kevin's eyes widened, realizing that his body and mind were literally being torn apart by a powerful flow of mana, but his body was constantly regenerating, and he noted that this power was simply incredible. The assassins ran up to him. The man suggested using a joint attack. The harpy said that they needed to kill him now before it was too late. Shrouded in dark energy, Tsuyoshi realized that his body was crumbling due to the system, but it was immediately rebuilding it. The boy rushed forward and realized that his time had come. A bright light burst from the staff as the beastman used the shield skill. The boy dealt a crushing blow to the barrier. The assassin looked up and shouted that he would not be able to break through 2 energy shields, despite his incredible strength. At that moment, the divine hammer split the force field. The villains looked at the gap in the defense in shock. The hero opened his sparkling eyes and asked who said that he would not be able to break through the shield. A bloodied orc walked through the forest. Green leaves fell to the ground. Sakura stepped forward. Stepping back, the beastman asked her to spare him and explained that he was very sorry. The girl removed her hood and reminded him that he did not let her father go. The monster turned around and explained that he was not responsible for what happened and thought that she had left this world with the former lord of the beastmen. A powerful aura surrounded the woman. Taking out a book, the half-beast called the enemy an accomplice, and said that she would kill everyone who was responsible for the death of his father. Waving his hand, the monster said that he had no choice because he was threatened, and added that it was all the fault of the current lord's father, who forced them to do all this. The warrior frowned menacingly and asked him not to worry, because everyone who was responsible for this would follow him. Raising his sword, the orc shouted that he would not hold back and thought about how he would not give up without a fight, despite the serious wound. Sakura pulled out a dagger from its sheath. The girl lunged forward and delivered a powerful blow thanks to the flower storm's skill. She put the knife back. The wounded monster fell down and realized that this was her father's skill. The woman wrote in her diary and realized that there was not much time left. Crouching next to the corpse, the half-beast remembered that this beastman was the guard who opened the gates for the conspirators to enter the castle, and decided that she would not let anyone who betrayed her father go. Suddenly, the warrior looked up in fear and wondered what was happening there. In the distance, a giant bolt of lightning fell to the ground. Sakura rushed forward and realized that her master was in danger. A huge energy dragon was flying across the sky. The protagonist raised his head and felt a burning pain. His body was enveloped in dark energy. Tsuyoshi wondered how much power the divine hammer actually carried and whether the system could fully restore it, and realized that his body would simply disappear when the physical damage reached 100%. The assassin's eyes widened in shock and he asked what was happening to him. The harpy noticed that his strength was completely out of proportion to his level. Raising his staff, Kevin asked them to remember that the enemy was still under the influence of his technique and stated that they would be able to kill him anyway. Waves of green energy crashed down on the boy. The assassin appeared behind him and decided to slit his throat with one blow. The young man grinned. The man opened his eyes in horror and realized that he could not even move. Using steel intimidation, the hero swung his hammer and asked if the enemy was so eager for death that he decided to come closer to him. At the moment of impact, sparks poured out of the villain's eyes and mouth. His lifeless body fell to the ground. The Chosen One turned around and wished to absorb his magical power to renew the system. His physical damage reached 66%. While in the air above him, Kevin ordered his subordinate not to approach the enemy. The beastman explained that his body was enveloped in a strange aura that paralyzed anyone who approached him. The girl opened her mouth in fear and said that she refused this order and that she did not need any reward. Looking at them, the warrior asked if they were leaving and reminded them that the enemies wanted to kill him. A powerful stream of light energy rushed into the sky. The protagonist approached the woman and said that he would not let them leave. In her eyes, a reflection of Tsuyoshi swinging his hammer appeared. The guy hit the enemy hard in the stomach. The dead harpy fell down. The system reported that the upgrade progress had reached 63%. The young man landed on his feet. His physical damage had reached 76%. Frowning tensely, the cat called his subordinates useless, and realized that his plan had failed because the enemy's mysterious power was sweeping away everything in its path. The shaman grinned and laughed. A giant magic circle appeared behind him. The mage offered to see what his opponent was capable of and said that he would not be able to cope with the power of the rules. The hero looked at the magic circle and thought that the principle of earth and wind energy is a destructive force for those who go against the rules. Kevin pointed his staff at him and said that his enemy can be proud of himself, since he made him use this technique. A bright energy ignited in the staff. A giant energy vortex appeared in the middle of the city. The Chosen One destroyed it with one swing of his hammer. The warrior frowned menacingly and asked if the enemy really decided to show him the power of the rules. The protagonist struck and wanted to sacrifice everything so that he could see the power of the divine hammer. The system reported that within 30 seconds his physical damage would reach 100%. A huge hurricane was raging in the center of the city. The orc's eyes widened in fear. His grandson shouted that they needed to leave here right now. Squinting, the old man said that it was the lightning of the god king that descended from the sky to them, and said that he had heard about it from his great-grandfather. Streams of green energy swirled around the cat. The shaman squinted and thought that he only needed to activate the technique, and then everything would be over. The mage smirked, asking if his enemy still thought he could resist the power of the rules while under the influence of a secret technique, and said that he had the honor of falling from his strongest skill. A giant ghost appeared in front of Tsuyoshi. The system reported that the update was only 63% complete. A strong gust of wind threw Fulling into the air. The boy exhaled steam. 26 seconds remained until its destruction. Gritting his teeth, Kevin said that his student had herself to blame for not leaving, and decided that he would not cancel the spell to finish off his opponent. The girl flew past her comrade. The young man turned around and made a dash forward. He grabbed the girl by the hand. The mage's eyes widened in surprise and warned him of the danger. A huge energy snake opened its mouth. It crashed into the ground with force. The beastman folded his hand behind his back and decided that his enemy was already at the limit, and after such a blow he would definitely be finished. The hero protected his friend with his body. Fulling asked if she was still alive. The giant covered the chosen one with himself and protected him from the devastating attack of the snake. The cat's eyes widened in shock and noticed that his resistance to the power of the rules had increased. The snake raised its head and opened its mouth wide. The giant grabbed it by the fangs. The shaman opened his mouth in surprise and wondered how a level 12 person could resist the power of the rules and why this mysterious energy made him shiver. The ghost opened the reptile's mouth and tore it open. The magician, enveloped in purple energy, asked how he managed to break the power of the rule itself. The girl looked at her friend in fear. Dark energy gathered behind him. The warrior turned around. The system warned that his damage would reach 100% in 16 seconds. A wave of light energy rushed high into the sky. Kevin pointed his staff at it and wondered how his opponent could move after such an attack, because his body was already at its limit. The protagonist grabbed the staff and swung the divine hammer. His red eyes lit up. Tsuyoshi called this spell disgusting. The beastman gritted his teeth and realized that he would not have time to dodge. The boy threw him back with a powerful blow. The cat's body fell to the ground from a great height. Spitting out blood, the shaman realized that the enemy had kept his cool even in such a desperate fight, and asked himself who he was. Throwing away his staff, the young man declared that the magician would not be able to defeat him in close combat, and said that he was ready to sacrifice even his life to tear him to pieces. The hero swung his hammer furiously and shouted that even his stupid rules would not save him. With his mouth open in shock, Kevin asked if the enemy was really going to kill the great genius, and said that the power of the law was subject to him even without a staff. The energy snakes opened their mouths. The beast man wished death on his enemy. A huge dragon flew forward. The chosen one only had 6 seconds left, but the upgrade was only 75% complete. The monsters made of energy rushed towards each other. The warrior struck with his hammer and shouted that these pathetic dragons could not withstand the lightning of the god king himself. A sharp wave of aura cut the snake in half. The cat opened his eyes wide and realized that he had lost this battle. A powerful wave of energy crashed down on him. Fuling covered her face with her hands and called out to the teacher. A bright flash lit up the entire city. The dark energy around the protagonist dissipated. His body fell to the ground. The system reported that his physical damage had reached 100%. A notification asked if the user wanted to absorb the magical energy of the dead enemy. Tsuyoshi squinted and confirmed it, and thought that he could not die like this. His body began to turn into dust. A message suddenly appeared saying that the system had detected abnormal energy and completely restored the user's body. The sun rose over the mountains. Its rays illuminated the room through the window. Fuling was lying on the bed. The girl opened her eyes and called out to her teacher. Sakura looked around and noticed that she had woken up. Getting up from the bed, the beastman asked where her mentor was. The girl realized that they were talking about Kevin. The woman frowned sternly and replied that he was dead. The mage's eyes widened in shock and asked how this was possible. Some time ago, the half-beast came to the battlefield and saw the corpse of the alchemist. Then she assumed that the villain had staged this attempt to kill the guy and take his mysterious power, for which he paid. The shaman trembled and was upset that her teacher had died. Fuling's eyes widened and asked what happened to the young man, because his body was almost destroyed. Turning away, the warrior replied that it did not concern her, and said that she would have killed her long ago if not for the kindness and help she had given her master. The door of the room opened and someone said that the girl would not harm them. The mage ran to the door and called out to her comrade. The shaman pressed her hand to her chest and asked if he was okay. Suddenly, her pupils narrowed. The hero, clad in black armor, looked back. Fuling opened her mouth in shock and noticed that he had acquired her teacher's skill, the principle of earth and wind energy, the power of rules. Looking down, the chosen one said that he had woken up like this and thought about how, thanks to this spell, he was able to not only update the system, but also return from the dead. Looking at his hand, the protagonist remembered that the remaining energy was enough to raise him by 6 levels at once, and felt the power increase in his body. Tsuyoshi frowned and asked why his friend came to the inn last night. The girl lowered her head and asked if he didn't trust her either. Sakura crossed her arms and explained that Kevin had ordered his men not to approach the inn to avoid prying eyes, and asked why his apprentice had disobeyed the order. The shaman silently stepped forward. A staff cloaked in energy appeared in her hand. The boy gave her a stern look. The girl jumped forward and asked what she was up to. The mage took a scarf out of the storage. Fuling handed it to her friend and said that she wanted to give it to him before leaving. The woman's eyes widened in surprise and she asked what kind of scarf it was. The boy took it in his hands and remembered that she had behaved rather strangely the last time they met. Closing her eyes, the girl explained that she had come to the inn to say goodbye to him, and said that she had knitted the scarf with magic. The hero raised his eyebrows and wanted to say something, but the shaman stopped him. Wiping away her tears, the mage stated that she did not know why her master had done such a thing, but she would remember his kindness for the rest of her life, and explained that after her comrade had been killed by Kevin, it would be best for them to part ways. The half-beast looked at her master with disappointment. Looking up at the sky, The chosen one thanked his friend and bid her farewell. Fulling walked away. As she watched, the warrior remembered how her master's body had begun to recover at an incredible rate, and wondered how he had managed to defeat the great genius at all if he was only level 12. Sakura looked back when the protagonist called out to her. Narrowing his eyes, Tsuyoshi recounted how Kevin, who had previously been so caring and virtuous, had almost killed him last night, and concluded that this situation had taught him not to trust everyone. The girl looked at him in shock. The boy turned away and said he didn't know what she had been doing all this time, but he wanted to believe her because she had always pushed him forward, and he thought it was sincere. Smiling, the boy suggested that she had a past that she didn't want to talk about, and said he would be there for her the day she wanted to share it. The woman folded her hands in front of her and said nothing. The half-beast smiled and agreed. The hero headed toward the forest and said that it was time for them to go. He was holding Fulling's scarf. Looking at it, the chosen one imagined how the girl had knitted it with magic. The protagonist put the scarf around his neck. The warrior put her hand in her bag. Sakura crossed out Kevin's name and thanked her comrade. Then she caught up with him, and they set off. Many people gathered in front of the portals. Suzuki waved the papers and asked if his friend was sure he wanted to go into the cave alone, warning him that he would be facing teams of 3 or more people. Suddenly, the papers flew into the air, and Tsuyoshi asked his friend not to worry. The man looked at the levitating papers in shock. The boy took them in his hands and said that he now had enough strength to do so. Sandor put his finger to his earpiece and asked if the hero had been spotted along with the chairman. Standing in the middle of the battlefield, the leader of the Dragon's Wrath realized that he had underestimated the speed of the Hero Alliance. Holding a cigar, Dane explained that he was simply trying to lure promising youth to his side. As the shards crashed against the protective barrier, the Dragon Tamer offered to watch how the young man would perform in the tournament if he joined the Hero Alliance. Luca pointed to the dead man and asked if he was the one they were looking for. The villain replied that they would find out soon. Sandor narrowed his eyes and suggested discussing this after the tournament. There was a giant portrait on the wall. The old man asked if the Hero Union employee really wanted to expand his influence again. Ruth narrowed his eyes tensely. The man said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and explained that this would not have happened if he had accepted their conditions. Bleeding, the boy said that he would not follow his lead even if everything was taken from him, and added that even the threat of death would not frighten him. At that moment, the leader of the Dragon Wrath cut off his head with one swing of his hand. The hunter's body fell to the ground. The tamer asked his subordinate to get out of here. The villain hid his face under the hood and walked away. Scratching his cheek, the Union member asked if a level 18 warrior really wanted to go into the dungeon alone, and suggested that even if he managed to survive, he would not be able to complete it in just one day. Frowning, the protagonist reminded that there was no rule against entering the cave alone and asked the employee to quickly register him. The man opened his mouth in shock and asked if he really wanted to die that much. The girl said that she would register him herself. Putting the documents on the table, the woman explained that there were 3 C-rank dungeons, 2 D-rank dungeons, and 1 B-rank dungeon to choose from, adding that participants must show the highest score in each cave. Tsuyoshi took the documents and turned away. Raising her hand, the union worker wished him luck and was surprised that he did not even bat an eyelid. The guy headed to the portal and decided to start with the C-rank dungeon. Putting his hand on his belt, the knight asked if his comrade had lost her staff, and said that it would cost her a lot of money. The girl burst into tears and explained that she was simply suddenly attacked by a monster. The man crossed his arms and asked what they should do now, reminding them that the staff cost 21 million yen. His companion said that it was too dangerous to go back for it, and suggested hiring another group to find it. The young man approached them and apologized and asked them to step aside. The warrior pointed to the portal and asked if he was going to enter a C-rank dungeon. The hunter poked him in the shoulder and suggested asking him to find the staff. The group leader asked him to be quiet so that the man wouldn't ask for a lot of money for it. The girl ran up to the hero and asked him to find her staff. Hitting her on the head, the knight explained that his companion had lost her weapon at the exit and said that they would be very grateful if his group found it and brought it back. The protagonist frowned and replied that he was not going into the cave with a group, but alone. The guys gaped in shock. The man assumed it was some kind of joke and asked what his level was then. Tsuyoshi walked up to the portal and said he was level 18 and rank D. The mage looked after him and said that going into that cave in such a situation was suicide, because he wouldn't be able to last even 1 minute there. The warrior narrowed his eyes and told him that there were 5 people in their group with an average level of 20. The hunter remembered how they rushed into battle and explained that one small mistake could be fatal, so you need to be extremely careful in a C-rank dungeon. The guy entered the portal and thanked them for their advice. Standing aside, the wizard called him feeble-minded and brave. The thief assumed that the newbie simply successfully completed the test dungeon, gained confidence, and decided to go there alone. The knight remembered the glowing eyes of the young man and thought that he would not call him a newbie, judging by his behavior. The hero found himself in a C-rank cave. His body was enveloped in black energy, the Chosen One realized that he was seeing a stalactite-type dungeon for the first time. The warrior adjusted his bracers and noticed that no visible changes had occurred after the system update. The protagonist summoned a weapon in his hand and realized that he had a convenient compatibility function that allowed him to use items from both worlds without restrictions. The monster bared its fangs angrily. The cave spiders looked around and noticed their prey. Swinging his blade, Tsuyoshi decided that this was a safe place compared to that world and wanted to test how the power of rules worked. The monster opened its mouth wide. The guy cut the air with his sword and sent a wave of green energy forward. Putting the weapon behind his back, the young man realized that he would be in the top 3 thanks to such power, and remembered that this was the last legendary rule of destruction. 15 minutes later, a group of hunters stood by the dungeon and discussed the fact that no one would enter the dungeon again, meaning the staff was lost forever. The man in armor looked to the side and noticed that the hero had been gone for quite some time. The mage assumed that he was no longer alive. Suddenly, the portal began to glow. The squad members opened their mouths in amazement. Everyone who was on the platform with the portal shuddered when they heard that someone had set a new record. The Union employee looked at the monitor in shock and reported that the record that had been held in the C-rank dungeon for 3 months had been broken. The girl asked who did it. The man opened the dossier of the Chosen One on the screen and said his name. The main character came out of the portal with the staff in his hands. The system reported that the current record for passing the cave was 15 minutes and 33 seconds. The guys stared at him in surprise. Tsuyoshi narrowed his eyes slyly and asked if there was no bonus for a new solo record. An association worker ran forward and asked if a newbie could do it. His colleague said that they needed to check everything urgently. The girl took the staff and invited the guy to join them. He turned away and told them that he found the staff when he was fighting the boss. Shocked, the warrior asked how he could be distracted by something like that during a fight, and guessed that this was the strongest D-rank person he had ever encountered. The man looked around and asked which of them was Tsuyoshi. The woman explained that they needed to confirm the identity of the one who broke the record. Raising his hand, the young man agreed and asked to do it quickly, because he did not have much time. The girl folded her hands in front of her and said that they thought it was another person with a similar name. Her comrade wrote down that this hero set a new record in a C-rank dungeon for solo passage. Smiling, the Union employee asked him to go with him to the headquarters and said that there was a reward for such a record. Waving his hand, the Chosen One replied that he did not have time for this, and said that he must continue passing the dungeons. The knight opened his mouth in amazement and asked if he should not rest. The girl warned him that he could die if he ran out of strength right in the dungeon. The protagonist scratched his cheek and said that he did not need to rest because it was a normal warm-up. The people's mouths opened in amazement because they could not believe that passing a C-rank dungeon was a normal warm-up. 20 minutes later, leaving the corpse of the monster behind, Tsuyoshi decided to hurry up to clear all the remaining dungeons and realized that he also needed to spend some time to figure out all the new features of the system. The boy opened the status window in front of him and thought about how he had not had a single moment of peace since obtaining the system. The young man entered the boss room. He looked up and shuddered. A giant woman stood in front of him. The unclean lady smiled happily. Scratching his cheek, the hero realized that it was an ordinary humanoid monster and remembered that there were 366 types of monsters recorded in this dungeon, and only 6 of them were dark. The girl extended her hand forward. She spread her arms and thanked the Chosen One for his hard work, offering him a rest here. The warrior noticed bright sound waves in front of him. His eyes lit up. The protagonist saw strange fluctuations in magic and concluded that this monster specialized in mental damage and hallucinated the target. There were dozens of skeletons on the ground. Tsuyoshi assumed that these were all her victims. Sound waves crashed into the energy barrier. The boss widened her black eyes and asked why her spell did not work. The guy smirked, deciding that this was a new feature of the system, and realized that he now had access to a rather strong passive skill. The young man swung his sword and declared that nothing would stop him now. Green energy lit up the woman's face. Putting his finger to the earpiece, the man reported that this person had already broken the record twice and was now in the 3rd dungeon, and explained that he had completed them alone. Raising her eyebrows, the girl explained that they had no records of his previous runs, and added that he did not come from a wealthy family or a member of a famous guild. The warrior crossed his arms over his chest and was indignant that this hero had already broken 2 records and was about to break a 3rd, and suggested that he would be able to complete a D-rank cave in just a couple of minutes. People gathered at the portal and began discussing the Chosen One, who had created an incredible hype around himself. The protagonist emerged from the portal and set a new record of 36 minutes and 28 seconds. The hunters smiled happily and tried to recruit him into their guilds. Scratching the back of his head, Tsuyoshi replied that he did not need it and asked them to move aside because he needed to hurry. The guys looked at him with admiration, and some healers offered to help him in the next dungeons. The guy walked past them and politely declined. Grinning, the young man thought about how he did not feel tired at all thanks to his new passive skill fatigue reduction, and decided that he could challenge himself in a B-rank dungeon. The hero slew the giant wolf and set a new record. The huge rhinoceros fell to the ground. The system reported a new record. Looking at the chosen one, the union employee said that he had once again completed the dungeons in record time, and asked if his colleague had reported this to her superiors. The girl confirmed this with her arms crossed and noted that the warrior was about to enter a B-rank dungeon. Suzuki took out his phone and saw messages from his friend. Notifications appeared on the screen. Someone shouted that the dungeons would be closed to visitors in 3 hours. The hunters ran forward. One of them said that the one everyone was talking about was still there. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the man introduced himself and asked what was going on there. The guys approached him, and the hero told him that someone had set a new record in 5 dungeons, having completed them alone, and that now he was called the most promising newcomer. His friend added that his name was Tsuyoshi. The chairman placed his hand on his waist and decided that he might actually be called that given his strength. Suddenly, Suzuki opened his mouth wide and asked if that was true. The protagonist headed towards the B-rank dungeon portal.